Apologize for the late attendance. It's raining cats and dogs out there. So we're going to call this study session to order at 4:16 p.m. Number 2, study session items 2.1, School Safety Program Grant. Thank you, all of you, for joining. I appreciate it.
As the Executive Assistant Chief with PPD. So what I'm going to talk very briefly to respect the time and the agenda and then make myself available to any questions. I have a quick PowerPoint that I'm going to go through to talk about the program. You see our mission and our vision right there. So the School Safety Unit, as you can see, some of the programs that my team manages, the SSP or School Safety Program that I go into a little more detail about, the mini grant, Stronger Connections grant, and other programs. When I took this job, I think a lot of people believe, because of my history in law enforcement, my sole focus was going to be to get more good guys and gals with guns in schools. That's important. However, I believe in preventing the bad thing from happening before it ever does, so I believe in a holistic approach, a school safety assessment and prevention team that works collaboratively and collectively to ensure that we keep our students and our staff safe. So the School Safety Program is a state-funded grant, as you can see, that is an $80 million annual appropriation, just over $80 million. This grant is awarded in 3-year cycles. So in essence, if you look at it, it's a nearly $250 million grant that I manage that is for positions, specifically SROs, school resource officers, now school safety officers as well, that I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute, juvenile probation officers, school counselors, and school social workers. You can see with this grant, this 3-year grant, we're in 835 schools representing 262 LEAs across 14 of our 15 Arizona counties. So the number that's on here, as you can see, 522 counselors and social workers funded, 228 SROs, and I'm going to make that distinction between the full-time school resource officer who operates in 1 or 2 schools perhaps, or in limited situations, maybe more, but that's his or her job. Are only 3 JPOs now across the state, but that number is updated. We've now trained over 900 school safety officers throughout the state as well. We realized that we had carryover dollars in this 3-year grant. So in October of last year, we released $48 million of funds for these positions. Went to the State Board of Education on December 9th and started immediately notifying awardees thereafter. So in addition to those numbers that I showed you before, those 228 SROs and those counselors and those social workers, we've awarded an additional 199 SROs and SSOs and 64 school counselors and school social workers for the last 18 months of this grant cycle. So let me just take a moment to talk about what is an SSO. So I'll use Phoenix as an example, and member Toby understands this. So Phoenix at its peak had 3,388 filled sworn positions, almost 3,400 cops. As of this week, as of Monday, it's down to 2,498. In fact, the Budget and Research Department for the City of Phoenix projects that Phoenix will get down to 2,331 sworn. So where there is a will for chiefs and sheriffs across the state to fill all of these SRO positions with full authority school resource officers, more often than not, they don't have the ability to do that. Chiefs have to make very hard decisions about where they're going to put their resources. In Phoenix, for example, there are 69 SROs covering 80 schools under this program. Under this program, what that would allow Chief Sullivan to do is to replace, if he or she was so inclined, those 69 SROs with an SSO. Now, an SSO works, for example, when my children were young, I spent 7 years working nights. This would allow somebody who works another job, works at night, that is their full-time job, maybe patrol, maybe working elsewhere, or has midweek days off, to work in the school. Now, not every officer, I can say this as a longtime practitioner, is well suited to work in a school environment. So we don't just drop them in the school environment. My training director, Dr. Kathy Johnson, spent 26 years as a JPO and a JPO supervisor before earning her doctorate. I have her providing critical training to these officers. It starts off with 8 hours of asynchronous online training that they're required to take. And now in year 2, they have to come in for 4.5 hours of in-person training to understand how to operate in that environment. Additionally, we're running multiple bills down at the legislature where I spend a lot of my time. House Bill 2074 and Senate Bill 1233 are mirrors of each other. What those will do is codify SSO into state law. Right now, when 15134 was passed, 154, it didn't contemplate an SSO. So it would do that. The second thing it would do, it would allow a retiree like me, but not me, I make that very clear when I provide that testimony, to work in the school environment. Again, working through the Arizona Peace Officer Standards and Training Board. That isn't just taking somebody that's been retired, and no offense to octogenarians, somebody who is well-equipped to work in a school that still has their post-certification or can be recertified and has a sponsoring agency, such as Glendale or Peoria, to go work in the schools. That would further give chiefs more tools in their tool belt to allow either SSOs to work in the schools or a full authority retiree to go work in the schools. What would that mean to an agency like Phoenix? I know we're not in Phoenix, but just to provide an example, those 69 SROs could go now do other duties. They could go be patrol, they could be in investigations, they could work traffic, or whatever the case may be. So this grant will end June 30 of 2026. As you see before you, March 1st of 2026 will open up the next 3-year cycle. During that time, there will be the option to apply for one of these positions. If you've looked at either of the bills that I just talked about, there is a provision in the bill, if the legislation changes, if 15154 changes, to if you cannot fill one of these physical positions, you could use those monies for training or for technology or infrastructure improvements on a school campus. Just like the SSO portion of the School Safety Program grant, the Stronger Connections grant was something that I released, was really targeting small and rural, remembering that the way we police here in Maricopa County is very different than, say, Cochise or up on the Navajo Nation. So in addition to those numbers that I showed you before, there are 47 additional schools that have the SSO model, strictly the SSO model in them throughout the state. I talked about training, training, training. My team provides training all the time, in person for Maricopa County or virtual for outside of Maricopa County. Again, to equip those that are in the schools with the tools so they can work effectively. Within that, and specifically talking about law enforcement, I mentioned a term earlier, School Safety Assessment and Prevention Team. That is those officers working with counselors, social workers if they're on the campus, school psychs if they're on the campus as well, working with district and site administrators to ensure that the individual and unique needs of our schools are met, not a one-size-fits-all model. That's why the training is provided. And just very briefly, I mentioned earlier that it isn't just about getting cops in schools. There are many other programs that we manage. This Rehire Project Aware, which is all about behavioral health, recognizing the behavioral health challenges that our students face. Emergency preparedness. I know Peoria was one of the districts that was selected for the audit that was recently conducted by the Auditor General. I'm intimately familiar with that. I'm intimately familiar with the report. And if this district would like any help with that, I have a school preparedness section who does work with schools on an ad request basis. If you're not aware, Arizona Department of Education works with the Department of Emergency and Military Affairs to develop the minimum standards for emergency operation plans. There currently is no legislative requirement that we work alongside of you in the actual implementation. In fact, I have one school preparedness specialist for the entire state, and I just advertised for a second. But if there's an opportunity to work together, you have my commitment that we will work with you on that. The EOP law has been in effect since 2001, but we recognize that there can be some confusion around it. If you were so inclined, if you have school nurses, we have, and you have this presentation, so that's why I'm going fast to go through and then to answer your questions and be mindful of others. We have this workforce and equipment grant to help our school nurses throughout the state. That's open through June 30 of this year. I want to spend every dollar that's in that fund. Our Bright Futures program, which is really about suicidology and suicide prevention throughout our state. And then lastly, the school training overdose preparedness and intelligence task force. At Peoria, you probably are well-resourced, but through a partnership with ADHS, ADE acquired 16,000 Narcan kits, actual Narcan as the brand name. We've distributed 4,200 of those throughout the state. We have more in stock, and we have an entire toolkit that we have on our website that can be applied to any district if you were so inclined. That concludes the presentation. There were a number of questions that were submitted to me. I don't know if you have them in front of you and if there's something that I missed or you would like me to clarify.
Thank you. We do have just public comment tied to this item, so we're going to do those first, and then I can come back to the board members' questions that they had for you. So thank you for the presentation. We'll come right back. So you will have 3 minutes for your public comment. First one is Anthony Campbell McDonald.
Well, I'd like to talk a little more about school safety because this agenda item kind of piqued my interest. I've kind of researched aspects about school safety for a while now. We've definitely had our fair shares of scares in this district over the years. Just last month, a student brought, I think it was either a replica gun or a real gun at my school's campus in Ironwood. If we go back even further, I think 2015, a student brought a firearm on Centennial's campus, and like 2018 or 19, someone just randomly fired out the front window at Raymond S. Kellis. Elementary school brought their mother's handgun at their school. If we go all the way back to 2010, Peoria High School had a bomb threat called in during a school day. We've definitely had our fair shares. I already said that. Everyone's school safety is a big concern for everyone here, and I do feel the same, although I'm just curious about how the district's going to address this. The next agenda item, and what the gentleman was just talking about, is SROs and SSOs. So it seems our response is going to be an increased police presence, which I have my thoughts about. I feel everyone, at least most students I've heard talk about this, are worried about active shooter situations mainly. Every time the topic of school safety comes up, this topic is usually brought up also, because sadly these events happen way too often in our country. And while they do happen way too often, those types of events are extremely rare, and schools' responses to them haven't really stopped those events. Things like metal detectors or requiring IDs and having a school resource officer, while aren't really helping in that regard, they do help stop things like students sneaking weapons into schools and drugs, and helping identifying and punishing students who've gotten into trouble. I feel trying to stop an active shooter situation outside of having SRO on campus is just kind of out of our hands no matter what we do, and it's up to our lawmakers to come up with a solution. Schools around the country have taken initiative to try and up safety in other aspects. One way they've done that, and it appears we're going to do that as well, is increase police presence at our schools. I feel that isn't the best approach because there are plenty of stories around the country of kids from high school all the way to elementary school age getting arrested or being put in cop cars for things that, if police weren't there to escalate things, would probably have ended with a detention or a suspension and a stern talking to at most. I'm not completely 100% against having an SRO at our schools, but there are risks I feel should be addressed if we're going to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Last public comment comes from Laura Tepason.
Good evening to all. The agreement attached to school safety grant outlines that police officers will support efforts to reduce crime on school campuses. Their role includes providing educational activities, fostering positive interactions between police and students, and enforcing criminal laws. Additionally, SROs are tasked with consulting with students, teachers, and parents on various issues, as well as educating students and school personnel through 180 hours of relevant and informative programs. While this narrative is clear and specific and relevant to such position of SRO, it is more detailed compared to the narrative for the school safety grant, which primarily focused on this 180 hours for universal classroom instruction and the creation of lesson plans by the SROs. During my conversation with the chief responsible for this grant back then in 2022, he expressed concerns about the shortage of officers and, more critically, the requirements of the grant. The increased time commitment required from SROs for instruction and documentation has led to a lack of interest among officers in taking on the role. It is essential that the grantor receives feedback regarding these aspects, as they could discourage officers from pursuing this important position. Like Obama healthcare, right? Wow, a great plan, said many, but its high cost made it inaccessible. Similarly, while the grant is a great opportunity and everyone wanted PUSD to apply for it, the shortage of available officers, or more importantly, their lack of interest, became a significant obstacle back then. The school safety grant awarded in 2022 covered training topics like suicide prevention and equity, diversity, and inclusion. I have it here. It is important that parents are informed about the specific topics being taught, what topics, parental consent, look at suicide prevention, for example. I strongly believe that counselors with experience in mental health or suicide prevention, specialized, trained to recognize the signs of mental health, who understand the suicide risk, have more skills to address the office. Police officers may be involved in responding to crises or emergencies. Their training typically focuses on law enforcement and public safety rather than mental health. In some cases, it might be beneficial to have a collaborative approach where both mental health professionals and law enforcement work together in training, especially to address both prevention and appropriate responses to crises. The agreement looks great. I like it, how the emphasis is placed on crime prevention on campuses. The only that if I can add something to be more specific of SRO's instruction topics. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. All right, Mr. Kurtenbach, if you'd like to come back up. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for him? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask a couple of questions about just a couple of the different programs, just so I can make sure that I understand them. On this, the Stronger Connections grant, it says that it's for high-need local education agency schools. So I guess the first is, are we using all of these grants that are on here? Or are these just all of the safety grants? Let me ask that to you, or to Kevin.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, currently we are using the school safety program grant for the funding of the 33 licensed, or 33 social workers that we are
Okay, all right.
employing.
Thank you. I didn't want to assume that we were using them. So the Stronger Connections grant, I believe that it says that's for high-need local education agency schools. Can you elaborate on that? Because I believe maybe a year or so ago that I brought this up, and I thought they said that Peoria didn't qualify for that. So I just would like to hear a little bit about what are the qualifications under the high need.
Yes, members. So the Stronger Connections grant is a federal grant, unlike the school safety program grant, which is state appropriation. So roughly $16.4 million that's released under, there it is, under Stronger Connections. So the definition of high need LEA, I briefly went over it, small and rural with corresponding crime issues. So the vast majority of this money went to rural counties, the seven of the rural counties throughout the state. There are some here in Maricopa, but Peoria was not awarded.
Okay, great. And then on the Project Aware, Advancing Wellness and Resiliency in Education, sounds like that's a great program, especially with the partnership with SAMHSA and Access. There's a big piece in there that's on crisis prevention and intervention model, and just was kind of curious on how, what are the requirements of that and so forth,
So members, so this goes back to what I was talking about this holistic approach that I have on my team. I have Dr. Autumn White, who runs this program right here. No law enforcement background, that isn't where she comes from, working with SAMHSA to provide resources to schools upon request. That's really what it's about. So that's what that team seeks to do. With my school preparedness team, with my school nurse access program, they all work collaboratively to meet schools where they're at with their needs in regard to wellness.
And then I noticed underneath the Arizona School Nurse Workforce and Equipment that there was a discussion of invest in workforce development activities to augment school-based health care. That was a piece that was in there, so I just wanted to understand that piece of.
So understanding there is a shortage of school nurses throughout our state, I actually just recruited and brought a former school nurse into my team to try and address that very issue. What are the gaps? What would it take to get more nurses, more nursing professionals into our schools to, again, meet the needs of the schools? That's what this seeks to do.
So is that actually like with, because we have a lot of CTE programs, and so we have a med assistant program, and so we have some medical programs as far as getting students trained up to go into the medical fields, such as nursing. So is something like that would fall underneath this grant? Do you know?
This is more of a micro grant. This isn't on that scale. It's really dedicated more toward things, tools, items. Just the addition is now that I have this nurse on my staff, working, collaborating to maybe identify ways to attract professionals.
And then, I don't know, this may be, yeah, that's questions for the SROs, so I'll hang on to that and I'll let my other board members ask their questions.
All right. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Director Kurtenbach, thank you for your presentation. I do think it helped us getting some of the questions ahead of time to incorporate in your presentation, so I appreciate that. Just so for those that don't talk shop necessarily on a regular basis, could you differentiate for the board SRO versus SSO and now what is more commonly called SLO? What are the differences and are they employed in the same way?
So I'll talk about SRO and SSO. So in the way we train is that ideally there is no distinction. You're not looking at a campus, not looking at officer on your campus and going, that's an SRO, that's an SSO. I don't want there to be any differentiation. That speaks to the training. In fact, to be very candid, I directed Dr. Johnson, I said, I want her to create a training model that keeps cops out of trouble. Let me explain. I briefly alluded to the fact that officers, they work very high-speed jobs. If you're in patrol, that radio goes off, you respond to whatever you respond to. Your office is your patrol car. Depending on if you do shift work, as I said, I did 7 years on nights when my kids were young, you're not responding to schools. That isn't your mindset. So we're addressing that mindset through training to equip officers with information on things like FERPA, so they understand how to properly engage students that have access and functional needs, to work with those populations, to work in a school environment. So whereas SROs, through their Leadership 100, as we call it, and new officer training, there's a class that's going on right now. They get 4 days of training. I mentioned that there's 8 hours of asynchronous for the SSOs, and then 4 hours of in-person. Part of that, as was alluded to, I don't know if I can address something that was brought up in public comment, but it ties to my presentation. Part of that is teaching law-related education. The officers don't come up with those lesson plans. Those are created by the Bar Foundation. And if you go to the foundation's website, you can see hundreds of lesson plans on topics that are germane, like vaping right now is something that is very big in our schools, so there's lesson plans. There previously, prior to me assuming this position, was a 180-hour requirement per year for SROs to teach LRE. I eliminated that requirement. There still is value, and if you look at the SRO manual, you'll see that there's value in that training, but because there's such a limited number of officers, 180 just seemed like it was too much. So it's what makes sense with that principal or that vice principal, that dean, whatever the case may be, and that officer working collaboratively. So the reason SSOs exist is quite simply because there are not enough officers, there aren't enough deputies to go around to fill all of the positions. That's why I created that model, paid out of the same fund. The Stronger Connections Grant, strictly SSO for small and rural high-need LEAs throughout the state. The School Safety Program Grant gives you the option. There's some jurisdictions that feel very strongly and have the ability and have the support to just fill all of their SROs. Phoenix, I mentioned the 69, there are approximately 75 SSO schools as well. So it's filling that need. I think what you're going to hear, part of the challenge then becomes, ideally what I would like to see Peoria officers in Peoria schools. That's what I would like to see. They understand the culture, they understand the community, they have communication. If something were to happen, if there were a critical incident, up to and including an active shooter situation. But The certification, a peace officer in the state of Arizona is a peace officer in the state of Arizona. So you may see officers from other jurisdictions in your jurisdiction coming to work. That's a blessing and a curse. But what that does is it provides that much needed resource. So I'm actually not familiar with SLO and what that means. The programs that I manage are SRO and SSO. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I do think that certain agencies call them school liaison officers versus SSO. For purposes of the grant, it just seems like SLOs would be synonymous with SLOs, depending on the agency's terminology. So I just want us to be mindful as we're writing and articulating for future needs that we are in alignment with the grant nomenclature. So, and then also, one question that was asked that I'm going to pass on, but if the National Department of Education shuts down, has your office had any type of strategy conversations as far as how that would look as far as school safety and how the ADE would pivot in during that situation? Obviously, we don't know what that looks like, but have you guys had those conversations?
Yes, I'm obviously not the elected official. I work for Superintendent Horn, but Superintendent Horn has been on the record saying that he has no concerns about the United States Department of Education going away from a school safety standpoint or other issues. The vast majority of our money is state appropriation. There's a limited money regarding Stronger Connections, which is federal. That's already been allocated. In addition, all of our state money, the $80 million initial appropriation, the $48 million subsequent grant, that's all safe. It's state money.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have had some resignations when it comes to school social workers that were previously occupying grant-funded roles. One of the comments from the public was we are wasting resources and money by having those positions go unfilled. Is there a way or a mechanism for us as a district to re-employ those dollars essentially for those positions for the remainder of this grant cycle?
Unfortunately, there is no mechanism to do that for this grant cycle. I mentioned earlier in another context, I want to get every dollar that I can out. I want to fill every position that I possibly can. Once we are in this cycle, so if you think about it, we have two cycles. We have the 3-year cycle, and then my reluctance, people call it a mini grant. I don't think $48 million is a mini grant. It's a lot of money. So the 80 and the 48, because of where they're at and because of the process to go to the state board, there isn't a mechanism. The good news is, as you saw in the presentation, come March of 2026, there's an opportunity to apply for whatever positions you would like to apply for.
Thank you. And then you also brought attention to the technology piece that might be part of the next grant. Is that for a school that cannot fill a position, or do they have to have a position filled in order to qualify for that as it's written currently?
So I want to clarify something, and thank you for bringing that up, Clerk Toby. The legislation, HB 2074 and the mirror SB 1233, were born out of the School Safety Task Force. The sponsor for HB 2074 is Representative Gress, who is the chair of House Education. And together we added this language around training technology and infrastructure improvements with the provision that you applied for a position and you couldn't fill the position. So it isn't a mechanism to bypass the intent of the school safety program to fill those 4, now 5 positions, including SSO. But in the event that you can't fill the position, a situation that you just articulated with counselors and perhaps social workers now, you could repurpose those funds for training, technology, or infrastructure.
All right. Thanks again, Director.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I just have a couple questions. I'm first going to kind of spearhead off what Clerk Toby said. I think I heard you right, House Bill 15154, that if we don't use the money up, that we can, in that case or any other case, because you're speaking SRO, SSOs, we can use that for equipment or repurposing things on campuses?
So I will clarify one thing, and I was joking with the chief over here about all the acronyms. I thought there were a lot of acronyms in law enforcement until I started working in education. Superintendent, you can appreciate that. So 15154 is the state law that governs the school safety program. House Bill 2074 seeks to rewrite part of 15154 that would get to exactly what you said, that if there's a position that you applied for that you couldn't fill, that then those monies could be repurposed for training, technology, or infrastructure improvements.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then my other question is, in some of your trainings, let's say we did just have an SRO officer on campus, Do some of your trainings include anti-bullying or any of the things that we already kind of have in place? I mean, can they be used for some of that as well?
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
In fact, bullying is another big topic. I mentioned vaping earlier that we provide a lot of training around.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all I have.
So I just have one question, kind of a follow-up from yours. So what you're saying is if there are positions that haven't been filled or if they become available with the ones that we currently have, I think we have like another year and a half to finish. Those dollar amounts, if they're not utilized, do they go back to ADE through that grant? Or is there a way to apply for a different position?
They go back into the fund. We are the gatekeeper of the fund, the pass-through, so they would just sit in the school safety program fund. But as I said, currently, this provision that I'm talking about, this repurposing, it's not in legislation. It doesn't exist. So that's why we would have to wait. Should this bill transmit to the governor, and I have every reason to believe it will, and should she sign it into law, then in the next cycle, there would be an opportunity to repurpose funds. There just isn't now.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? Ms. Ewing?
Yes, so just to be very clear on that, because I know that I think I forwarded something over to you on that HB 2074 that you said, that hasn't been signed into law yet. So those are just the items that are in there that are still, like, as you said, they're waiting for it to get passed through and then Governor Hobbs' signature on that, correct?
Correct.
Yes, we hope that she pushes that through. And on the, can you tell me a little bit more on the suicide prevention and early intervention? It's the train the trainer model. And I noted in there that part of that is where the LEAs provide suicide prevention programming, universal response system for at-risk youth. But it's the whole idea that they do assessment and pull out for programming. So I just was curious how that works.
So again, as you can imagine, as I talked about with SSP dollars, school safety program dollars, we serve as the pass-through. Although I have Dr. Autumn White on my team, this is working with partners to administer this, and you may see the reference to Cochise County. So this program is being run down in Cochise County, just now getting off the ground. I don't have information to report, but it's something I'll be happy to report back on as we get data.
Okay, so it's like kind of like a pilot program then that's just starting in Cochise, is that?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty exciting. And then you mentioned bullying, because I know that bullying, obviously across all of our schools, certainly vaping is a big, huge issue, but I know bullying and physical aggression is a big issue across all of our campuses. So where does that fall under as far as being able to have a true prevention model, education model for that?
I think that's where the LRE, the law-related education, comes into play, and the various curricula that are made available to our officers. So the training that the SROs are going through right now in their week-long of training, they work with a trainer from the Bar Foundation on how to deliver these lesson plans. In law enforcement, we do a lot of this in addition to education, that training. So it isn't foreign to them, but it's giving them the actual tools. It's giving them step-by-step instruction on how to address, and then being mindful when they see perhaps behavior manifest on campus or they're made aware of other behaviors, how they can apply the appropriate remedy to that.
So then those programs, it's all run through the SROs. It's not any one of these. It's not under any one of these kind of grants. It's the education programs that through the ADE they offer for the SROs, but it's not underneath these grants. Is that?
For the SROs and the SSOs, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? No? Thank you, Director Kurtenbach. I appreciate you coming today and giving us this presentation on the grant.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to 2.2, SRO, SSO discussion. We have here the Peoria Police Chief and the Police Chief for City of Glendale. So I don't know if you guys, who wants to present, or if we just want to have a discussion as a board. You both can come up, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
We like each other.
Oh, that's good. Welcome.
Good evening, board members. My name is Thomas Intrieri, Peoria Police Department's Chief of Police.
My name is Colby Brandt. I am actually the new interim police chief with Glendale. Chief Briggs retired 2 weeks ago. New, but I've been with the department for 28 years. In my prior role as an assistant chief, I've had an opportunity to work with this district, particularly with our partnership with real-time crime. So really happy to be here tonight.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. So we do have here, I think the two documents attached are the City of Glendale IGA for the SRO and City of Peoria as well. So I don't know if board members have questions regarding those documents. Ms. Ewing, if you wanted to go first.
I don't really have questions regarding the documents. They're pretty straightforward. I would love to hear from you, what are some areas in programming that you're seeing as far as that prevention and intervention model that we could do better at working collaboratively with you in terms of addressing student issues and so forth. I think that would be it would be kind of great to understand that. I know we've talked about like vaping and bullying and that type of thing. So if there's anything that we can be doing better to work more collaboratively with you, I'd love to hear that. And I'd love to also hear, I know that there's that provision of the education piece to the psychoeducation with our students and our campuses. And what are some of the bigger issues that you're as a department are really trying to get out to the community, and how can we continue to support those?
Okay. So let me start off first by saying, prior to coming to Peoria, I worked for 28 years with the City of Mesa Police Department. During my time there, one of my responsibilities was overseeing the school resource program, which included 22 schools, 22 school resource officers that covered the City of Mesa, or Mesa Public Schools, and some Gilbert Public Schools. So I do have a lot of familiarity with the grant process, what I consider to be the value and the benefits of that program, and the structure that exists with it. It required our officers to be in the classrooms to provide curriculum-based training. As Director Kurtenbach spoke about, those lesson plans had already been prepared. They're consistent, they're concise. The school resource officers become very familiar with them. And through that interaction within the classrooms, they develop those relationships much like other teachers do. And then you take them outside the classroom throughout the rest of their school day, they're able to provide some direct mentorship, some informal counseling, if you will, but recognizing that within our role and our positions, we become such a magnet for a multitude of areas that we have to become semi-specialists in terms of awareness, so we know where to direct these students should a need arise. So I think when we talk about education and we talk about interaction in the school resource program, I'm a huge supporter of it. I've seen the value, the benefit of it, and I also can say that for 6 years I worked as a school resource officer in an alternative school. So I personally had those relationships and had the opportunity to elicit and see the value and the growth within the students themselves. So I wanted to start off with that so you knew where my perspective was coming from. In terms of the different areas of focus from an education standpoint, I think right now we are not grant-based. So there is no requirement of our school resource officers. And Peoria PD provides 11 school resource officers to the Peoria Unified School District. 5 of those are in the high schools within Peoria, and 6 of those are based in the elementary schools. So right now we have 1 for every 4 elementary schools in Peoria. We do have in our fiscal cycle for 2026, come July 1, 2 more, so we can bring that ratio down to 1 school resource officer to 3 elementary schools. Internally, we refer to them, as Mr. Tobey indicated, as school liaison officers. That's just an internal moniker for us to know high school or elementary school. In speaking with the school resource officers, what they've identified as being the biggest issue within Peoria has been social media and the posting of information that hasn't been verified or validated or is being passed on from one corner of the country, and all of a sudden it appears in Peoria and brings those false alarms and raises awareness and concerns that really have no merit at that point. So just a familiarity and understanding that social media can be a challenge. Yes, vaping is an issue, and that has become one of the talking points and one of the educational topics that our school resource officers do address within the schools. But I think collectively, there's a myriad of little things and the values and the benefits, the day-to-day, the interaction, the relationships that they build, and the mentorship they're able to provide that is really, although intangible, it's invaluable.
And I think that the chief really said that quite well, and we don't disagree. What I will tell you is that there is also added value, not just in the classroom, but we've got 9 SROs in all of our high schools. I'm not in a position now, and quite frankly, I don't see myself in a position to be able to put more SROs in schools for the next couple of years. So when I'm speaking, I'm primarily speaking to the 9 SROs that I do have in the high schools. These are folks that truly have a heart for working with students. I've got SROs that are not just teaching classes, but they're staying after school and they're working as coaches. Athletics, because they really have a heart for this. So I think the benefits of having that SRO program, having that same person in the school each and every day would be great. But I'm going to tell you, and we'll probably talk further about this, I'm just not in a position to be able to offer that in the next couple of years. So, and I'm sure we'll get more into the SSO model. I think for an agency in the shape that we're in currently, that is a model that would work great. But what I want to assure you is that we will seek the right type of person for this as well. We're not just gonna throw it out there and anybody that's willing to work. I can commit to you that we will seek the right type of person. We want to get the right officers in the school. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Well, I can definitely say that every administrator I talk to say that the most invaluable piece of you guys being on campus is the relationships that you form with the students, and certainly then vicariously through the families and then the community, and that's a big, huge piece. And those great relationships help to keep our campuses and those communities safe. So I appreciate the focus on that. And I understand you guys don't have like requirements like that are grant-based, that you have to focus on education, specific types of education and so forth. So in your model, do your officers have, when they're on the campuses, do they have like data that they have to keep in terms of number of students that they've connected with or anything like that? Just because it's always great to show our community the improvements that are happening, the student success that are happening as a result of having these programs. So I'm just curious if there's any data that you guys collect that would provide information about that.
I'm not aware of us collecting any data along those lines. I was told that the district does collect that data, but in speaking with the school resource officers and Sergeant Aponte, who has been part of that program and has been invaluable, they all recognize a decrease in what we would identify as criminal behavior or disturbing behavior on campus. They've developed such strong relationships. They've established a level of trust, a level of communication and understanding on the campuses to such a degree that I think so many issues have been mitigated simply by them being there and being able to mediate issues. And their relationships with the school staff also has been a tremendous success.
So I'm also not aware of any specific data that we are keeping outside of you know, something that would be a criminal infraction where we would actually take an offense report. But really to add to that, our school resource officers work very closely with the administration, so much so that, you know, an administration in one school, I have found, it may not be the same from school to school. And so sometimes, I've got my commander that oversees this program, sometimes I have had to remove a specific SRO that may fit in a little bit better with this administration and put this one here. We've had to do a little bit of shuffling around. So we seek to make sure that there's a good fit. So I would imagine that some of the, you know, the requirements that one school might ask for may not be the same in others, but we would be willing to work with you if that's something that you would want us to provide. But I'm not aware of anything currently.
I'll let some other people ask questions. I know I have more, so.
Okay, no problem. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Chiefs, thank you for being here. It shows that you guys are definitely dedicated and in this collaboration process with our school safety vision that we are hoping to do in the future. I do have a couple questions when it comes to the current model where it's at. Chief, I know that you said that the SSO, given your staffing, might be one of the options that you have to defer to, but if we were looking forward fiscal year 26, talking about applying towards a safety grant, as Director Kurtenbach just outlined, how would that impact your staffing and later on translate into the model that we kind of see in the school district?
So just to kind of give you a glimpse, we have been about on any given day, about 8 to 10% vacancies within our department. We're talking about sworn vacancies. That has been consistent for the last 5 years. And we're just talking in terms of vacancies, what we have right now. And if I were to be asked, we need more officers in addition to that. So again, for me to say that I can tell you that I can put a school resource officer as part of their daily function in a school at any point in time in the next couple of years, I'm not in a position to tell you that today. What I can tell you is that we will work very hard. This program is at least an option for us to address a need. I believe in the need, and I can commit to you that I will find the right people to fill those positions.
Thank you. I do understand that even though you are using SSO for the campuses that we have in Glendale, you do offer your officers to have a marked patrol vehicle as a visual deterrence as well as a resource to your SSOs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think that, Chief, I think that we were talking a while ago about would you be offering the same as far as if you had to go more into the SSO model, given staffing issues moving forward, would that be something that you would be open to as well?
We would absolutely be open to that. In fact, we would encourage it.
So I'll answer that for you as well, just so we're on the same page. But yes, we would be very much open to it. We are committed, you know, it's one of the council's initiatives to protect our children and make sure we have safe schools. And if I can just add to that, because I think this is an important piece also, understand that my friend to my left, he and I represent two agencies that collaboratively work together seamlessly day in and day out. They have a real-time crime center. We're getting ready to launch ours in the next 2 weeks. They currently have an IGA with Peoria Unified to have access to the cameras. We seek our own to ensure that, although identical in functionality, we want to make sure we are accountable to you as a police department, and we don't want to rely solely on theirs. So that's another piece. But understanding that real-time crime center will ensure timely communication. Glendale PD has all of our radio channels. We have Glendale PD's radio channels. We already have several documented cases where we've been able to work seamlessly on incidents on the streets to a great level of success. And I am confident that moving forward, the real-time crime center and the access to the cameras and our communication and collaboration will continue to demonstrate that kind of success to ensure the safe environment in all the schools.
And Chief Rentreri, what if we were to get grant funding for a school safety program, what would that mean to Peoria PD moving forward?
Well, it would be certainly for my budget line, it would be a tremendous help because right now we are shouldering much of the cost in a partnership with Peoria Unified. We're still running with a significant price tag every year. The grant monies will allow me to move or push that money towards other areas of the department. Much like, Chief Brandt talked about, we are at about a 10% vacancy rate. So from an officer standpoint, resource standpoint, that money could go to dedicating officers in other areas of the department to serve the city.
I think you mentioned, Chief Venturi, that we have 11 SROs for Peoria campuses, and we're looking at 2 additional next fiscal year.
Correct.
So if we were to apply for the school safety grant, what I'm hearing you say is that that would allow you to deploy more resources back into the community, kind of just like this circular, like we're getting more school safety, we're getting safety on campuses, and you're enjoying more tools,
Absolutely.
essentially.
Correct, yes. It's supporting the community as a whole. To use the term holistic, I guess would probably be the best way from a law enforcement standpoint, yeah.
Do either of you chiefs have any things that are happening on the horizon that would help us in determining either policies or grant seeking that's happening within your guys' jurisdictions or departments that we need to be aware of? Obviously, manpower being an issue, but if there are any other changes that you guys see on the horizons with your agencies?
Not necessarily changes. Well, I guess it would be a change. So as I mentioned, I'm an interim police chief, 2 weeks into the job, by the way. My hope is obviously to stick around. We've implemented a very aggressive hiring plan. So I want to commit to you that I hope to be here, first of all, in 2 years. But to really be able to maybe stand before you in 2 years and be in a different position than I am today. I think that, in 2 years, if I can do some of the things that I'm hoping to do, we will be able to commit that, the sort of resources I know that the chief is talking about. We're just not there today, but we're working towards that, and I hope that within the next couple of years, we'll be in a different position, so.
Coming from a family of educators, in fact, my wife is a teacher, my sister's a teacher, my mother was a teacher. I recognize the importance and the value of the educational system and the environment that it provides for our students and our children, not just from an academic standpoint. I wish I had school resource officers that I could have deferred to or that I could have developed relationship with to get a really good understanding of what law enforcement was like. I didn't necessarily have that, and I had sort of a skewed look at law enforcement growing up because of the environment I was in. But over time and through maturity and growth and understanding, I got to see exactly what value they brought, what law enforcement means to a community. And now as the chief of police for the Peoria Police Department, I could tell you wholeheartedly that I encourage my folks to seek out every day with passion, pride, and purpose in everything we do to ensure that those that we come across and those we serve in a selfless manner. And that especially, that's resoundingly reflects what our school resource officers do and how they feel about what they do each day. So I'll say this, it's a challenge for us from a budget standpoint in our current setup. I'm not going to pull away from that. We're going to continue. But I'm asking you to consider the grants because it will help us and our community in other areas. But we are still committed to the Peoria Unified School District and our students and our staff to be the safest environment we can make it.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate, again, you guys being here and your collaboration with our district. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I think Clerk Toby took all my, actually, that well-deserved. Thank you for being here. Excuse me. What I'm hearing is that we don't have the officers in Glendale to be able to, even if we did have the grants, you don't have the availability there's openings just for police officers. Am I hearing that we don't have the staff to fill those if we were to get grants in Glendale?
So you're asking me, could I take a full-time police officer if you were to get a grant and put them in a school? And the answer is no. I've got 30 vacancies right now today that I need to fill first to really fill my patrol division and other specialties within the department. I can tell you that there are 2 SLO vacancies that would be filled as part of that. But when we're talking about the SLO position for us in Glendale, you're talking about 3 people for 62 schools. So I don't think that would necessarily give you the sort of ratio that I think this district is interested in. 2 years from now, I hope to be in a different position. I'm going to hope to ask for more officers anyways. So in a couple of years, when I can get through that gap, I think I support it. I can't do it right now.
Okay, thank you. And unless I missed something, the gentleman that presented before, you both were up there, can we pull from another program to get officers when we don't have police officers in Glendale? Does that make sense? Because I heard him say that we could look into retired police officers. We could pull from other jurisdictions.
May I add something to that?
Yes, please.
So, we have also talked about the SSO, the acronyms. So that is primarily an opportunity for an off-duty Glendale police officer, for example, in Glendale schools. So I hope that you understand, when we're talking about their days off and the off-duty abilities, that doesn't have any sort of impact on the operation. We've been working through maybe some small contract challenges, getting the other party that works through the state to sign our off-duty contract. And when that happens, and I believe that it will, when that happens, you'll have Glendale police officers working in those schools. Right now, there may be an officer from other cities working in Glendale until we can get that done with our off-duty agreement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to put a shout out also. My kids were both raised in this district, and the Cactus SRO officer, I don't think that was his title then. I don't remember what it was, but he also was a coach before he was, the officer on that campus, and he built tremendous relationships. I think so much so, the last I heard, I think he has his mom working on that campus, and a sister, a sister-in-law, something like that. So they're valuable. The relationships are invaluable to the kids on our campuses. So thank you for what you do.
Is he still a police officer, by the way?
I don't know. It's
Okay,
been a number of years.
I believe it's Ryan Enos.
It is.
And he actually works in our real-time crime center. So he's one of those folks that's behind the cameras and could potentially protect the schools. So,
Right on. Yeah, excellent relationships, and again, pulled other even employees into our district. So yeah, just kudos to you guys. I don't even know really what to say, but we honor you for what you do. Thank you.
Are you good? Or, okay, I was going to ask a question, so I just wanted to make sure. So I know the IGAs for both of your guys' cities, it says that they may need to be redone by this coming May for the next contractual year. So I just wanted to see how that could work. I don't know, Dr. Summers, maybe the question to you, if we're reapplying for the grant next year in 2026, what could we do with the IGA with the time frame of that too?
President Ricks, governing board members, I'm going to actually ask Mr. Molino to weigh in on that, and I'll add a quick layer to that with his response.
President Ricks, Dr. Summers, governing board and chiefs, for the Peoria Police Department IGA, that IGA is being drafted and finalized within the Peoria Police Department right now. It'll be going to legal review here in the next probably 30 days, and we will finalize and bring it back to the board for consideration, hopefully by the second meeting of April or first meeting of May. And we're also working with, as the chief mentioned, the MOU with the City of Peoria Police Department for the Real-Time Crime Center. That one has gone through legal review and will be coming to the board hopefully maybe the May 27th meeting or the first meeting in April. And then the yearly review and renewal for the City of Glendale Police Department, that will be coming to the board also, probably second meeting in May. I believe that at this time, adding language, I think the language would be there if we make changes or we're already working, we started working with Peoria Police Department with the chief about 6 or 9 months ago in regards to what is that long-term planning for the next cycle of the school safety grant application. So we've been working with both departments over the last 9 to 12 months and just preparing of when that window opens in March of 2026, so that we're lockstep in regards to the needs of both departments in the school district at that point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Molino. Is that good with you guys too? Okay.
President Rooks, if I may, so the extra layer that I wanted to put out there, and actually it may be a question if it's okay with Director Kurtenbach also here. So our understanding is that given our current funding state of the SROs that we are employing as part of this IGA, would those staff, would those SROs be eligible to be funded by a new revised school safety program grant? Okay. So I think that's something that I've heard different perspectives on.
I appreciate it. Yes, I was trying to understand that concept so that we can help with the costs. So, yes.
And if I may, Dr. Summers, members of the governing board, under the current IGA with both the city of Peoria and the city of Glendale, Peoria Unified's portion from our budget is $660,000 a year, just so you have that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Yes, I appreciate that. So hopefully cost savings on both sides would be nice. Yes, Ms. Ewing.
Yes, I had a question. So, given this in Glendale, that you don't have the staff, should all the stars align. Part of the safety grant is also social workers. And so while we don't have those SROs actually in because I think it's 1 for every 10 right now, I think in Glendale, or I don't know if that's quite the model. But what can we be doing as a board, providing that social worker who can also, or mental health counselor, work in conjunction with you to really be able to, I know they have different roles, but being able to have that extra person there to be able to help, whether it's our SLOs actually, or when we have the SROs or SSOs covering a greater number of schools, having those social worker, mental health counselors on campus to provide kind of I don't know if you'd call it a backup, but just an additional layer for you guys.
So definitely not my area of expertise for sure. And what I will tell you is having that ability to provide resources is fantastic. I also failed to mention something earlier. We often want an officer in the school as an SRO, but I also want you to know that within the city of Glendale, each and every beat officer has assigned schools. So every patrol squad has assigned schools. We've also assigned schools to our traffic officers. So I have an expectation of those officers to check in with the school, to at least get to know the administration, get to know perhaps somebody within the school that is providing the sort of resources that you're talking about. But it's important for me to get the beat officers also engaged with the schools, have that clear understanding, and from a traffic standpoint, really the same thing. So we're going to continue to push that as well, and any relationship that we can have with somebody that can provide additional resources, I would certainly support that.
Great, thank you.
Clerk Tovey,
Just
your question?
one clarification point, and maybe Mrs. Bowles will answer the question that you were asking, but if we apply for, and maybe Director Kurtenbach can answer this as well, if we apply for a safety grant at a certain school in Glendale that can't be staffed with a dedicated full-time officer, those funds would be able to be used in a SSO model. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you staying here, sir. And so is that what you were kind of getting at, Ms. Bowles, as far as we can still use those monies, those dollars? Perfect. No, again, thank you, and we appreciate your time here.
Yes, thank you for being here this evening, and I appreciate everything you guys do for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Drive safe, not weather. Yes. Moving on to 2.3 Facilities Master Planning Program Update. Mr. Molino, hi.
President Rhodes, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests will be providing the board with an update on a few aspects of the Facilities Master Planning Program. The update will consist of a draft timeline and an update on the current active tasks. During the January 23rd, 2025 governing board meeting, I mentioned that we were in step 2 and that if during this step in the next 6 weeks, we could formalize a proposal and a corresponding action plan that we could act on and implement successfully. And the key word here is successfully. This spring and summer, we would bring forward a recommendation to the governing board on March 13th. We are on March 13th, and at this point, we are not able to make a recommendation for action at this time that can be implemented successfully this spring and this summer. What was the option for phase 2 will now become phase 1. In this timeline, we would expect to bring forward a recommendation to the governing board sometime during the fall of 2025 with implementation for the 26-27 school year. For current action items, we have hired an appraisal firm and provided them with the artifacts that they requested for the appraisal of this property. We are waiting for their formal appraisal, and we should receive that within the next few weeks. We're also evaluating space requirements for both programs, schools, and departments. This includes the space requirements for relocating the entire district office and projected relocation costs. And lastly, we are continuing to have communication with possible outside agencies that have expressed interest in leasing district-owned spaces. At this time, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. We do not have public comment time to this line item, so Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I know that, I'm sure this will all come with further conversations, but I know that class size continues to be a big community concern, particularly up north where our schools are more overpopulated. So I'm just asking that as we move forward, if when we're talking about how we repurpose spaces and so forth, if there can just always be that factor put in there on how does this particular decision, how does it impact class sizes and so forth. I know that we're looking at a lot of things, but I just, I know that's the question I continue to get asked by community members is how is this going to impact class sizes, so.
Before answer, Ms. Ewing, at the last meeting, I know it was
I know when you
late.
requested it.
I requested it,
Yes.
so yes, I just want to make sure you knew that part.
Yeah, I
so-
remembered, so
okay.
yes.
Sorry,
So
Ms.
thank
Molino.
you.
Go ahead.
President Rhodes and Mrs. Ewing, yes, that is one of the data points that we look at. And in working with Mr. Moss, as we look at boundary changes, how those will impact, not just the school enrollment and capacity, but down to the grade level. So and then we work with human resources in regards to the staffing, and we assess all those pieces in that data assessment.
Okay, great, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
I believe it was, so this fall we'll have stage 1 essentially continue into the fall and for discussion and possible implementation for the 26-27 school year. Is that what I'm understanding, sir?
Correct, sir. The plan would be, President Rooks, Mr. Toby, that what we bring to you in the fall would be almost a full package of all the changes to include boundary changes. If we're looking at future construction, the impact of that, the impact of transportation, along just the entire package. And we're going to also in area 1 and 2, changes to schools, and that could include closures and moving schools and departments.
And I know that at the very beginning of the year, we had a very ambitious timeline for this project initially. But could you just elaborate a little bit on or touch on a little bit about what were some of the hurdles that caused us to say, hey, we need to hit pause here and push it to the fall?
There's, I'd say probably the 2 main ones are staffing capacity, as there's a lot of project planning that needs to happen to actually successfully do this. And then the other piece is the impact to the schools in the community, especially with contracts coming out. Once we start naming schools and making changes, if the plan is not 100% flushed out with all the impact and repercussions, and not thinking what, we may want to make one change, but that one change is going to have repercussions down the line, especially when we're changing boundaries. So it's not just the impact of one community, it's the neighboring communities. And in the short timeline, the last 6 weeks, we did not feel that we could do something or bring a recommendation to the board that we could stand behind and say, if we move forward at this time, we can do this successfully.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that there is wisdom in taking our time to do it right, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who are breathing a little easier right now as far as not having to wait on some of this information. So I think you're absolutely correct, sir. But thank you for this, and I look forward to hopefully finding out what that looks like in the fall. So appreciate that.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
Thank you, and I will spirit again of Clerk Toby that taking our time makes sense. It just makes sense right now, and I appreciate that. I do have one question. Do you have, I heard you say that we have an appraisal coming up in the next, but I didn't hear how long. Do we have an idea of a month, 2 months?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, we expect to receive that appraisal within probably the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one other question.
Yes,
I don't want to
Clerk Toby.
interrupt.
It's fine, go ahead.
And this might be getting ahead of myself, but as part of that appraisal, you know what? I'm going to save it for the appraisal when it comes to the board. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, that was one of the questions I was going to ask was the appraisal. So I'll just go to my next one. Are we, in the developing of the plans, can we also keep a lookout on, I know you mentioned leasing, but maybe land swaps with the city, and then looking at partnership with the city for some of the lands that they might have to utilize to build a high school on? I know that that's kind of been brought up in the past, and so I just want to keep that at the forefront and not lose that partnership with the city for that chance.
President Rooks, that is one of the items on our list that when we come back to the board, that we expect to have part of the plan.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Ms.
Oh, yes,
President
go
Rooks,
ahead.
I have
Ms.
one more
Ewing.
question. And I don't know that we would meet this criteria, but I know that and I forget what it is, but the state has, like when they look at a district as a whole and they say, yes, we can see this district is bursting at the seams and we'll provide funds to you, would with any of this, would we meet that criteria? I kind of feel like Peoria is just so expansive that any particular change, unless it was really drastic, we wouldn't meet that criteria to obtain monies from the state to be able to go towards building a new school.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I believe you're referring to the school's facility oversight board, and they view that the district as a whole in regards to capacity for all the schools and available seats. So as long as we have, as the quantity of empty seats that we have in areas 1 and 2, that will not help us in getting school facilities oversight board funding to build a school in area 4, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have further questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Molino, for the update in the PowerPoint, I appreciate it. Moving on to 2.4, fiscal year 2026 budget development and compensation recommendations. Ms. Myers.
Going to launch the correct presentation. Good
Great, thank you.
afternoon/evening. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet and community, thank you very much for the opportunity to present an update on fiscal year 2026 budget development and compensation recommendations this evening. And we'll go ahead and expand to the full screen, please. Thank you very much. Tonight's presentation is a continuation of information that was shared on February 27th and will include fiscal year 2026 compensation recommendations. This is the third budget and finance presentation since January 9th. Tonight, administration will share compensation recommendations for fiscal year 2026 that can be considered for action at our next governing board meeting on March 27th. Each year, when the district develops the budget, there is input from a budget team that is comprised of 30-plus employee stakeholders throughout the district. The team has met 3 times this year, and at the last meeting, a number of compensation-related recommendations were approved. The budget team consists of certified teachers, other certified staff, including related service providers, classified staff, and administrators. And Mrs. Vesely and I have facilitated the budget team for several years. M&O funding is based on current year enrollment, and capital funding is based on prior year enrollment. On this slide, you will see a summary of the projected M&O and capital funding for fiscal year 2025 as well as fiscal year 2026. And you'll note that for fiscal year 2025, the budget was initially developed with the expectation that we would have a reduction in enrollment of 350 students. That number has turned out to be closer to 1,000 this year, which has impacted our original budget pro forma. I've shared this information with you before, where we initially thought we would have $2.2 million of new funding, and that's actually been reduced to $640,000. And this has resulted in an ongoing plan to absorb that reduction. Also, for fiscal year 2026, we are expecting a decline of another 1,000 students. So I've shared that again before. That will reduce our M&O budget by $1.5 million and will actually result in negative new revenue next year, as detailed on this slide, as well as we're now seeing a reduction and a decline in our capital funding with our pro forma, not only for this year with the adjusted budget, but also for next year. And so on February 27th, administration shared information regarding the M&O and capital budget balance carry forwards that have grown in recent years, and we provided some background on why that was the case, including the availability of ESSER federal grant funding, which was utilized to cover certain M&O and capital eligible purchases from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2025, as well as one-time funding increases from the state of Arizona, the 20 by 2020 funding, et cetera. And so that resulted in a budget balance carry forward in both M&O and capital growing to $64.1 million in combination. The reason why I'm highlighting that is, as I mentioned at the last board meeting, that's going to be a mechanism that we'll look to for the new year, because as is the case for a majority of districts in Maricopa County and the state as a whole, public school districts are seeing an enrollment decline. And we're not unique to the scenario, and as funding is being reduced, in order to balance the budget, you need to either reduce expenditures or utilize a budget balance carry forward as a one-time funding mechanism, and that's what's embedded in some of the recommendations tonight and what I've shared at past meetings. And this slide summarizes what you've seen before. It's an update. We're actually providing information in real time as we go through budget development, working with the budget team and administration, so sometimes there's a slight adjustment from the last meeting. But what this slide details is that as the district works to align expenditures, operations, and facility utilization to our enrollment levels, the budget balance carry forward and maintenance and operations for fiscal year 2026 will cover an estimated $6.4 million of new expenditures that we've either highlighted at the past meeting or we brought forward tonight, as well as to cover compensation, fixed and variable expense increases. In addition, $6.7 million of the district's annual insurance contribution to Valley Schools, and there's a presentation later in the meeting, will be reduced for our Valley Schools employee benefit group, a one-time reduction utilizing some of the net position we have with the employee benefit group. And we're going to be moving in an ongoing manner a large portion of our instructional aid costs that have increased in recent years to our Medicaid and public schools fund. This next slide illustrates the estimated impact on the maintenance and operations and capital budget balance carry forward over the next couple of years based on previously detailed budget commitments that we've shared with you from capital, things like the Lake Pleasant building, technology, the Liberty building as an example for capital, and then for our M&O, some of the priorities that we've highlighted in the past. We're now going to actually program in for the M&O budget balance carry forward a number of these compensation recommendations this evening as a funding mechanism for next year. And I'll now cover compensation recommendations from the budget team and administration for fiscal year 2026. I've previously shared this slide to summarize percent increases in recent years, year to date. And again, it's been supported by additional funding from the state, including the restoration of inflation funding, the 20 by 2020 initiative from Governor Ducey in recent years, as well as some one-time funding. And basically want to draw your attention to last year, where we had a 2% increase to the base, and you'll see something very similar for fiscal year 2026 as part of the recommendation. Additional information here on this slide, if we look back where we have asterisks over the last few years where there has been an add-on or an incentive based on years of service and tenure. So I've now highlighted those asterisks here on this separate slide where you'll see, especially in fiscal year 2022 and 2024, there was an additional increase to the percent increase to the base, which is important because based on an employee's years of service, they might have experienced compression a number of years ago. By adding on an additional percentage, that brings their base level up. That's then eligible for future raises. So that was an effort by the budget team and administration in recent years to try to address compression, which has been an ongoing priority for our budget team. And so an illustrative example on this slide, I shared it at the last meeting, a 1% increase to the base from M&O costs $1.6 million. Now, grant-funded positions and cash-controlled positions would have to match that cost. I'm speaking specifically to M&O, and a 2% raise is $3.2 million. And again, we're going to look at our carry forward as a funding source for this type of a raise. The budget team met on Monday and took action with administration to recommend a 2% increase for fiscal year 2026. Each employee group detailed on this slide will receive that increase to the base. There are some criteria based in policy that for an employee to be eligible for the raise, they needed to be employed at least 50% of the year. So we always use January 31st as that demark of 50% of the year. Estimated cost from M&O is $3.2 million. Moving on this slide, I shared it on February 27th, illustrative example of 3 employee types on what a 2% raise looks like to the base. We have classified staff member and administrator, and I'll just remind the governing board that for teachers, in addition to their base increase, they're eligible for increased compensation from the classroom site fund. And so we'll move into that conversation next. At the last board meeting, I shared this historical review of percentage increases to the classroom site fund portion of an eligible employee's compensation. And as you can see in recent years, that percent increase has grown, and in part that's because the per student amount of funding, and we looked at this analysis at the last meeting, has gone up. That started around fiscal year 2022, and the reason in part why that happened was the eligibility for classroom site fund utilization also expanded from not just a classroom teacher, function 1,000 with a class roster, but also function 2,100 employees for student services. So it was expanded, that per student amount increased. And so we accordingly started increasing some of our compensation initiatives in alignment with that. But also as I speak to that expansion, for a number of years prior to the expansion by the legislature, Peoria Unified did treat a certain population of employees in a similar manner to who was eligible for classroom site fund compensation. And in 2019, as we looked at this review, we said we're going to keep supporting those employees. Coach and instructional coach is a perfect example of that, function 2,200, but paying them from M&O. So every time we would give a raise from classroom site fund, those same, what we call legacy employees, received an equivalent increase from M&O. And so I just want to remind the governing board of that, because we'll look at the impact of recommendations over the next few slides, not only being funded from classroom site fund, but for those legacy employees from M&O as well. So leading up to the work this year, we'll do a reflection looking back that the budget team in recent years had enhancements and initiatives, and then that becomes the starting point for this year, including the placement schedule for a certified teacher. Where should that be, as well as what percent increase looked at a range of 10 to 25%, a monetary add-on like we had in years past to address compression. We have a protected day, that's very important for our eligible staff. The continuation of that's always a priority each year. And then performance pay. There was an enhancement last year. The question was, do we want to look at an enhancement this year? Those are some examples of priorities coming into the work by the budget team. This next slide details the cost of a % increase to the classroom site fund portion of an eligible employee's compensation. And the budget team reviewed the associated costs. Now you'll note that it does say updated here on this far right slide. This table has been updated because at one point earlier on when we were looking at this in past meetings and some of the work with the budget team, we had some vacancy positions included in our cost analysis, and that's been updated now to have simply those who would be eligible for the raise, i.e. they've been here 50% of the year. So I just want to draw your attention to that. So the budget team did review options, 10%, 15%, and took action on Monday to recommend a 15% increase to the classroom site fund portion of a certified classroom teacher's salary. You'll note that the average increase at that percent level is $1,028.16, as well as our 2,100 eligible employees. The average increase with the 15% is $1,030.31, as you'll note, reading across the 15% and then the average increase column. The combined cost for function 1,000-2,100 from classroom site fund would be $2.5 million. Moving on, again, those legacy employees, so important, function 2,200, and the irony is there were some 2,100 function employees prior to 2020 with the expansion that received the M&O equivalent, but I've shared before, there's a supplement versus supplant requirement, so if someone received M&O, you can't then move them in to classroom site fund, so we have this demarc of some 2,100 employees being in classroom site fund, a small portion still in M&O. But again, the recommendation was to treat those employees equally, 15% increase to the portion of the compensation from classroom site fund, or in this case, the equivalent. The average increase would be $1,036 for a function 2,100 employee and $997 for a function 2,200 employee, with a respective combined cost from M&O, or in this case, M&O carry forward of $143,000. So those were the recommendations we're bringing forward to share with the governing board this evening. And again, the fiscal year 2026 classroom site fund percentage increase would support all of those employee groups, treating all groups equally. And so then on Monday, the budget team also took action to recommend the continuation of the protected day for eligible staff, and it was expanded last year to include nurses, LPNs, and certain related services staff. And the estimated cost of the ongoing day, so it's an ongoing programmed expenditure, is $714,000. Also, there was a decision not to take any action this last Monday on any performance pay enhancements, so we don't have anything to share tonight in that area. And so again, we'll now look at classroom site fund as an option for a monetary add-on or increase for eligible employees. So there's the percent increase, but then a monetary add-on that's also being recommended for fiscal year 2026. And what we've done in the last couple of years, we've used this to address compression. For fiscal year 2024, there was an increase ranging from $1,250 to $2,000 based on years of service. We actually looked at the middle band with that particular recommendation of employees with 4 to 20 years of service from classroom site fund or the equivalent. And then last year, again, there was action to basically add $300 to an employee with 4+ years of service from classroom site fund. And I highlight where we've been because we're going to look at what the recommendation is for next year. But I do want to draw your attention. This wasn't a one-time add-on. It's continuous. So the next year, that same amount rolls forward and can then be subject to the percent raise. Following year, it compounds. So the budget team has made a recommendation for an increase ranging from $500 to $2,000 based on the employee's years of service. And you'll note, again, function 1,000 to 2,100 function codes, and will also include the M&O legacy employees as well. When we provided information at the last board meeting, we had a 0 to 15 band, starting at 1,000, and then 1,500, and then 2,000. The team thought it was important to break apart that 0 through 15 into two components, and to then have a $500 and a $1,000 amount. So that was the recommendation, and that's why this looks a little different from the last meeting. The classroom site fund cost would be $2.1 million, and the M&O cost would be $177,000. Four examples are included on this slide that demonstrates, based on a teacher's tenure with the district, ranging from a hire date of 2024 to 2019. And the reason why we have 2024 in there, the team said 0, not being with us 1 year. So anyone who was hired this year would be included. So 2024 to 1999 is the start dates in this example. 2% increase to the base, 15% to the classroom site fund portion of the employee's salary, with that range of $500 to $2,000 as an add-on based on years of service. And you'll see that the actual increase in compensation accordingly ranges from $2,153 to $4,485 with that 1999 hire. So basically, based on the years with the district, the employee's tenure, the raise would be increased. This next slide highlights the cost of the classroom site fund initiatives. The budget team and administration are recommending the estimated cost of the 15% increase to the portion of the eligible employee salary that's funded by classroom site fund for the $500 to $2,000 monetary add-on based on years of service would cost $4.6 million. And with these enhancements, you'll start to see over the next few years the budget balance carry forward and classroom site fund start to draw down. Now, there's one more meeting, and I'll speak to that later in the presentation, but depending on where the final recommendations land, this is an illustrative example of $8 million of new spending. Knowing that we have declining enrollment, we do believe that the per student amount will increase for next year. That amount rather is going to come out on, I believe, March 31st. That's the date is published. But the conclusion is decline in enrollment. Yes, there's an increase per student, but it's going to be pretty flat from a revenue perspective. So we know that that budget balance carry forward is going to support not only the initiatives made recommended for next year, but any recommendations the following year and so on. So just to draw your attention to that. And we've looked at this before, and when we had our January 9th meeting, I believe we actually had information going back to 2018 through 2024. And so with that, we'll now look at certified placement schedule recommendations. On this slide, we have 3 examples of our historical placement schedules, and increasing teacher pay has been a priority for many years with the budget team and administration. And you'll note, looking at fiscal year 2020, the beginning certified teacher salary at that point in time was $34,678.80. Then, in fiscal year 2021, the amount increased to $40,114. And in fiscal year 2023, the district was able to increase the starting teacher salary again to $48,000. And then last year, there was extensive discussion related to where the salary schedule for a certified teacher should be and the amount that it should be increased. And so scenarios were looked at. $52,000 was considered, but ultimately $51,000 was the recommended amount, and accordingly, the placement schedule was updated. This year, the placement schedule continued to be a priority, and the budget team and administration did a review, and the recommendation is to bring that schedule up to $52,000. We looked at surrounding sister district schedules to see where we were, and even though we've become much more competitive than in years past, we don't want to lose that momentum because we know it's the dance of recruiting and retaining. And so the recommendation is $52,000 is going to be funded by a classroom site fund. And what we believe is with attrition, with some of the higher compensated employees retiring in the next year, this year, et cetera, a lot of that's just going to be absorbed through attrition. That's the budget impact. Classified hourly schedule. We'll now talk a little bit about recommendations in this area. The classified hourly placement schedule was last updated on December 12th, 2024 to recommend the new minimum wage of $14.70 that went into effect on January 1st, 2025. And when we brought this forward to the governing board in December, the administration also recommended at that point in time not to allow the grades to collapse. And what I mean by that, any amount that was below 1470 had to be brought up. But oftentimes when you have an increase for minimum wage, 4 or 5 grades are brought up to that minimum wage. So for instance, you might have had grades 5 through 8 at 1470. So there's always this percent incremental spread between grades. And so we made the recommendation, keep that spread intact. So 1470 was the new minimum wage for grade 5, and then that percent rateable increase that had existed was maintained with 1470 being the starting point. That was the recommendation at that point in time. We've also been told, we've had compensation studies in the past and consultants who've looked at our placement schedules. It's always important as you give raises to existing employees not to forget your placement schedule for hiring new staff. Otherwise, they can get out of sync, and then you're trying to make big jumps, and it becomes hard to recruit. And so it's a best practice to periodically update a placement schedule to reflect staff raises and to ensure there's not a disconnect over time. And it's interesting, we looked at the percentage of employees who've been with the district for a number of years, and over 50% of the district's classified hourly staff have been with Peoria Unified less than 3 years. So we know that's an area where we tend to have transition, and we're regularly hiring new team members. We also know we have significant competition, not only from other school districts, but also from industry, from the resorts that are being built, from the TSMC chip plant. It's amazing to see the growth in the valley, but that also means competition, especially for our classified hourly staff. So we talked about the need to ensure we're adjusting the placement schedule and to assist with recruiting efforts. The budget team and administration is recommending that the classified hourly placement schedule be increased 5%. The governing board has also previously shared that bus driver compensation, in addition to teacher compensation, was a priority, and the budget team has been working with that priority and is part of our recommendations this evening. And Mr. Molino has previously shared information with the governing board regarding challenges that the district has faced with bus driver staffing. District administration has also compiled and reviewed bus driver compensation in Peoria Unified compared to other districts to identify a compensation increase and related hourly amount that would make the district more competitive. This information was shared with the budget team on Monday, and the new salary schedule that's being recommended has a $24 an hour starting wage to be funded from both the additional $500,000 amount that we've prioritized and earmarked, and I shared with the governing board previously, as well as some vacant positions and related efficiencies in operations that Mr. Molino has identified. And I'd like to, at this point, ask Mr. Molino, is there any additional information you'd like to share?
President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, Ms. Myers, thank you for the opportunity. We have, I don't know, over the last few years, looked at this data, looked at the market value for commercial driver's licenses or bus drivers with CDL, and looking at the market, not just within the public sector and school districts, but also within corporate. And believe we have found a good balance or good midpoint right in between the two. It doesn't put us at the high end of the public sector, but it puts us in that high-end range. And we know that we can't compete with corporate, but it really gets us close to it, especially with drivers with experience. I believe this is a good starting point, along with the other changes within the transportation department and other factors that we're looking at to increase recruitment and work on retention. And then the other parts that we're looking at, if you see towards the top and highlighted in yellow, sub-drivers and activity drivers, We're including those categories of drivers in this placement schedule. And then activity drivers is a new type of position. And the intent of that position is to fill field trips and athletic events. That way we'll have 10 dedicated drivers towards that category, and that will offset the amount of hours that regular bus drivers, to keep their driving hours down, to just increase safety and not cross that hour limit. And then I would also, activity drivers give us the opportunity to attract other drivers that may not necessarily want to drive every day, or that don't want to drive that early morning or afternoon routes, since most of the field trips and athletic events are in the evenings.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. The budget team and administration reviewed additional placement schedules at the March 10th budget team meeting. Over 36% of the district's classified exempt staff have been with the district less than 3 years, so a similar pattern to our classified hourly employees. And again, there's significant competition for this employee group from other employers surrounding Peoria Unified. To assist with recruiting efforts, the budget team and administration is recommending that the classified exempt placement schedule be increased by 5%. Additionally, schedules were reviewed for the board certified behavior analyst placement schedule, and accordingly a 2% increase to mirror the recommended increase to the base for existing employees is being recommended for next year. A 5% increase is being recommended for the school nurse schedule to enhance the district's ability to hire for these types of positions. Again, the majority being funded through attrition, but we have been challenged to hire nurses and have had to rely oftentimes on a contracted nurse, so there's a cost savings being able to hire our own employees, such an important employee group for the district. A 2% increase is recommended for the certified occupational therapist and physical therapist placement schedule, again, to align with the raise. And in addition, a 2% increase is recommended for the certified school psychologist placement schedule. A 2% increase is also being recommended for the certified school psychologist placement schedule to align with the proposed 2% increase to the base for eligible existing employees. So again, all of the budget recommendations that have been shared to date for fiscal year 2026 are going to be supported from M&O budget balance carry forward, as well as the one-time savings we're going to experience from reduced payment for our medical insurance contribution for fiscal year 2026, totaling $6.7 million, and again, the ongoing use of Medicaid in public schools for our instructional aides. And the salary schedule increases will be funded through attrition and not the budget balance carry forward. The budget team and administration is also recommending a $500 retention stipend for classified hourly staff who are employed in fiscal year 2025 and who are eligible to receive a LORA, which is a letter of reasonable assurance, that return their LORA on time and report to their new year work assignment on time. In years past, we've recommended a retention stipend for all employee groups. They're very expensive. They've not been an ongoing commitment. They're year by year. They're evaluated annually for continuing the retention stipend. The team felt for our classified hourly employees, it was very important to maintain the retention stipend for that group. And accordingly, it was recommended that it be put in place. The estimated cost from M&O budget balance carry forward is $780,000. So you can see how it's a very expensive compensation enhancement. And so with that, remaining areas of review for the budget team and administration are guidance counselor salary schedules. We also did not tonight have recommendations related to the mental health professional placement schedule. So that's another schedule that will be looked at, as well as there will be a final review of additional options from Classroom Site Fund that can support addressing the compression of longer-term employees. So that'll be one of the agenda items for Monday, because the team's meeting again right after spring break. And tonight is an opportunity for the governing board to provide feedback and direction as well as the budget team reconvenes on March 24th. So you can see our 3 meetings and the next meeting that's on the books. And so with that, the goal is to bring back to the governing board those final compensation recommendations. We've brought forward probably 95% of the recommendations tonight. So you're aware we've always tried to commit to over 2 meetings, one for discussion and information with a second meeting for final action from the governing board, which we anticipate can be at the March 27th meeting. And with that, that concludes the presentation. Administration is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for the presentation tonight. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
So first off, I just want to say thank you to Kevin and your team with the bus drivers coming up with that innovation of those 2 roles, the activity. I think that's a great way to solve some of the issues. So just want to say, I know when we were having that long discussion with them, one of the things we said is to have some innovative solutions. So I appreciate that. And then Ms. Myers, on the last slide, I believe you said, it's not the last, well, it's the slide 51. When you said the other budget team considerations, I just wanted to make sure I captured that clearly. You guys have a meeting coming up on, I guess it's the Monday after spring break. And yeah, it's a virtual one. And then can you just review again what are the items that you're going to, the budget team will be considering at that time? Because I know you said that you're coming forward with 95% of the recommendations at this time.
Thank you. One open item that will be addressed that the team said we'll look at the next meeting is our guidance counselor salary schedules and any recommended enhancements. The fact that there was an increase to the certified placement schedule. Typically, those 2 schedules somewhat mirror each other, so we want to ensure we're making appropriate recommendations for that group. So that'll be coming back. And I'm just acknowledging that for what's been brought forward tonight, that did not include the mental health professionals placement schedule. And so as appropriate, that would be brought back. And then the third thing is, as we look at budget capacity and classroom site fund and where the final costs with the initial recommendations have landed. And one thing we always share with the budget team, it's somewhat of a fluid process. We bring our updated pro formas in real time, always reserving the right to adjust as we go along. We've removed vacant positions from some of our calculations related to classroom site fund, which is providing a little bit of additional capacity to work with. And so Mrs. Vasily and I are going to be recommending with the budget team, are there some opportunities to support compression with our longer tenured employees? So an example of that might be 15%'s been already approved, but perhaps on years of service, there would be a population that gets 20% and 25% as an illustrative example.
And then is in the counselors or mental health counselors, since we're looking at the licensure to happen for their licensure requirement, do you know if part of that salary schedule would include or would it be up for discussion to include a bump in the salary schedule because those individuals would now have an increased certification, licensure?
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Mrs. Ewing, there has not yet been a discussion, so I can't speak to what will be brought forward, but thank you. Your comment is noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Just skimming through the budget team members seems pretty vast. I don't see anybody from the transportation department unless I missed it. But what was the feedback? Have we shopped this around with the transportation department? What's their feedback on what's been proposed?
Thank you. President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the governing board, I will ask Mr. Molino to provide a response to your question. Thank you.
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, members of the governing board. The transportation department provided names. There were volunteers to sign up to be on the budget team. At the last minute, the first 2 names, they backed down. We asked for additional names. 1 or 2 more people volunteered, and then they backed out also. And by that time, there was only 1 more meeting for the budget team to meet. So sitting in the budget team, there was not a member of the transportation department. I did meet with them last month over about week and a half, 2-week period, both as a group and individually in small group. And I got their feedback and input in regards to what wage they thought would be a competitive one in the market. And the recommendation that will be in front of the board surpasses the wages that they brought to me.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And again, thank you for the presentation. Very comprehensive.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
First of all, thank you. I've had the privilege of looking at other schools' budgets this week, and my goodness, I don't know how you do it, but you do a very good job, and I appreciate that, and our district appreciates you. Kind of a loaded question, and if you can't answer it fully, I'm okay with that, but can you tell me, like, of all, most of the staff you're speaking to are 9-month employees, is that correct?
President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the governing board, may I ask for clarification? When you say 9-month, are you referring to a certified classroom teacher or a classified hourly employee?
Both. Typically, from when I worked in the district, it was 9 months. I mean, it might be a little more than that. Just, I guess, to give the public, because I don't think they always think of that, like it's not a yearly salary, it's actually, 9 months, 10 months.
If I may, President Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the governing board, some of our employees do have a 186-day calendar, and I'll ask Mrs. Vesley to assist me in just a moment, but a majority of our classified staff and administrators have a 248-day calendar, and they're actually 12-month employees for those classified staff. Mrs. Vesley?
Thank you, Mrs. Myers. President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, and members of the board. We do have groups of individuals at our school sites that are classified hourly employees that mirror that of our certified teachers. We also have at the high school level some positions that might be year-round or on maybe a 225-day. Our secretaries at the elementary level are, I think, on a 222-day. So they go into about the second week of June. They come back mid-July. The majority of staff within maintenance and here at the district office are on a 248-day. So there is quite a mix. We also have invited members of all of our classified both hourly and exempt members to be part of the budget team. So there is a nice mix of individuals, both classified, certified, related service providers, and people here from the district office.
Well, it would be fair to say that certified teachers and classified exempt salary employees are 9 months?
If I may, President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, a majority of our exempt classified staff are professional staff, and they're not supporting at the school level, and the majority are that 248-day. But yes, there are employees who mirror the teacher calendar at the school level, but the exempt employees, and I'll look to Mr. Molino because our respective departments have a majority of those staff, the exempt staff, they're more in that professional class.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, within the operations department, all the classified exempt employees are year-round 248 employees.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
So I do have one question, and then we just had a public comment tied in, so I want to make sure I give them time to speak as well. I guess my only thing I want to bring up is last year we had a teacher come and speak in a meeting and just addressing the compression and being concerned about that a new hire coming on would be higher salary than they are at this point. And so I just want to make sure that will be moving forward. That's what we're going to be addressing so that they are fully aware of that situation.
Thank you. President Brooks, members of the governing board, that was actually part of the conversation and some analysis that was conducted. That's one of the reasons why the $1,000 amount was broken into two parts, 500 and 1,000. In addition, with the final work, we have a couple of our team members actually in the audience who are part of the budget team. That's top of mind, especially for our tenured long-term employees, and so we'll be very mindful of that.
Okay, Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the budget team working on some of these compression issues and the bus drivers. I do want to allow the public comment. So you'll have 3 minutes. Jen Harmon. You put 2.4, so that's what we're on right now is the budget development. Are you sure? Okay, great. Okay, does anybody else have any questions or comments? No, all right.
I have a comment.
Okay,
I
go ahead,
recognize
Ms.
some of the
Bowles.
names on your budget team, and they are excellent employees. Just shout out to them.
We have a great group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Moving on to number 3, recess, 3.1 recess. We'll recess for about 5 minutes before we start the regular session at 6:11 p.m. recess. Thank you. I said 5 minutes. Moving on to 5, opening exercises. 5.1, moment of silence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Moving on to 6, address agenda. 6.1, address agenda, consider adoption or recommend changes. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any changes you'd like to make?
Yes, I would like to motion to move 15.6 and 15.7 action items up to consent agenda.
That motion fails. Clerk Toby, do you have any changes you'd like to make?
None for me at this time.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any changes you'd like to make to the regular agenda?
I do. I'd like to motion to table 15.6. Do you need me to say what it is?
Do you want to read it out so it's?
Yep.
Okay.
Consideration and approval of cooperative purchasing agreement renewals for fiscal year 2024, 2025.
Dr. Summers, I just want to make sure if somebody seconds that, are you okay with tabling it till the next meeting?
President Ricks, governing board members, I'd like to defer to Ms. Myers on that.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, oftentimes bring forward cooperatives or purchasing items. They are time sensitive and it can be impactful if there is a delay. I'm certainly happy during the action portion of the agenda to answer any questions you may have at that point in time regarding this action item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
President Ricks, if I may, just to add, it would be, I think, an opportunity to build off of what Ms. Myers just said, to consider, as opposed to removing the item, consider potentially tabling it later on.
Okay. So your request was to motion to table that item, was that correct?
Yes. Can you explain what you mean, Dr. Summers? That
Mrs. Bowles, President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, I would recommend that we have an opportunity to speak to that item before making that decision.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. Rather than table, then I motion to move it, if I can, to 18.1.
Motioning to move it to 18.1, that's other business. So it would just stay where it's at. It's on regular action items. If you move it to 18.1, that's the
That's fine.
very end of the meeting.
I guess what my question is then, where do I move it so we can have a discussion?
It is an action item, so it would be discussed when we get to 15.6. You would be able to have a discussion and ask questions on that item.
The problem I'm having is that it's not the whole item that I would like to table. It's only a few items in that item. Does that make sense?
President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, again, I would recommend that we allow administration opportunity to speak to that item and the different pieces that you're referring to, we can speak to in more detail at that time.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right, so that motion failed. I don't have any changes I'd like to make, so I will make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented tonight.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yea. And I believe we have, is it not present at vote with Ms. Proudfit not attending tonight?
President Ricks, governing board members, Mrs. Prophet will be absent tonight.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 7, recognitions, 7.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests that have joined us this evening. Earlier this month, we celebrated the annual Peoria Arts Festival in downtown Peoria, outside the Peoria City Hall campus. It was wonderful to have all of our board members there in attendance that day, as well as thousands and thousands of members of our community. I know there are many in this room that were able to join us to celebrate the arts that day, and it truly is one of our favorite ways to highlight our talented students and their very hardworking arts educators that do so much to make that event happen and to support our students. At this event, you will see all types of different art mediums, visual art, ceramics, dance, choir, theater, band, and orchestra. And one of the best parts is that our attendees actually have an opportunity to experience it in a very hands-on way. You're seeing many of the photos as I speak this evening, some of the highlights from that event, so many to share and that we've been sharing on social media as well. We are so incredibly proud of this event and proud of all of the dedicated staff members that invest so much time into making this such a memorable and wonderful experience for all of our students. It is also just a wonderful partnership with the city of Peoria, and I am going to get to highlight them here in just a moment. Before I begin, I want to take a quick moment to recognize the leader for our arts education department, none other than Mr. Robert Panzer, who leads that team and is always there to advocate and to support all of our arts educators. He is truly one of the reasons that our arts department is the leading arts education department, I believe, across the state and the nation. Before we recognize him for his work for the festival, I also just want to mention that he was also this year's recipient of the Arizona Thespians Administrator of the Year Award. He was the winner for the West Region, and this recognition is for his leadership in encouraging our district's theater program to be among the best in the state. So if we could just give him a big round of applause. Where's the... I am going to invite him up here to share a little bit more, not only about the festival, but about some of those incredible arts educators that make it all happen. His team that just continues to champion the arts are certainly to be celebrated, and I'd like to mention them and recognize them. I know some of them were able to be here with us tonight, but Mrs. Stacy Hamilton, the program manager, Mrs. Julia Lujan, instructional coach, and Ms. Alex Dillmore, arts education administrative assistant. I want to thank them so much for their hard work. If we can give them a big round of applause. And at this time, I'll invite Mr. Panzer up to share just a little bit more about the festival.
Well, thank you, Danielle, and President Rooks and members of the governing board, Dr. Summers. Thank you for the opportunity even to come up and talk about this. This is an event that truly takes everyone coming together as a district to make happen. And it's not just the one day, but it's all of the preparation that goes into that throughout the whole year. And it's something that really takes all of our educators every single day putting all of their effort into that to make this event come to life. And we're just so proud of all of the work that they did. We actually have a lot of our educators, some of our leadership team here today. We have a special festival leadership team that we actually have that we build, and you see their names recognized up here on the board. We have managers that run our stages, that we have managers that run our experiences, and I would certainly be remiss if I did not recognize them for the work that they do to make this possible. This is an event that is about them, for our community, and they make so much happen on that day, and we're just so proud of them. And we have 4 of our leadership team here tonight, and I'd certainly like to be able to recognize them. We have Miss Sarah Scoggins, we have Miss Kelsey Spears, Hannah Calente, and Mr. Kelly Freeman. Our educators' leadership within the district makes this possible, but it is also an incredible partnership and collaboration that we have with the City of Peoria that makes this all happen. This evening, we actually have some of our City of Peoria team that we collaborate with, actually starting, I think, in, September, where we bring our team together to do that. We have the Director of Arts, Culture, and Library Services, Mrs. Mary Lou Stevens, with us tonight. We have Miss Suzanne Assett and Miss Ruth Williams. 2 other members of their team that are critical in the success of the event are Mr. Bill Moss and Mr. Richard Schultz, and they are a huge part of what makes this all happen for us as a district. We're proud to host and proud to be able to provide this as an opportunity for our community, and we certainly thank you for your support that makes this all happen. And I am certainly here and happy to stand for any questions or any kind of comments about the Arts and Cultural Festival for 2025.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
I do. Thank you so much to your team, all of you, Mr. Panzer. Every year I feel like the Arts and Cultural Festival gets better and better. And I love walking around and seeing all of the great responses from the community. And then, as I mentioned to you, I did get to talk to some of the folks in the City of Peoria main library, since there was exhibitions and stuff actually in the library, that they were very excited to be able to witness some of that artwork. And I love that you were able to, because it was inside, you were able to bring in a lot more detailed artwork that wouldn't be affected by the sun. Thank you to Mr. Toby for helping tear down some things at the end when the wind came up so that there wasn't any danger there. But I really appreciate all of it, and I can't wait to see the new things that's going to happen next year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, any comments?
So when I was touring a local elementary school, one of the teachers, to reward their students, says, "All right, show me a 1-second party," and then they would, woo, you know. You and your staff deserve a week-long party for this. I was there at that event, and I was just utterly amazed, and just the families and the ability to showcase all of our students' hard work, and obviously the teachers and the families behind all of that work. I'm excited for next year. I think this year the layout was great, the weather was great. Yeah, there was a little bit of a wind, but that didn't get in the way of anything, right? So I think that next year will be even better. So very much thank you to you and your team.
Absolutely, thank you. I'm honored to lead them, but it really is the work that they do that makes this a success for the district.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
Yes, first I want to say congratulations. I didn't even know what thespian meant when I took over as president at Cactus High School and started that there, but that's a big, thing. My daughter obviously was involved in that, and my husband was a childhood actor, but that's just not my lane. But thank you, because all of you that are involved in this festival, it's an outlet that we need. I know that through my years in the district that was questioned, but with my students, many of them were more creative than most, and they were the behavior kids. So it's an outlet that we need. We all get enrichment from it, and I appreciate that, and it has grown a lot. I think I said that to Dr. Summers when we were there. I'm like, oh, holy cow. I remember this being at I think it was the stadium for the baseball stadium. I cannot remember the name. I don't know.
Peoria Sports Complex for many years, yes.
Yes, that's what I remember, but it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing, and hearing people talking about, hey, did you go hear that band over there? Did you, it wasn't even their child, but they're like, man, they did really amazing. It was really a lot of fun, so thank you to everyone in the room that participated in that, because I know that was a big feat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Panzer, I was there with my family, and they just enjoyed it. All the different activities that were there, all of the different things that they could go see and look at. It was a great experience, and it was also great to see Dr. Summers there so that he can see this, event put together, and he brought his dog with him too. So that was, yes, everyone got to see Summers with his dog walking around, so that was fun. But yeah, it was just a great experience, and I'm very thankful for what you do with that festival each year so that the families can enjoy seeing their students showcase what they have been working on all year. So thank you to you and your staff and all of the staff at the other schools that put this together, the art teachers, the dance teachers, the theater, the band, the music, all of it. So thank you very much for everything that you do in the festival.
Of course, thank you. I would really also, it is a district-wide event. Our facilities teams become part of that to get the artwork there and the boards there. Our transportation department is able to help supply trucks to load all of the equipment. We had 6 box trucks of equipment this year, but it's just such a critical thing, as Ms. Bowles said, to make sure that we're ensuring these opportunities for kids and to enrich their lives by this. The arts are preparing students for jobs that don't exist yet. That creativity, that problem solving, and that critical thinking that happens in arts classrooms that you saw on display are definitely the tools that we need to prepare our students for in the future. And certainly our educators and myself are proud to lead that.
Yes, thank you to all of them, and also to our city of Peoria for
Absolutely.
partnering. That was great that they offered.
Yes.
So thank you. Moving on to 8, opening public comment. 8.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We will allow 3-minute public comments for this agenda item. First public comment is Marcy Robb.
Thank you and good evening. I'd like to begin by thanking Mr. Toby, Ms. Proudfit, and Ms. Ewing for responding to my question from last week's comment regarding the use of district monies in the lawsuit. I appreciate that. And at the same time, at that time, it was reported to be $216,000, but because of a new public records request, it has been raised to $243,842.28. So that's like $27,000 more. Additionally, at the same meeting, another board member made a statement suggesting that the comments made about this nearly $250,000 expenditure was being taken from maintenance and operations were both, and I quote, disingenuous and inaccurate. And while I don't believe any of that was a personal attack on anybody, I do feel that my integrity was called into question. And so I want to let you know that I take great care in the research that I do before speaking. I understand how important words are, and I understand how important accuracy is. The information that I presented was based on a public records request, and I'm quoting this information that I received from my question. The district, and this is a quote, the district was previously informed that an alleged violation of constitutional rights is not the type of claim covered by VSIG, and that it was also not a covered claim under the district's excess coverage carrier. Due to this, related legal fees were paid by the district from M&O, Maintenance and Operations. VSIG is a self-insured pool, and even if this were a covered claim, the cost to defend it would be charged against Peoria Unified's annual contribution to the pool, which is paid from maintenance and operation funds, end of quote. For clarity, these funds cover critical day-to-day expenses such as benefits, salaries, utilities, transportation, and other services and supplies. These are the resources that directly support our students in the district. So at what point do we draw the line? When will we prioritize the rights and needs of our students over personal ones? The parents in this district deserve to know that their children's education will not be compromised and their hard-earned tax dollars will be spent wisely. We must be transparent and responsible in how we allocate resources that should be dedicated to our students' education and success. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Miss Christine.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and fellow community members. I stand before you as a dedicated educator with over 30 years of service in the Peoria Unified School District, and I'm deeply concerned about the misuse of our district's resources. I know it to be fact that over $240,000 of taxpayer money has been spent defending a lawsuit related to a clear violation of open meeting laws. These funds taken from the district's M&O budget should have been directed toward essential needs like supporting our students in classrooms. Instead, they've been wasted on legal fees tied to a lawsuit initiated by a sitting board member. The legal case has already been lost, yet I understand an appeal is pending, raising the question of how the board can justify continuing to use taxpayer dollars on a fight that has already been ruled unlawful. Instead of defending actions deemed wrong, our focus should be on educating students. Additionally, how can we accept that an elected official is prioritizing personal beliefs over the district's best interests when board members are required to be neutral and inclusive? If the appeal continues, even more taxpayer dollars are at risk, further diverting attention from our district's core mission, student achievement. As outlined in Section D, letter C of ASBA policy under fiscal management, board members are tasked with guiding the expenditure of funds to achieve the greatest educational returns. How does this ongoing legal battle aimed at quoting scripture at board meetings align with this policy and help us achieve those educational returns? Additionally, the same board member has submitted excessive records requests from 2020 to the present, costing the district more than $300,000, again from the M&O budget. These requests, fueled by unfounded conspiracy theories, have consumed valuable resources. Claims of indoctrination, boys and girls restrooms, or critical race theory being taught are entirely unsupported and disconnected from the reality of our district's policies. Despite the lack of evidence, these false narratives continue to drain our resources and harm our community. In doing the math, that's over $500,000 for zero student benefits. This board member is supported by political organizations like Turning Point and First Liberty, which fund their personal legal battles against this very district. This board member was quoted on the First Liberty website stating that quoting scripture is calming and encouraging to her, which seems self-serving to me and begs the question, how would we respond to concerns of Muslim, Jewish, or Mormon teachers quoting from their sacred scriptures before classes? Shouldn't all religious expressions be treated equally? These actions do not serve the interests of our students or our educators. They represent disruptions fueled by political agendas.
Time is up.
And undermine the educational environment.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Laura Tapasan.
So good evening, all. I don't know what happened here exactly, but I would like to address the ongoing discussion regarding the recitation of Bible verses during board meetings, which has once again stirred up controversy. I feel it is important to revisit my previous comments on this matter for clarity. What frustrated me and many about this issue is how it has led to arguments and disrespect among members of our community. Honestly, I'm not as concerned with the act, and I said that before, I'm not as concerned with the act of reading a Bible verse itself, but with how it has escalated into divisive conflict. I do understand that things can spiral into a circus when adults start competing to bring in their own beliefs, whether it's Greek mythology, Hinduism, or the Quran, in a sort of if you do it, I can do it too mentality. This created unnecessary distractions, and most importantly, it took attention away from the real focus on the work here, improving academics, like reading, math, and other essential subjects, as even students have stated. That is why I suggested that it should be taken to the Ninth Circuit Court, which seems to be out of touch with the values held by much of this country when declaring it unconstitutional. Looking back, I believe this whole situation should have never resulted in lawsuits or unnecessary conflict. Perhaps my brief intervention now can help bring clarity to the issue. A suggestion: logically speaking, there is nothing inappropriate or controversial about one board member reading a verse. There is no PUSD policy prohibiting it, nor is there any concern of indoctrination. Students and their families may interpret God in various ways. Some think of Zeus, Vishnu, Buddha, or other deities, and that's perfectly fine. And it is perfectly fine for a verse read during a board comment if there is no policy on that. My opinion, especially since in 2013, PUSD adopted the IHAL teaching about religion and Bible's influence on Western culture. Teachers, instructional because I researched some to see what are we talking about here. Instructional program, curriculum, teacher guide, standards, read the narrative, interesting and compliant with the First Amendment. Let's also acknowledge the phrase you use here, under God, that's part of a Pledge of Allegiance. In God we trust. The national motto, which appears on U.S. currency and required on all U.S. currency since 1955, and the courts have repeatedly affirmed its constitutionality. If the Pledge of Allegiance is unconstitutional, does that mean that the Declaration of Independence is as well? Please let us direct our energy towards productive discussions that advance educational mission rather than allow ourselves to be caught up in unnecessary distractions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, guests. My name is Trina Berg. I'm president of the Peoria Education Association, a parent in this district, and also a teacher in this district. I am here to echo some of the comments that have already been stated tonight. At the beginning of this calendar year, our board had a very long marathon study session. And during that study session, you outlined your priorities. And each one of you had your own priorities. And I feel like everything that you do needs to come back to those priorities. And a lot of you had the same priorities: student achievement, increasing salaries for our educators. Those are a couple of the pretty common ones. The decision to potentially appeal a decision that was already made and cost this district more money in defending the district does not do any of those things. The last board meeting, I mentioned how much money we could have spent on tutoring, and with the new dollar amount that we have right now, we could have had 4,860 hours of tutoring. We could have chose to hire full-time staff at a couple of campuses to really help out, especially early literacy programs. And it would have been a temporary thing because it wouldn't be enough to fully fund them forever. But there are things that money could have been better spent on. I encourage our board to always keep the forefront of your priorities in the front of all your decisions, and not your personal vendettas or personal thing that you want to do to make a point, a political point that has nothing to do with your priorities in this district. Another comment I'd like to say is I appreciate the fact that our public comment went back to 3 minutes. I thought it was incredibly interesting last meeting when public comment went to 1 minute, the social worker comment was 5 minutes, the agenda item was 3 minutes, with no notice. I can only imagine with the prior president, if Sandoval had decided to make public comment 1 minute at a board meeting, there would have been a tremendous uproar. People would have been very upset. People would have felt like their voices were being silenced. But yet that decision was made, and part of the reason that the decision was made at the meeting was we have a very long agenda. We do again this time. If the fear is that we have too much going on in the agenda to have public comment to be the normal time that it is, including on our website, then maybe we need to change the way we're doing our agendas. Maybe we need to have less things on our agendas. But that is a leadership situation that would need to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Jen Harmon.
Hi, Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests. First, I wanted to start out with something positive. If I can toot the horn of my school, is that okay? I wanted to thank Dr. Summers and Melissa Ewing and Becky Proudfit for coming to Zuni Hills Tuesday to celebrate us winning the Arizona Education Foundation's A+ School of Excellence Award. We worked so hard for our kids at Zuni, and under our administration of Principal Krista Lynch and Assistant Principal Jen Lime, our school is diligent in growing kids academically, supporting kids with challenges, and working together as a team with excellence, and I'm really proud of our school. I also wanted to, again, reinforce that when board members air grievances on social media, the news, or when they sue the district, when we talk about falling enrollment, when we're talking about the budget, this is what we were talking about earlier, the falling enrollment affects our budget greatly. So the airing of the grievances pushes people away from our district. We have so much school choice here in Arizona that what I feel like I see is a lot of parents of, maybe it's their first child and it's kindergarten, they're enrolling them, or somebody's moving here from another state. When they move here, they don't understand that Peoria is an A-rated district, and they read maybe news stories about, what's going on, or people complaining, maybe people on the board that are complaining about things in the district. That does not make us look good, and it doesn't make people want to come to our district. I've also heard previous board members actually suggest parents take their kids out of our district. This kind of negative talk here, as well as on social media, makes families of what could be newly enrolling kids look elsewhere. So I beg of you as a board for our amazing district to speak in a way that will draw families in, not push them away. I truly worry about the future of public education, which is the only kind of education that welcomes every single child that walks through our doors, is not for profit, is financially transparent, and who follows strict guidelines. I hope you all can remember to speak in all areas in ways that make us shine. When Arizona already treats public education terribly, when the Trump administration is nixing the Department of Education, we need everyone representing public ed to be a positive representative of it. Thank you.
Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks, Board, Dr. Summers, and Cabinet, and guests, of course, and those online. On January the 9th, 2025, you all had a retreat, and at that time, Dr. Summers made a very profound statement that has resonated with me ever since. He made the comment that how we operate, what we do in this room, we set the tone in this room of what it looks like across our entire system. Here, how we operate is important for what we are trying to accomplish. Never more have better words been said. With that being said, though, I would like to go back to another meeting, actually 2 or 3 that you had on staff travel. With the Cactus Group, when they wanted to petition to go on to a conference, I remember, first of all, let me preface it by saying Mrs. Todd and I used to vet all of those conferences that when we saw staff travel on the agenda. And we would often speak on some of those items that we had concerns about. But since then, there has been some wonderful revision by our wonderful chief academic administrator over there, Dr. Hernandez, who scrutinizes everything. Believe you me, I don't think there's anything that gets past her. And if there is something in there, like she said, they have to justify it and get it through her. So what happened, though, with the Cactus, I'm not sure why it came back on the agenda the second time, but it did. It passed the first time. But what I feel like I'm losing trust in some of you on the board, because you not only want blood, which they have to give Dr. Hernandez in some ways, and giving blood at the office is not always a bad thing, but you want their souls. You grilled the two representatives, the principal and one of her staff members here from Cactus on there. They gave you everything they wanted. They filled out all the forms. And it passed. Why it came back the second time, I'm not sure. But then when the one from Lake Pleasant came up, the administrator was right here. He sat right next to me in this room. Not once did you all even call him up and ask him and question him. And yet you grilled and grilled and grilled the others. And Mr. Nettle, who did a wonderful job on the presentation for Cactus, was great. And it finally got through. But I don't know why you didn't call the administrator up and let him give his presentation on his travel request. If it hadn't been for the intervention of our superintendent, I'm pretty sure that that would not have passed. So I'm tired of hearing the same thing from some of you. Well, this is our name on the line.
Your time is up. Thank you.
You will hear from me again because I'm not.
Next public comment comes from Joe Blair.
Good evening, Dr. Summers, members of the board. I've been before you before. I'm here to talk about transportation. I understand that Kevin has prepared a proposal for pay increases in the budget on a lot of different areas. I think this time we finally got a handle on how to become an eagle and lead the way instead of being a duck and following everybody. In previous years, we've reacted to our surrounding areas in order to get an increase in pay. Once we get an increase, they up theirs. Another year or two goes by, and we're back to square one. We're being ducks. We're following. We're always following. And I don't think that's what Peoria wants to do. It's not what we want to do. In transportation, it's hurt us tremendously. What I want to talk about is some of the positive aspects of transportation and the people that work there. First of all, we're a very diverse group. We have everybody from retired military, retired police, mothers, family people, single mothers, grandmothers, whatever. It covers the gamut. So obviously it's not like a school where everybody has a common denominator of being educated in that area. Everybody has their own opinions. Everybody thinks their way is the best or whatever. And with that being said, I understand since Tommy came into play, we've had a lot of negative comments about transportation. Those are coming from people that you have no business listening to. They have no credibility. If you knew the background of what happened with it, you would not be giving them any kind of substance, so to speak. There are people that have an axe to grind or a beef. So I'm here to talk about the positive aspects. Our day starts at 3:15 in the morning. Two of our, oh God, I'm almost out of time. Anyway, we have a tremendous staff that are dedicated to getting the routes covered. Every day we have a minimum of probably 9 to 10 people who call in sick. They have a few hours to put it all together, and they do it well. We have not only that, and then they go out and drive 2 hours, 3 hours a day. The same with our supervisors, same thing. I invited you down to take a look. You need to come down, see what goes on. If nothing else, take a radio with you. It'll do two things. It'll tell you how our morning is, which is organized chaos, quite frankly, a lot of times. And you'll also be able to hear Tommy on it. Tommy is working in dispatch morning and night to pull this whole thing together and make it happen. What Kevin has proposed, you need to just rubber stamp it, quite frankly.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Moving on to, first of all, I just want to address when a board member is mentioned in public comment, they have an opportunity to say something back into that statement. So I just want to state that no appeal is happening. And it is because the judge ruled that the district never stopped me from reading scriptures. It was not ruled that the board members can't read scriptures. There was no ruling of unconstitutional of reading of scriptures. So that's what the actual ruling was. And to the statement that was made about me making it a political point, I completely disagree with that. And I would say a political point was made back in 2021 when a union leader organized a sick-out closing schools and disrupting student learning. Does any board members have any other, are they good at being addressed or not addressed during public comment? Okay, Mrs. Bowles, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to address the cactus travel, and I won't go into all the details. We, as a board, have to account for people that are not in the room. Unfortunately, many of them don't even watch the board meetings, right? And let's just be honest, most of them have no idea what's going on in here. But when I vote on something, rest assured they know if I voted yea or nay. We are working on systems to gather the overall vote with Ms. Hernandez, with Ms. Asher, and other avenues. But the Trump administration has made it very, very clear that we cannot allow DEI, CRT, you name it, transgender ideology, women, and protecting women in sports and all, Title IX, all that. We are responsible for that, and I will add to that, if you're familiar with Title IX, part of Title IX said if you don't, the Biden administration said if you don't adhere to Title IX, and that would be a gamut of things under sex, not male and female, that public funding would be taken, federal funding would be taken, and that we would lose our free and reduced lunch. I'm not going to take the risk of losing federal funding. We have a very, very clear mandate, and so we have to, unfortunately, until we work some systems out, and thank God for Ms. Hernandez and some of the new staff, because we're working on that. But until then, I can't vote for things that I'm not well informed on. So some of the trainings that Cactus High School were going to clearly had SEL in the trainings. And that's the reason why I voted the way that I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. Moving on to 9, board and superintendent comments. 9.1, board comments. Mrs. Ewing.
I'm going to start off with some positive stuff. So I got an opportunity, along with Dr. Summers, to attend the Peoria High School Hall of Fame ceremony. So Peoria High School, this is where, as most of you know who know this district, they know that Peoria High School is where, and that campus is where Peoria began. So last year when I went, John Molokai was there. He gave an amazing speech, and I asked him to forward it on to me because it gives so much history of the district. And one of the things that's pretty awesome about seeing these inductees is that they go back quite far. And one of the individuals who was not there, but they would have made a mention, is Don Bissinger. He was from the class of, I think, 1943. He's one of the last remaining members. He's 99. So Mr. Chicoya, he actually said that prior to that meeting, he stopped by his house, was trying to get him to come over to it, but he just isn't of the health to come over. So it was an amazing experience. So I'd like to read a few of the things from that speech from before, because I think it gives you the essence of Peoria. So some of the people who used to be pretty, or were a big part of Peoria starting were some of the mayors, city council members, judges, educators, farmers, and others. Ira Murphy was a former Peoria School District Superintendent. I already mentioned Don. And Betty, that's his wife, Bissinger, local farming legends and owners of the farm. We were told that he sold some of his property, where Cotton Bowl is now. So they were confirming that. We have Johnny Osuna, who's a former Peoria City Council member, Dean Fank, a judge, Carolyn Dreyer, journalist and newspaper editor, and Don Jarnigan, who's a dentist. It was in 1889, the settlers recognized the need for a school, and the first school opened up, which is now downtown Peoria. And this is all from his words. This is not my historical study. The school opened with only about 5 to 15 students. By the end of the term, the number had dwindled to just 3, and a future of PUSD looked grim. It was recommended that Peoria merge with what was then Washington's school district. However, a local businessman intervened. He spied a covered wagon coming through town one day on Grand Avenue with a family of 11, 9 children. And the businessman quickly offered the father of the family a job and enrolled all of his children, and that's how Peoria was able to be an individual district and not be entered with Washington. So that's pretty excited. So that construction of that building, Old Main, began in 1921. So it's pretty exciting to think that we have been in this business for that long. And the cost, which it would be awesome if this was the cost to build a school, was $111,000. So if we had to go out for a bond to build a new school and it was only $111,000, that would be amazing. It was a major event in the community. It afforded jobs to many local men and women and provided the small town with a major focus for activities. And I think that's pretty much what all of our community schools do now, is they provide kind of the backbone to the community. And at one point, I don't know if you know, we learned this, Peoria High School used to be the Eagles, and then they were the Horned Toads, and they are now the Panthers. So that was kind of something exciting to learn. Peoria High School, for a small time, when City of Peoria was trying to build up their water supply, they actually supplied water to the entire town at that time. So we've continued to have a great relationship with City of Peoria. And he said Peoria High School was then, and all of our schools are now, vital parts of our communities. Teachers, administrators, and staff are involved in all aspects of our community life, and our schools are the site for much of that community activity. So again, that emphasizes that it does take a community. And then I wanted to make sure I got these last 2 comments in. Peoria High School, he was stated, Peoria High School isn't just a school, it's a family. The connections made at Peoria High School among the staff, students, and community lasts a lifetime. And we see that a lot of our students, our teachers started from there and have blossomed out to our other schools. And it's the staff and students that walk the halls of the Peoria High School that have the impact on each other and make this place so special. And I think that's what I hear every time I go around to the school visits. So he said, once a Panther, always a Panther, and that Peoria High School truly has a tradition of spirit, pride, and excellence. And again, I see those things across all of our schools. And then I just wanted to leave you with a quote that he said, Bobby Gonzalo always had, was, in all you do, do what is best for kids. And I just want to say that across all the school visits and every time I come into this boardroom and I see the events, I see all of our staff placing kids at the forefront. So I just want to say thank you for all of those things. And Zuni Hills was pretty amazing when we went out and visited that as well. So sorry for the long board comment, but I thought it was really important to share a little bit about our beginnings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing, for sharing that. I appreciate it. Mr. Clerk Toby.
Yes, I do believe that Sunrise Mountain has a large library because they also doubled as City of Peoria Library. So put that in your notes there too. That's a great capture. Thank you. So I do want to say, for those of you who joined us at 4 o'clock, we had a study session where we had the Chief of Police for Peoria Police and Glendale Police here, as well as the Department of Education Director of Safety, that provided information to us as a board. Obviously, safety is at the top of mind for a lot of us, and it is School Safety Week, right? Is it still School Safety Week? So wishing everybody a School Safety Week. Thank you for everybody that participates in that, because it's not just the school resource officers or the safety team, but it's also the teachers, security staff, administrators on campus. Everybody is a part of the safety team. And so I think that's at least my vision moving forward when it comes to school safety. I did have a chance to talk to Mrs. Airy about our pre-K enrollment increase. Very proud to see those numbers come up, capturing those young minds and those families that are wanting to come back and start their kids in the district. I also, we're open for business. This Peoria Unified is a different Peoria Unified than it was in COVID and coming out of COVID. And so my message to Mrs. Airy was we're a different district now. We are open for business, and we are actively seeking those families that want to come back into the fold. I also want to mention so I was asked to also explain my vote when it came to the PLC, the out-of-state travel. So when I looked at that, I saw that there were 55 different modules as a part of that learning summit, and only 2 of them had to deal with SEL. There wasn't any diversity, equity, and inclusion. There wasn't any of those other things that were mentioned in the order. So just those 2 modules out of the 55 that were offered. We're talking about time management. We're talking about classroom management, teaching skills, how every teacher is a reading and writing teacher. So I think that's to the core of kind of what I ran on. Reading proficiencies and literary proficiencies need to come up for our students. And so I think that without getting into any much of the legalese, I think that we're putting a good faith effort to allow our staff to travel and to attend trainings that are needed with a carve out with consequences should they either attend purposely or incidentally and then not leave. So I just wanted to explain my vote when it came to that. I also wanted to mention, public record requests is in state statute for a reason. It's to encourage transparency as a district. It's also to ensure trust with the community that we serve. And so, yeah, there is that amount that comes with public records requests, but it's the price that we pay to ensure that disclosure of information, that transparency. And so there's a lot of things that, when I was a parent advocate, starting in 2020 and moving forward, that I did public records requests for. And it helped uncover things that I needed to learn as a parent advocate to do my role better as a volunteer. I mean, we're still volunteers. I mean, unless you guys got pay raises, I don't know about. But public records requests is super important in all aspects of government. That keeps the government in check. And so I did want to make that mention. And I do believe that you mentioned the first elementary school in Peoria, but the first elementary school in the United States in the 1600s, if anybody has gone to the Boston Freedom Trail, they will teach you that that school was opened in, I think it was 1609, and it was to encourage literacy. Why? Because they were promoting reading the Bible. So there is a history here that as a public school institution, we should recognize and respect. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any board comments?
Yes, I'm a little jealous that I didn't get to go to Zuni Hills. I really wanted to go, but I could not. And so congrats if you're still in the room, whoever presented for them. That was a big award. That's a big deal. I got the privilege of going to the patriotic speeches. Lord Jesus, I could have sat there all day. They were amazing. They were amazing. But one in particular, and I'm so sorry that I don't remember her name because I didn't write it down. But I believe that the younger kids were in the other room, and that, what was it, 3 to 5 grades, something like that. The best speech I have ever heard, historically correct, on Thomas Jefferson. And for lack of a better way of explaining the whole thing, she was flippin' amazing. I would have titled it "Separation of State from Church," because that letter historically was a letter to separate the government from the church. And that kind of spearheads a little bit off what even Jeff said with literacy. But the patriotic speeches were just phenomenal. I asked Ms. Hernandez if we could keep the red, white, and blue up here, but that was too distractive, apparently. She didn't leave it up there, but it was amazing. So congratulations to all those students, and it was just a really, really fun celebration.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. I do want to make note, I wanted to say congratulations to the patriotic speech winners. I was not able to attend. It was my kids' field day that day. So I was outside every day last week for field day. But I did also want to say congratulations to Zuni Hills Elementary as well for their achievement and that high honor. That's amazing for the staff, the community, the students, and the parents. Congratulations to them. I'm sorry I was not able to attend. Some things going on, but I did want to end with our clerk, Toby, here had made these amazing little pins for governing board members, our superintendent, all of our cabinet members, and it says governing board, and then each one has for everybody, but it says leading with excellence. So I just wanted to say thank you to Clerk Toby for that. He also had pins made for board members to bestow upon somebody that they see in our district who is going above and beyond, and it says shaping tomorrow. So I wanted to do the first one to Miss Landa. She is in the room tonight to honor her. So I'm just going to hand this to you real quick. So I can continue to... And I believe Mr. Toby is not finished with his board comment, so you may continue.
Well, just in that vein, I didn't know you were going to do it right then, but so I have my first one that I'd like to give to Mr. Panzer for his efforts during the Arts Festival. Such an amazing accomplishment. I wish I could give one for your whole team, but this one's for you, sir.
Clerk Toby didn't give them out to us. He gave us one, just not an extra one to give out. Let me rephrase that.
So they will be passing out to each board members. They have an opportunity to pass them out to any staff that they see in the district that they want to recognize. So look out for that. And thank you again, Clerk Toby, for that wonderful idea.
My pleasure.
Moving on to superintendent comments, 9.2, Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet, and guests. I'm very excited to share that Team 498, the Cobra Commanders, won the Engineering Inspiration Award the weekend of March 1st in Port Hueneme. This qualifies them for the World Championships in Houston. So congratulations, Cobra Commanders. Also like to, yes, worthy of applause. Also like to congratulate our Raymond S. Kellis girls basketball coach and Kellis alum, Chanel Ballark, who was just named the 5A Girls Basketball Coach of the Year for the third consecutive year. And congratulations also to Kellis for a runner-up in the state tournament. Also at Kellis, culinary students just competed against hundreds of other high schools and brought home 4 trophies, 4 gold medals, 6 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal for their tasty treats. So congrats again to Kellis. As alluded to a little bit earlier, the district just held its annual patriotic speech contest where students competed in front of an esteemed group of judges here at the district office, and there were 4 students who emerged as first place winners in the contest. The top patriotic speech contest winners in the 5th, 6th grade division, Harlow Fields from Vistancia Elementary School and Emmeline Smith from Lake Pleasant Elementary School, and the top patriotic speech contest winners in the 7th and 8th grade division, Yasmin Bandak from Oakwood Elementary and Lauren Tegler from Lake Pleasant Elementary School. This is a coveted annual event in our district, and I would like to recognize the hard work, effort, and courage it took for all students to compete. Also, as alluded to, you were right, Mr. Toby, it is Peoria Unified Safety Week this week. And on social media, our schools have been highlighting how we prioritize safety in our district, including our 4 full-time safety team members, our school resource officers and school liaison officers, cameras and vape sensors on all campuses, our partnership with Glendale, for the RTCC and more. We're thankful for our security teams, all of our administrators and fantastic staff who help make our schools a safe place to work and learn. So thank you for that. And that concludes my comments for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. All right, moving on to 10 opening actions. We have 10.1, Annual Valley Schools Financial Report for fiscal year 2024 and approval of the employee health benefits renewal for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Fesley. Welcome.
Could we change the order of the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, and our community members. First of all, I wanted to personally thank you, Mr. Toby, for the beautiful pin. I am wearing mine proudly tonight as we are moving into a couple of our cabinet members who are going to be retiring soon, both myself and Mrs. Myers. I've had almost 30 years in education. I have had 30 years in education and 27 here. So I am just proud to wear this pin. It is beautiful. It sets the legacy of what we are about. So thank you very much for
My pleasure. Thank you for your
the pin. I
service.
appreciate it. And tonight, I am here to talk through our benefit renewals, and we're also excited to have with us Ms. Laura Felton, who is the Chief Financial Officer from Valley Schools Management Group, and she's here to share information regarding our insurance programs for this past year, ending in June 30th of 2024. So we're going to start with her presentation first, and then we're going to go into our benefit renewal. And at this time, I'd like to invite Mrs. Laura Felton up.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board, Dr. Summers, and the Peoria community for this opportunity to talk about Valley Schools' partnership with your district. Many, many years ago, this school district, along with two other neighboring school districts, determined there were some issues in how much we were spending on insurance. And so they came together and they formed a pool. And so Peoria, along with the Paradise Valley School District and the Deer Valley Schools District, came together and formed that. So we'll talk about that history a little bit this evening. We'll talk about each of the groups, some of the unique attributes of each of those, where Peoria stands with those. We'll talk about self-funding as a concept with insurance, and then we'll have an opportunity if anyone has any questions for me. And as was mentioned, when you do see numbers in this presentation, they are related to June 30th of 2024. So a group came together, decided we needed help with insurance. Costs were spiraling, and so they came together and they formed the Valley Schools Insurance Trust in 1988. They provided property and liability insurance for many years as a self-funded model. It moved together and was very successful, and so they said, let's expand that in 1995, and they formed the Valley Schools Workers' Comp pool to provide workers' comp insurance that was required by the state of Arizona. In 2005, they formed the Valley Schools Employees Benefit Trust. So it actually provided an array of employee benefits to employers. And at that time, they expanded beyond those founding districts and actually encompassed any kind of taxing entity within Arizona. At the same time, they formed the Valley Schools Management Group. You sometimes will hear that referred to as VSMG. And you can see that in our logo. We kind of rebranded a number of years ago, so you'll see the VSMG. And so that was formed under Arizona Revised Statutes 11-952 and 952-01. And it has an overseeing administrative responsibility over the three separate insurance groups. So the insurance groups themselves are actually separate legal entities that's separate from each other. They're three separate groups along with that management group. And they're also separate from the governing boards and the school districts or other taxing entities that participate in them. So when we actually started, we came together under an IGA concept. And you guys, or your predecessors, I should say, as the board, adopted an IGA back in July of 2017. The group actually incorporated as a nonprofit group, and that's authorized under Arizona Revised Statute 292203. And your predecessors did approve that action on June 8th, 2017. So the Valley Schools Management Group, along with all the other groups, have individual boards. Those boards do include the 3 founding members, so those 3 school districts that started the organization, the chief financial officers of each of those entities. Your CFO, Mrs. Myers, is your current representative on those board, and that was by an action taken July 1st, 2018. So she represents you currently on those. Every year, your district makes contributions to help support the insurance purposes and activities of each of those groups. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail by group in just a moment. But on the screen here, you can actually see what your contributions were for the last fiscal year. Insurance group was $3 million, workers' comp 1.5, employee benefits was almost $28 million. We do note there parenthetically that is the cost to the district. Employees do have election costs depending on what benefits they elect, and so that does not include those dollars. At the year end, Peoria did have a positive net position in all of those groups. Way to go. And we'll talk about what all you can do with those funds. Okay, let's talk a little bit about self-funding itself. So self-funding is a little bit different than going out and buying an insurance policy. You as employers are responsible for funding all of the claims and all of the costs. So you pay 100% of those. But what you get as a benefit is that you can actually tailor your coverage. This is particularly true in the employee benefits, and you'll be hearing about that more through the evening, about how your district chose to tailor some of those benefits. So while you do have that responsibility for all those claims and their related costs, that does come with a risk. So I like to sleep at night, and I know all of your board members like to sleep at night. So what we do is we try to cap that risk. And so how we do that is we buy large excess policies, and you can see the different limits on the policies that ended for the last fiscal year. And it does vary based on the type of policy that we hold. Okay, time to move on to the individual groups. So we'll start with the originally founded group. That's the Valley Schools Insurance Group. I will tell you, sometimes you hear it called the VSIT or the Trust or the Valley Schools Insurance Trust. When we did convert from an IGA over to a non-for-profit, we did change the name from a trust to an insurance group. We do follow under the purview of the Arizona Department of Insurance, and so that was change was made at that time based on their guidance. So just as a reminder, we do only have 3 districts participating in that program. We do call those the founding districts, of which Peoria is one of those. The large areas that we cover are property, and so we cover things like all your buildings, your vehicles, what's contained within your buildings, those kinds of things, as well as liability coverage for general lawsuits, autos, and as well as errors and emissions. In addition to insurance coverage, though, we do provide some other services under the VSIG. Those additional services you can see listed up there, they kind of fall into 2 groups. One is we really do try to minimize the liability or loss that our members can have, the different districts, as well as we do provide some administrative services. So there's a whole list of examples there for you. One of the things that we do within each of these groups is we do administer the funds separately for each one of the members. So when we look at this, what you have in front of you, yes, it's an eye test. I see you guys scrunching your eyes. So I'm going to run through some of the high-level numbers, and I did bring my glasses, so hopefully I'll get them correct myself, although they're bigger here, so that's good. Yeah, I can't read them there. So, okay, we'll look here. So let me tell you what you're seeing in front of you right now. So these are the financial positions of Peoria's portion. Okay, so this is only Peoria's information you see here. It is on a cash basis. That's a great accounting term. It means it's very similar to a checkbook. If we receive a check on July 1st, it's in the year that's encompassed by July 1st. So this is Peoria only numbers here. And within that year, I had mentioned earlier that your contributions were $3 million, so you see that top there. Then we go down and we have, you see all the different operating expenses, very similar to what I just talked to in the last slide. So we do have a cost of reinsurance. That's that bumper that we have for you for insurance policy, so you can all sleep at night, not worried you're going to be losing a lot of money. And then we do pay claims that fall under those amounts. And so you can see all of those in there. And then we come down and we talk about the different kinds of services and products that we discussed. So when you look at all of those and you put them together, you contributed $3 million. You spent just about $3 million. So when we look at operating income, so you spent about $53,000 less than what you contributed through the years. About $400,000 of that is related to non-claims or insurance-specific activities. When your money resides with Valley Schools, we do actively invest that. Everything that's earned related to the dollars you hold within our funds does go back to Peoria and is only used by Peoria. Last fiscal year, that was about $208,000. So you did have a slight increase of about $210,000 last year, and so you ended the year with just over $8 million. All right, we're going to move over and we're going to switch slightly and talk about workers' compensation. Again, that was the original founding districts. We have added a member to that, so it does now include the Glendale Elementary School District. And what that does is it covers any sort of loss that happens due to bodily injury when an employee of yours is actually working as a condition of your employment. Very similar to the insurance group, we do also try to mitigate risks, so we do trainings with your employees, as well as doing other kinds of loss prevention activities. Okay, looking at the funds with these, you did contribute, if you remember, I mentioned $1.5 million. You did spend about $1.5 million, so about break even again on that. You did have interest earnings in that account also of $282,000. So that means that you did have an increase in your net position with Valley Schools Workers' Comp Group of about $250,000, ending the year at $8.2 million. So both of those accounts are pretty much break even about how much you contribute and how much we spend every year. Moving on to the Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group, we do provide an array of benefits. You'll see when we look at the numbers, the two largest are clearly the medical and the dental coverage. Why Valley Schools Employee Benefit Groups work so well is we do cover employee benefits for about 31,000 employees statewide. That's about 52,000 lives. So employees can have families on, for instance. And so that gives us a great purchasing power when we go out to the markets. Again, we track those expenditures separately, so you're going to see that in a moment. This is what you will actually be asked to review and approve later this evening, are the benefits and the rates for this coming school year. As I mentioned earlier, this is the group where we did expand the number of members quite a bit. It's for any taxing organization, so we do cover 32, or I should say as at the end of last year, we covered 32 public entities, 27 school districts, as well as five municipalities. And those can range from a full range of services like you have at Peoria, where we cover everything from smaller insurance policies all the way up to medical, to some of our entities, we do provide things like just wellness programs. So it can really vary based on what an employer needs. You can see down at the bottom there, we do provide an array of services. A lot of them do revolve around training and compliance and wellness programs, so we do have an array of them there. Lots of services available. Each member, being self-funded, does get to determine what their plan looks like. What that means when we talk about employee benefits is usually talking about the co-pays, out-of-pocket maximums, but it can be what kind of plans that we cover or carriers. And your staff actually works directly with an underwriter who looks at the data related to your employees and their experience and helps design what those plans are going to look like. And so again, because they're accounted for year separately, you will have, or you do have a positive net position. Those funds, again, do only stay with Peoria, and as you can see highlighted in here, those do remain with you, and it can be used to offset future expenses, or we do sometimes work with our districts, and Peoria has been one of them in the past, that we can help you fund some of your needs and your goals that you may have financially, particularly if they're one-time purposes, because these funds are really only replenished when you contribute. But sometimes your expenses don't come in from medical, and we'll talk about this. You guys get the gold star on the utilization by your employees, and so that means that you have some funds available within the program itself. You like to be the gold star winners when it comes to medical insurance, right? May not feel like it, but I'm going to share you some numbers that show you that you guys are good to go. So this is looking at the June 30th financial position for your employee benefits group for all of the contributions, that both being the Peoria side as well as what your employees contributed. Oh my gosh. Was about $32.3 million. That's a really small number. Sorry about that. You could go down and look at the operating expenses, and you're going to see the very familiar types of employee benefits provided. You will see that your medical was about $24.5 million, and just to give you an example, that's about 78% of the expenditure. So medical really is the large dollar amount within that. But we do cover anything from wellness programs, identity protection. So there's a lot of different kinds of expenditures within there. And so you spent about $31.3 million. So you actually did increase your net position in addition to the interest earnings. So you ended the year with $23.3 million. This is the one where you guys earn the gold star, okay? So pay attention to this slide. It sometimes feels like medical costs are really going up, but sometimes it's super important to understand where you are in relationship to your neighboring districts or other employers in the area. So what this slide is looking at is how much is spent per employee every year for you and your neighboring districts, as well as the Valley Schools employee group as a whole. I'd like you to take a look over to the right-hand side of the slide. It talks about the fiscal year 2019-2020. And back then, the average that we spent per employee for health insurance per month was $424. Well, at that point in time, you'll see Peoria is the top line. And you guys were only spending $384. So you guys were about 9% lower than your peers and the average as a whole. So as you move to the left side of that, move over to the left, we're moving to the most recent fiscal year where we have numbers. And you can see you've gone up from $384 per employee all the way up to $495. That feels like a lot, doesn't it? And it is a lot. But when you look at what your peers are, you are significantly less than them, as well as being significantly less than the average across the state as a whole. So when down at the bottom, we have a couple of other notes for you. So there's been an average increase of about 6% per year. It sounds like a lot, but you guys started so much lower than the average. Unfortunately, there was a lot of room to make up. You didn't make up all of it, obviously, but it gave you, unfortunately, lots of room for growth. So the average increase over that time period was 3.73%. Your premiums, so that's what you guys are actually charging to your employees, went up 2.5% and 4.4% for FY26. I think that's what the recommendation is this evening and for FY25. I do want to talk about a couple of self-insurance considerations when we look at here. Self-insurance tends to be the cheapest that you're going to see for governmental entities, and that's because you're actually insuring your own costs. So if you went out and bought an actual insurance coverage from a company, they're going to have embedded profits within that. We are not profit. If you guys spend less than what we project you're going to spend for medical, it sits in your account. It doesn't go anywhere else. It's not anyone's profit. But you do want to have a nice number within there in case you do have some high claim activities within a year. But it's all yours. Let me assure you, if you have an expensive year with a health insurance company, they will get their money back in a future year. So it's something that gives you flexibility financially, as well as, again, you get to determine what your plans look like. The other thing that's nice within a self-insurance plan that you don't get with a policy is we get the data for what's going on with your employees and the claims activity we're seeing. So that allows us to monitor what kind of programs are being used. Maybe if there's some high cost, we get some kind of creative medical folks sometimes, so we're able to monitor what some of the creativity looks like, as well as it helps us to develop a wellness plan that actually services the needs of your employees. For instance, currently, I don't know if any of the employees are participating in this, our WellStyles program is really focusing on gut health for the next 3 months because we have just seen so many digestive issues and concerns that are impacting not only medical claims, but attendance numbers with our employers. So we get to know things like that and focus on those. Okay, this is kind of just a bullet point of basically what I've said. I don't think there is a single unique thing within this, so we'll skip ahead. I heard we have a full agenda this evening. So let's move on to the last group. It's the Valley Schools Management Group, also called VSMG. It again is the group that administers all the programs and the day-to-day operations of each of the individual groups. All employees who you hear of as being Valley Schools employees actually are employed by the Valley Schools Management Group. So they do hold broad authority over the different groups. The Valley Schools Management Group Board actually is the largest decision-making entity of the three groups. So every year, the Valley Schools Management Group charges each of the groups an administrative fee. That's how they're funded. And so it's about $970,000 per year, and that's not just the Peoria portion. That's across the entire group. For the Valley Schools Insurance Group and the Workers' Comp Group. The Employee Benefit Group is obviously much larger, and that's about $6.3 million per year. At the end of the year last year, the board did consist of 7 members. As I mentioned, the 3 founding district CFOs are on those boards. They're stated within the guidelines of the board to be participants. The other members all have CFO experience and benefit experience. All right, so this one is a little bit different. When we looked at the other financial statements, while the time period is the same, being June 30th of 2024, this is the group as a whole. There is no sub-accounting for this because it is an overall management organization. So they had current assets, which were almost entirely cash and investments of $1.7 million at year end. They had liabilities of about $680,000. Most of which was uncompensated leave that was on the books, like most governmental entities. I'm leaving us with a net position of just under $1 million. When we look at the expenditures, you can see there is the administrative and management fee line of about $8.6 million. And then we move on down to the expenses that the management group provides each of the other groups. As I mentioned, salary and benefits is at the largest at about $6.1 million. But you'll see we do, that's where information technology is covered, the rent that we pay in our building, electricity, all those kinds of things, legal fees, anything like that. That totals about $8.9 million. leaving us, we did have a slight shortfall last year of about $250,000, leaving us with an ending net position of just under $1 million. And with that, that ends my presentation. So President Rooks, I don't know if you have any questions for me.
Thank you so much. Yes, we'll go through questions and then come back to you, Ms. Fesley. Okay. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions for her on this presentation?
First, I just wanted to confirm we don't have any public comments to this.
That's correct. We don't.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. Just checking on that. First off, I want to say thank you so much for putting this all together. I really appreciate, just like last year when I saw this, just the depth of the benefits that we provide to our employees. And I love that you guys are also tracking like what are some education type things that we can be doing to also help bring down costs and so forth. So I just really appreciate that. I don't really have any questions, just appreciate the partnership, and I love that it's a nonprofit. So thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Toby, any questions?
Yeah, thank you for that. Very comprehensive. And one thing that caught my eye during your presentation was the playground inspections. Can you describe a little bit about what that entails if we were to say, hey, could you please come to XYZ school and do a playground inspection?
So there are actually certified playground inspectors. I don't know if you knew that. And so what we can do is provide those services. We actually don't have a certified inspector on staff, I don't believe right now, but we make sure we can go out and reach out and receive those specializations. We have consultants on contract.
And so that would just provide the recommendations. They wouldn't actually do the work. Is that right?
No, they would come out and do the inspections. In the inspection report, you know how it is. You get those big inspection reports with recommendations. You would have recommendations. When they're looking at playgrounds, frequently you'll see they want to make sure that the surfaces underneath playground areas have been churned, that they have a certain depth to them, that they're far enough away from playground equipment. So those are the kinds of areas you'd receive feedback on.
Thank you. And then on the interest that we have with our current liquid assets, what type of investments are made as part of the portfolio that we have?
Sure. So it's the same investments that has the same authority any other governmental entity within the state of Arizona. So it's a lot of T-bills, it's a lot of secured investments. What makes Valley Schools investments different than you see in other governmental entities is we are so narrowly focused. We're really able to manage our cash flows. The types of investments themselves don't differ from any other governmental entity in Arizona.
Okay.
It's just that we're not building schools and, sometimes you have large drawdowns in school districts that are unpredictable. Ours is pretty predictable.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions for her?
Yes, thank you for this presentation first. And on slide 16, you mentioned that premium increase initially 2.5%, and then the 4.40%. Am I reading that correctly, that it'll be over a 2-year span that it's going to increase 4.40, or is it going to increase 4.40% each year?
Okay, so I'm sorry, but my slides aren't numbered. Is it this one?
I don't.
It's got the pretty chart
think
on
yes,
it?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. I apologize.
No, no problem.
So those are talking about the premium. Oh, thank you. Sir, kind sir in the corner. So when we talk about that, those are the premium increases paid by your employees. And so I believe when they moved from 24 to 25, there was a 4.4% increase in premiums. And then the recommendation, I believe this evening, is when they move from the benefits they have today to what they're paying next year, it would be an additional 2.5%. And that would be for your employees who have a cost. I believe you offer free plans. Is that correct? Yeah.
So 4.4% in 2025 increase, and then 2.5 in 26?
Yes.
I see her shaking.
Yeah,
her head.
may I?
Yes, please.
And Mrs. Vesely is going to provide a comprehensive presentation, but that's our actual premium increases. Peoria Unified, our cost increase is 2.5, it's
Oh, so
714,000.
that's the district increase
Yes.
cost? I
No,
apologize.
and I I was focused more on the 2.5 is related to fiscal year 2026, and Mrs. Vesely's presentation will highlight.
Okay.
The budget team did meet and looked at options and recommended the 714,000, which is the 2.5 that you'll be actually taking action on later tonight. And if I may also add, with the Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group net position, when I provided the budget information earlier this evening and referenced the 6.7 million from net position, that's what I was referring to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's one of the things as the board, you'll see an increased cost to insurance, but as the board, one of the things you guys decide is who pays what portion of it. So that's what Mrs. Myers referred to.
All right, thank you for that.
I don't have any questions, but thank you so much for the presentation. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you all. I appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you. Ms. Vesely?
All right, so here we go, wanting to talk through our employee benefit recommendations and renewals for this upcoming 25-26 school year. You can see here that the district offers a wide range of benefits for all of our employees and their dependents and families. We have two different options for medical. It's through United Healthcare. We have a PPO plan and a high deductible health plan. The high deductible health plan also has an HSA eligibility with that plan. We also provide two dental options for our employees. One is a PPO through Delta Dental, and the other one is through Cigna, a DHMO. We have vision, short-term disability, Colonial Life, which is our accident, hospital, and critical illness plan, basic life and accidental death, a Flex FSA opportunity for employees, an employee assistance program that is used very much by our employees, and also we have MetLife Legal, Allstate Identity Theft, and pet insurance that our employees can choose from. So we have a nice range that we bring forth every year. Through our medical renewal plan, our PPO medical remains the same with no plan design changes. So that's exciting for those of us that are on that PPO plan. Valley Schools this year brought forward two options for the high deductible plan for review for fiscal year 26. Both options were presented to our budget team. We had two different meetings. Our very first meeting, Valley Schools came and presented, along with our benefits coordinator, Mrs. Christy Davis, to be able to ask questions, get some additional information. We then brought it back to our second meeting. And so I want to talk a little bit first about option one, was to keep our current ADHD plan design with required IRS deductible increases. You're going to see that in just a minute. And there was a second option to change the high deductible plan design. So here with option one, the current plan design has an embedded plan. There is an increase of the HDHP deductible from $3,200 to $3,300 for employees. And it then goes from $6,400 to $6,600 for dependent coverage, and this is due to IRS required inflation adjustment changes. With that embedded plan design, that family health insurance plan with both an individual and family deductible. So for example, there's one person has a deductible and then all others have a combined deductible. This allows for the employees carrying dependent coverage to utilize that individual deductible on that plan. The district HSA contributions are remaining the same. We provide $1,000 to the individual's HSA plan, and they also have wellness incentives if they've completed the program and the required number of points that they can receive an additional $775. With option two, there was a change in the deductible, again, required changes, going to $2,000 for the individual and $4,000 for the family. That family deductible would be for anyone covering one or more dependents. And again, here's an example of the non-embedded plan design. It's a family health insurance plan with only a family deductible. So if dependents were covered on this plan, the family deductible would start immediately, but no individual deductible could be utilized on this plan. And part of this plan would require us then to look at the HSA contributions. Those would have been reduced to $500, and the wellness incentive would remain at $775. So these were the two options that were brought forth to our budget team for review. You can see here that option one, the medical plan renewal, has a 2.5% increase for next year due to the plan utilization and the claims increases that we incurred. You can see the prior year increase was 3.87%. Option two, if we chose to go with option two, this plan renewal had a 4.8% increase for fiscal 26 due to the plan design changes. The prior increase was 3.87. So the budget team again had discussions, and administration as well as our budget team felt that option one for the high deductible plan would be the best option for our employees. They are also recommending that the 2.5% increase be absorbed by Peoria Unified using the reserves from Valley Schools accounts. Our benefit renewals were reviewed again during the two meetings that I've discussed. A lot of great input, a lot of great conversations from our employees. And we're excited to say that there's no medical premium increases to our employees this year. Peoria will absorb all of those increases. So here's what an example looks like for next year on the PPO plan. If you were on that PPO plan, you can see the total premium. These are all premiums per month. You can see the employee only. As you go across from left to right, you're going to see the increase to Peoria. You'll see Peoria's cost. Peoria for this employee only, they paid 88%. The employee cost was 12%, and there was zero increase to the employee. So again, if you look down, you see employee and children, employee and spouse, family and dual family. Again, if you look at what Peoria is paying, the percentage, you'll see 88%, 60%, 61%, 48%, and 75%. And again, no cost to the employee for next year. I think that was a very high point that our budget team really was trying to work for on behalf of the employees that they were serving. So we appreciated their input. When we look at the HDHP base, you'll see again the employee only. If you see the total premium per month, the Peoria cost for the employee, the increase to Peoria was $15.39 for that plan. Peoria's cost was 100%, and the increase to the employee was zero. And there is also a zero cost. And then you'll see employee and children, employee and spouse, family and dual family. And again, on the HDHP plan, they are eligible for $1,000 annual district contribution and wellness incentives of $775. Here are some ancillary benefits that we're excited to bring forward again, and we're proud to say that there were no rate increases for Peoria for any of these supplemental offerings below. So you'll see our dental, both Delta and Cigna, our VSP Vision, our short-term disability, Colonial, the Flex FSA, our Employee Assistance Program, and again, MetLife, Allstate Identity Theft, and the pet insurance. All no rate increases. We also saw a rate decrease with our Sun Life Basic Life and the Voluntary Life from 0.061 to 0.056. And then with our HSA and our FSA pre-tax contribution changes, there is an increase to the maximum contribution that's going to be allowed for next year. It's going from $4,150 to $4,300 for a single person, and $8,300 to $8,550 for family. This also includes the $1,000 district contribution, as well as that $775 in the wellness that they can also participate with. The increase to the FSA medical pre-tax dollars goes from $3,200 to $3,300 per. Again, these are the IRS changes. And again, with the FSA medical pre-tax dollars for our individuals, this is the plan that if you don't use it, those funds go back to the district. It is not something that will roll over. The HSA account, those funds will roll over year for year. We wanted to also bring forward a change. We have many employees that share both great experiences that they have and also experiences where maybe they haven't received the best plan or the best care during their time, maybe going through a specific situation. So we started hearing some concerns from our employees in relation to our FMLA compliance carrier over the last couple of years. We were able to meet with Valley Schools last year on a number of occasions to share those concerns that were coming forward from our employees. Valley Schools was very proactive, started listening. They also began meeting with us, and through that work that we've done, we are looking at changing the compliance carrier. So the district, again, will be moving our compliance company from Basic to Sun Life effective July 1st. We're going to start that process probably right after spring break. So we're excited to bring that forward for our employees. And again, it's one opportunity where our benefits department is working closely on behalf of all of our employees. We get to share those concerns with Valley Schools. They bring that back to their review boards and help us to make those changes. And at this time, if there are any questions, I'm here to answer any questions along with Mrs. Felton and Ms. Myers. And then we just are looking forward to your consideration for this vote tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Vesley. We'll go ahead and, I don't believe we have any public comment on this. Hold on. No, not for 10.1, so thank you for that presentation. I'm going to change that. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments or questions?
I just have one question. It's probably an obvious thing, but my allergies are kicking in. And anyway, on your slide 9, when you said there's no rate increase, is that to the employee or is that to PUSD or both?
Both.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you,
Michelle, or
Mrs.
excuse me, Ms.
Bowles.
If I
Myers.
may, I'm sorry, Mrs. Vesley, there is going to be a cost increase of $715,000 to our annual contribution. So I just want to delineate no cost increase to the employee.
Okay, thank you.
President Brooks, I think we're going to switch over to Mrs. Ewing for comments and questions, reference this presentation.
Great, thank you, Clerk Toby, for taking over. Mrs. Ewing.
I didn't have any questions. I always think it's great when we can manage it well so that there's no cost that comes back to our employees. I know that's whenever they're looking at their whole benefits and salary and all of that, the cost of health insurance is a big piece of it. So I think that's anytime we can do that. And I love that we have the ability to really customize with Valley Schools when we do have issues that we can go to them. They're a great partner. So I just really appreciate that ability to make sure that our services that we provide as far as, well, we don't provide them, but the benefits we provide to them are working well for them. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, did you get a chance to ask questions yet or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
not
then
yet.
go ahead.
I appreciate this when it comes to being mindful of the medical costs, especially with that, especially when we're talking about an environment where we're having an increase in medical costs. I did have a question for the high deductible plan. Is there a difference in the contribution rate for just an employee only versus the family coverage? Because I know that they have different thresholds to meet, but is our contribution towards those different?
Mrs. Myers, do you know that answer, or Mrs. Felton? Our contribution for the high deductible plan.
Mrs. Vesley, I believe if you go back to the slide, the HP, please.
Is this the slide you're referring to?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
And it shows the cost difference for employee only, employee and children. Peoria's cost is listed on that slide.
So the annual district contribution and the wellness incentive, is that the same for the employee only versus the family? I know that the incurred cost of Peoria is different, but as far as our contribution to helping them meet their HSA.
All of our employees on the HDHP plan, the district will give $8,000 to that. Are you talking about the HDHP plan and the amount that the district puts in for that HSA?
Correct, yeah, I have the HSA, so that's why I just call it the HSA, but yes, you're right. The HDHP base 3,300 right there is the contribution, I'm sorry, not the contribution, is the district's contribution just $1,000 for an employee versus a family? And has there been any discussion on tiering that?
I don't believe there's been any discussion. We are one of the districts that gives the largest amount into the HSA plan. Most other districts give maybe around $500. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So when we look at that amount, there has been discussions. Do we need to lower that? We took that to the budget team, and the budget team felt that they really wanted to keep that $1,000. So it is $1,000 that we put in, and then an additional $775. And then the individual can put in as much as they want up to that IRS amount.
Thank you. I don't want to upset the apple cart here, but do you think that maybe we could explore a little bit about, just because families have a much higher burden to meet when it comes to their deductible versus a single employee, if we actually look at maybe what those numbers would look like?
Mrs. Myers, would you like to help entertain?
Yeah.
I know we work directly with Valley Schools and their underwriters. Their recommendations to us to keep our costs lower was to start to think about decreasing that. I'm not sure if you would like to add any more.
Thank you, Mrs. Vesley, President Rooks, members of the governing board. As Mrs. Vesley mentioned, we actually are a district that contributes more to the HSA account, and it's interesting, our Met students actually did an analysis as one of their projects comparing Peoria Unified's, one of our departments, our operations department, including the benefits that we offer compared to surrounding employers, and we came out on top. And so we're proud of what we offer to our employees each year. The budget team, in collaboration with administration, receives information and evaluates opportunities and options. It was important to keep the cost neutral for our employees. We're absorbing the $715,000 increase, something we could look at in the long term. I think with our current environment of declining enrollment, utilizing our budget balance carry forward for compensation, this might not be the year, but something that could certainly be a priority from the governing board for consideration in the future.
All right, thank you for that response.
All the questions? All right. I don't have, oh, Ms. Bowles, go ahead.
Can you just define what dual family means?
Dual families, when you have both family members that work for the district. And so spouse and employee, both are working for the district.
Thank you.
So.
I don't have any questions, Ms. Vesley, but thank you for the presentation put together this evening and presenting on it. All right, so I just need a motion on the floor to approve the district's benefits offerings to employees for the 2025-2026 school year, including renewal costs and plan design modifications.
I will motion to approve the district's benefits offerings to employees for the 2025-2026 school year, including renewal costs and plan design modifications.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members may cast your vote. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Vesley. Moving on to 10.2, Maintenance and Operations Override. Ms. Myers, welcome.
Good evening again. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community, thank you for the opportunity to present information regarding the district's current 13% maintenance and operations override. During tonight's presentation, I will provide a summary regarding information that has been provided to date in recent meetings regarding the district's current 13% M&O override, district tax rates, and considerations for next steps for the governing board and the district. There have been 2 meetings to date. The first was part of the January 9th, 2025 financial status of the district update at the study session, as well as the second meeting was on February 27th as part of the maintenance and operations override and voter approved initiatives presentation. And I've shared before, M&O expenditures are where the majority of the district's day-to-day expenditures take place. And what that includes is salaries and benefits, supplies, utilities, transportation, special education costs, operational expenditures, not of a capital nature. M&O funds cannot be used for capital purposes. They cannot be used to build a school, so our override is not used for those types of activities, for the repair of buildings or campus infrastructure. Arizona revised statutes do permit a district to ask their community to approve an M&O override, budget increase through an override election to support positions and programs that might not normally be possible with the annual funding that's received by the district each year from the state of Arizona. And so statute does allow the override, the M&O override, to exceed our maintenance and operations revenue control limit from a percent increase up to 15%. So the range is 10 to 15%. And Peoria Unified currently has a 13% override that is paid for through secondary property taxes from residential and commercial properties within the district. And our most recent override, the 13% override, was initially first approved by the voters in November of 2015. Once approved, an M&O override is authorized for up to 7 years, and if not, at a minimum continued by year 5, it begins to phase out. So it has a 7-year life, and if it's not continued or a new override takes the place of the existing override, it begins to phase down in year 6 by a third, year 7 by 2/3, and then it's fully eliminated in year 8. And so Peoria Unified's 13% override was continued by our community in November of 2020. The current override provides $33 million of additional funding each year, and if not renewed by the voters, not continued by the voters in November of 2025, Peoria Unified will be required to begin to reduce our budget the following year. That would be fiscal year 2027. And I have a slide that will actually detail that phase down, but the 1/3 would be 11 million, the 2/3, 22 million, fully eliminating the override the following year. And so the current override supports positions and programs throughout the district that include assistant principals, nurses, and healthcare providers, athletics, extracurricular activities, PE, art, band, and choir, and gifted and reading programs. In fact, we just had our Arts Festival a few weeks ago, and so we saw some of those programs publicly for everyone to enjoy. The funding also assists the district in maintaining class size, providing compensation to attract and retain quality teachers and staff, and it also provides funding for all-day kindergarten free to our community. The state currently only provides public school districts with funding for a half day of kindergarten. And so, again, if the override is not at a minimum continued at 13%, the district will be required to eliminate $33 million of funding over 3 years, as illustrated on this slide. This would also be the case if the district tried for a new override at a different percentage. And if that effort was not successful, the phase down would still continue. You wouldn't simply get the old override back. It's an either-or scenario. And without the continuation or the approval of a new override, we would be facing those budget cuts that are detailed on the slide. So the district's tax rate supports the override as well as past bond sales, and I've shared before that our secondary property tax rate has been declining in recent years. in part on the bond side because we have been paying down our outstanding bond sales, but also for both our M&O override and our bond sales, our assessed valuation of property here in the Peoria Unified boundaries, that includes City of Peoria and City of Glendale, the value of property has been increasing, so the assessed valuation goes up. We're paying down outstanding bond sales, and hence that tax rate has been declining as well. And in fact, I've shared before in fiscal year 2025, the secondary tax rate's $1.8108 per $100 of limited assessed valuation. And then the information on this slide I shared at our last board meeting. It shows the estimated tax rate if the district's 13% M&O override is continued by the voters. You'll note with this table, if you draw down on the far left corner to the fiscal year 2027 estimated override, that would be the first year of either the continued override or a new override. So that's where we would be looking at a dollar amount of funding or funding change in the associated tax rate. And the tax difference between a 13% and be it 14 or 15%, as you look at that, basically each percentage change equates to approximately $2,428,675 of funding a year. And it's roughly a 9-cent change per $100 of limited assessed valuation if you look at the tax rate and compare it percent by percent. And so with that, administration is requesting input and direction on next steps. The governing board can consider an M&O override election and associated percentage and categories of support. The governing board can direct administration to bring forward a resolution to call for the continuation of the current 13% override with the associated categories of support. When we think of next steps, one option is to secure the ongoing funding that we currently have, and then with the new strategic plan, with the consideration of a bond program or election in the future, you can always increase from what we have. But the saying, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, that might be something to consider. But of course, the governing board could entertain a change in the percentage. You could also entertain adding to what the override supports. And I'll provide an illustrative example. In 2019, when we did have a 15% override election, which was not successful, an additional category of school, student, and staff safety had been added as part of that change. But again, there might be other priorities that are identified with the new strategic plan as the governing board moves forward with those activities. The direction would be from the board to administration on those next steps. We could be directed to move as swiftly as to bring forward a resolution on March 27th for the governing board to entertain to move forward with calling for the election. But of course, it's at your direction. And with that, that concludes the presentation. District administration is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We do have one public comment tied to this slide item, and then we'll go to board comments and questions. You will have 3 minutes. Ms. Trina Berg.
Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the board, Superintendent Summers. My name is Trina Berg, President of Peoria Education Association. We are in a do-or-die situation with our override. 13% would be the absolute minimum. We can't afford to take the cut if this doesn't go through, if you guys don't vote to go forward with it, and if it doesn't pass. The truth of the matter is, though, to really be competitive, we need to get 15% at some point. I would love if the board would, at one point, even if it's not this election, but sometime in the very near future, come together and decide we're going to go for and support a 15% override so we can actually increase the funding we have. We could provide raises to our classified staff. We could become more competitive with other things. We could look at reducing class sizes. We could do a lot of other things if we had more funding coming in. And this would bring us to a competitive level. I know Deer Valley is going back out for their 15% override. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at continued massive cuts. They're looking at class size increase because of the loss of their override, and I don't want to put us in that same situation at some point. Dysart has a 15%. Most other districts around us all have 15%. We are at a disadvantage in this district because we don't have that extra funding coming in. So I ask you to very much support the 13% override continuation, but really start to consider a 15%. Thank you.
Thank you for public comment. Ms. Myers? Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions for Ms. Myers on the presentation. The question I really have is back to the board. I am in support. Anytime we can give raises to our employees, I'm always in support of that. And I'm happy to do the hard work to go out there walking, knocking doors alongside all of my board members for a 13 or a 15% override. I do agree with Ms. Trina Berg that we need to be competitive with our other districts and for that 15%. So if we don't do it this time, I would like to see us as a board make a plan for that. But the other thing that I always go back to is we have in our community, we have an organization that always works against and puts on their golden ticket that no bonds and no overrides. And so we really need community, full community support. And I think it would go, we need full community support to get this across the finish line, to get folks to vote for it. And I know that you all have a lot of influence in those circles to help change that perspective, to really get the rest of the community to support, whether it's a 13 or a 15% override. And so I'm willing to support what our board supports, and I'd love to see it be a full, once Ms. Proudfit is back, I'd love to see it be a full, full five vote, and that we all are in support of our employees for everything that they do for us. And I think it would go a long way in sending a message from the board that we really support and value all of our employees out there. So with that, I want to pass that over to the rest of the board, and I would love to hear your input, and I really want to work on behalf of our employees and work with all of you to get this done. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
I do have a procedural question. So I believe, if I understood you correctly, Mrs. Meyer, that if we don't get the 13% M&O this time, or even if we went for a 15%, if it gets voted down, that we couldn't go back and try to recapture that 13%. Is that, am I understanding you correctly?
Thank you. President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the governing board, if we were to pursue a different percentage, and the delineation is 13% is a continuation of an existing override and an existing tax, where a 15% would be a new override, new tax. If that would not pass, we would still be in the realm of reducing $11 million in fiscal year 27. Just like our sister district, Deer Valley, you can go out the very next year and try to pass it again, but you've still lost that funding for the first year of the phase down. And then if successful, you could replace that sunsetting override with a new override the next year. But the choice, the binary decision is 13 or something else. If something else is pursued and it fails, the 13% by default is also sunsetting.
And in your experience, have you heard of or seen a double question override on the ballot? For example, asking voters, do you approve of a 15% override, yes or no? And then the following question of, if not, or if the 15% should fail, do you support the continuation of the current existing one? Is that possible? Have you heard of that? Maybe this is something for Mrs. Siegel or an election attorney, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
President Rooks, Mr. Clerk Toby, members of the governing board, taxing entities from time to time, I can think of municipalities where they'll have multiple bond questions. Of course, more than one question is a possibility. A resolution could identify two questions, but My understanding from past survey data and in the school finance community, feedback from professional consultants, oftentimes when you have more than one question, it can create cannibalism between the two, and it actually breaks apart the vote and sometimes will cause both questions to fail. Good examples when there's a bond and an override question, oftentimes only the bond will pass. People will think, well, I'm approving something that's going to result in something tangible, so I'm just going to approve that and not the override. So that consultants would say sometimes that's a risky approach. Mrs. Siegel, would you like to add to that?
Ms. Myers, while Ms. Siegel's walking up, if I may add my recollection from the last time we had 2 initiatives on the ballot, we also do not control the order of the questions on the ballot. That's something that the county sets. So I did want to just add that note.
Yeah, thank you.
Mrs. Rooks, Mr. Tobey, members of the board, I am not an election attorney. We do have an expert in our firm named Jim Giel, but I have done election law, and I have not seen the alternative question. Legally, I don't know whether it's permitted. I think it probably is not. You see a lot of school districts do the K-3 override and the other override. That may be what you're thinking of, but I think it also procedurally would be confusing to the electorate.
Thank you.
Just by 2 cents.
And a follow-up question, I don't know, maybe Dr. Summers, you can weigh in on some of this, but in looking at the charts, when it comes to 13% versus the 15%, it looks like a ballpark figure of $5 million, right? So in some of our site visits, Dr. Summers, you've kind of taught me a little bit about the special education department when it comes to the times when we have to send students away for services, when we can't service them in-house. Could you speak to what is possible with the 13% versus the 15%, and maybe a vision that we can employ there to actually capture money back?
Thank you for that question, President Rooks, Mr. Tobey, members of the board. I think the way I would answer that is starting with what the goals are from a board perspective relative to how we are prioritizing our investment in terms of what our bottom line will be. So I've heard a commitment to increasing safety, resources, and ensuring a comprehensive plan to be the best, be the leaders in school safety. We know that student achievement, particularly early literacy, reading achievement, will require likely some additional investment in that space. You bring up special education support for exceptional learners. Absolutely. We know that there's a number of needs, some of which we're just doing the best we can with what we have, which is not enough. And of course, as we think about compensation and being competitive in terms of that short and longer range goal, those would be kind of the top 3 or 4 items that I also think at some level represent where we're going to be trending with the development of our new strategic plan. I know this isn't the question right now, but I'll just add it into the conversation for the moment. There's risk anytime we're going to be going to the voters. And how much are we able to communicate and convey not just the needs, but the willingness or speak to the responsiveness of what the community is expecting from the district relating to some past trends. And I'll just say it this way. I think we learned from this last election, we've learned from previous elections that a tax increase represents a big ask. So while I think we're all motivated to do as much as we can to prioritize those items that I mentioned earlier, as well as a comprehensive set of needs that's in alignment with our next 3 to 5 to 10 years, I'll call it 7 years, relative to a new M&O. My perspective kind of mirrors what you heard from Ms. Myers, which is it, for lack of a better term, safer to maintain what is currently in place and recognize that we can always go back as we've done more work relative to our strategic plan and how all of that comes into focus. Is the time this year, or is the time perhaps another year from now or 2 years from now? Of course, we're also having to address what those capital needs are, and the results of our last bond election, I think, also are something that's weighing on us. I know that's not necessarily a conversation for today, but that's something else we just have to be strategic about. So I know I touched on a few different things within that one response, but hopefully that gives you a little bit of substance and shape in terms of where the mindset is right now.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Summers. I really wanted to just throw this out as far as conversation piece goes, because I know we have probably in excess of 200-ish students that get sent elsewhere to provide.
That is roughly, Dr. Hernandez, we're talking about students that are placed out of district. Is that, I'm looking at a general nod. I want to say within 100, maybe a little lower. Okay.
So ballpark figure, maybe 200 students. And as far as a typical cost of farming that out, I mean, I know.
Average, yes, sir. Average.
Couple hand waves are okay. Just looking for a ballpark.
I think we're typically, numbers I've heard of range anywhere from a $40,000 to a $60,000 a year placement to upwards of 80. I mean, in some cases, 100,000. I mean, it sort of varies, but I think what you're representing there is both what does it look like right now in terms of our capacity to maintain programming that could potentially keep students in a program, a level D program is what we would refer to that as. So that's another piece of all that.
Yeah, that's correct. And then also, kind of speaking to your question, Mrs. Ewing, as far as presenting it in a way that, as Dr. Summers said, the tax base is going to perceive it well. So just doing some rough math, 200 students-ish, average of 50,000 per student, it's about 10 million that we spend to send kids out for services. Did I do that math right? I think it's 10 million. So maybe, is it worth spending the $5 million, or asking the community to increase 18 cents per every $100 of value to allow us that $5 million extra to recapture a potential $10 million in savings? So in essence, maybe saving the district money in the long run, having a better fiduciary responsibility on our part in the long run, and providing services to students, as well as employing additional special needs employees.
So one thing that I would, sorry, President Rooks, if I may, is that sounds like an awesome plan. Would we be able to convince the voter of that? Because that's a lot of detailed information. So it's a matter of, would we be able to sell it that way? Because I feel like with the bond, because school finance is so difficult, it's difficult to explain, but overrides are a little bit easier, because it's when you talk about reducing class sizes, or it goes towards academics, or even compensation for our teachers, like those are very simple things. So it's just something to consider. I hate that we have to think about how we sell it to the community, but like 70% of our voters out there are not connected to the district, and so we have to be, when we're thinking about it, we also have to be thinking about those people as well, because they're a big part of the success or failure of a ballot initiative. So anyway, I'm sorry, I interjected before Miss President Rooks and Ms. Bowles were able to add some comments. So with that, I'll leave it to you.
Okay. I will come back to that because I was going to answer your question, but I want to get to Ms. Bowles over here. So go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
I appreciate Dr. Summers' analogy of the situation. So just to be clear, so that I understand what you were saying, November of 2020 was when we got the 13% tax increase. And so this year we are just beginning the 5-year phase out, right?
No, if I may.
Sorry, the 7-year phase out. I don't know why I said 5.
It's actually the critical year 5 to either continue,
right,
or be subject to the phase out beginning in year 6. And so when we had our election in November of 2020, the renewal, so November of 2020 was actually fiscal year 2021. The renewal started 21-22. The year of the election, you were still in that year, that prior year, if that makes sense. So then you count from that point forward. So November 4th, 2025 is the date for that critical year 5. We're in year 5. Otherwise, it'll start, next year, excuse me, is year 5. And it'll start phasing down the following year 6, if not continued. So next fiscal year 26, is
Okay.
year 5.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
There's so many balls in the air when we talk about this, and I do appreciate what Dr. Summers said. Do we just really, we need to think about, hey, are we willing to risk and go out for a vote, or do we stabilize a bit and then, and then go out, meaning keep it at 13%? One of the biggest things that's staring us in the face, and I'm going to say it, the elephant in the room, is student achievement. When I walked hundreds of doors a day and had this conversation about percentages, for lack of a better way of saying it, we were not producing a good product in school. We were 40% reading, yada, yada. We have brought some of those scores up, and I venture to say we're going to bring them up even higher. So maybe, and it's actually farther than what I thought, because I thought we were on our 5th year, but we're not. It'll be another year when we start phasing out in 2026.
Pardon, I'm so sorry. It would be fiscal year 27. So next fiscal year is year 5. And if we don't continue it in year 5, it starts to phase
Right.
out in fiscal year 27, not 26.
Right, sorry.
I
said
just
that
want
wrong.
to make
Yeah,
sure.
I
Thank
probably
you.
said it, yeah. I do understand what you're saying, though. We have some time, is I guess what I wanted to say. Going back to Clerk Toby and what he brought up, I mean, what would it hurt when we are ready to do that, to take another approach and say, hey, we have kids that have a need, let's pull services in. Number one, is going to attract people to our district. The level, I think Dr. Summers said D. I like that idea, and, whatever you said, what was it, 0.8 cents or whatever you said, just sounds like a better number. But I think to think outside the box and not try to keep doing the same thing that's not working. I happen to be in the district and employed with 2 bonds being passed, and we didn't get a raise in 6 years. So we haven't, without understanding all the details of finances, what people understand is the money wasn't spent the way we thought it was going to be spent. That's what we hear when we're out there. Whether that's true or not, probably it's not, because there's a lot of balls in the air. So I do understand that. But I'm just being transparent and, hey, maybe we just need another approach.
Thank you. President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, I think you're referring to the 2002-2005 timeframe when Peoria Unified passed 2 back-to-back bonds. And during that period of time, the district had a 10% override. Just to time travel back so many years, and that's that compression conversation that some of our long-term employees still speak about today. A bond proceeds cannot be used for a raise. They're different. I always like to say an override is people and programs, where a bond is buses and buildings. That's a really good way to kind of think about it. I just want to go back to, if we do not take action this November, by default, that first year of cuts occurs. So we don't have another year to wait. I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. November 4th, 2025 is the date to either go out or not. If we don't go out, by default, the first year of cuts will occur. If we continue the override, we'll secure the funding we have. So that's the delta. If we don't do anything, the cuts are going to start. We can maintain the 13%. That's the level funding support for these types of programs, or you can do something differently. But I just want to make sure everyone's clear on what the decision is this spring.
Thank you for that.
Is that good? Okay. I don't have any questions. I was just going to kind of piggyback on what was kind of going on over here. So I'm really going to just put it all out there. Knocking doors, talking to parents, talking to community members, talking to, the individuals that would not support the bonds and the overrides over the past couple of years. It was their frustration with what was going on in a classroom or in their school, or the district's decisions to make, spend on certain things. It's not saying it was happening in every classroom. It's just saying that was their experiences that they were going through. And that was where they were coming from and not wanting to support those decisions of on the ballot with M&O override or bonds. And so I can understand that. Like that's the voters' decision. And I think the way that you change that mindset is by eliminating all of that, eliminating it and starting to fix and solve those problems that they were so frustrated with. That's why thinking outside the box of utilizing what resources we have to show the community that we're willing to go completely outside of the box and think of something crazy like appraising the district building, selling the district, using the funds to, fix up some of the schools that need repairs. Really showing the community your actions versus just saying, oh, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. I think that they just want to see some direction on different ways that we can show, hey, we're doing this, we're going to try this, we're going to do whatever we can to utilize what we have to get to those kids. And I don't think it's that those individuals that would not support the bond or M&O override don't care about the kids. They don't care about the teachers in the classroom. I think it was their frustration for so many years, that building on frustration of hearing things and seeing things and family members experiencing the things that they would experience, and they just couldn't support those decisions being made. And I think that Dr. Summers, I've mentioned this to you before, I think that there would be a change mindset in the community, because what they're seeing now is that there is a change that is happening. It happened in January of this year. There is a new direction to lead with excellence right now. And I think that that can happen if we make these hard decisions and we start thinking outside the box and they start seeing that we are doing those things, that they would support a 15% override on the ballot.
So, Ms. Rooks, if President Rooks, so I just want to clarify that when I was asking that question, I wasn't trying to mean it as an insult or have you be defensive. I just wanted to ask because I'm not in those conversations to fully understand, and I want to make sure that whatever we put out there, that it's meeting the needs of the community. So that was kind of my way of like, hey, you're in those spaces, you're hearing from those people who haven't supported us in the past, and what would it take for them to support us, and what do they need to see? Because I feel like the whole reason all of us are up here is because we want to make a difference for the kids and we want to support the staff. And I hear, working with you for the last 2 years, there's lots of times that you have talked very highly about the staff and all of the great things that they're doing and been very appreciative. So I don't want you to think that I was trying to put you on the defense or any of the other board members on the defense. I'm just truly trying to say, how can we come to the table and bring more people to the table and see what we see and see how amazing this district is, and how can we get their support? And I felt like I wasn't sitting in those circles and having those conversations, but you all are. And so that was my purpose. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it was no, okay. I would just wanted you to understand that that's the conversations that I would hear walking the doors. I walked with her a lot. And then even prior to that, like that was all of the frustrations that families, community members, or even staff, they were just frustrated with the direction that the district was headed. And so that is where they came in and said, look, like we can't support the decisions that are being made by the district. So how are we supposed to be asked to support raising taxes on our houses if we're not supporting what decisions are being made? That's not saying that they don't support the kids, it's the decision base. And so I think now there is a change in direction. And I think that they're going to start to see that some of these decisions are changing and that they are eliminating a lot of those things that they were so frustrated with all of that is now going to start being pushed out. It's going to start having a focus back on reading proficiency, like Ms. Bowles said, trying to, we got Dr. Hernandez over there making great headway, but I think that's what they wanted to see. They need to see a change in direction. And I was just trying to say, I think they are seeing that. And so I think that they would support a 15% override on the ballot.
So if I may, President Rooks, so if you look at what is on the slide on slide 6, because I know Dr. Summers was talking about making sure that what is included on there is part of our strategic plan. And I definitely heard when we talk about academics, because I know that a lot of you've talked about this, and a lot of folks out there said we need to have a good focus on academics, which on the last 2 years we've been together is the reading interventionist. I know when that grant went away, there was we lost that ability. So are there things that are on this? Even though this is the 13%, but are there things on this that you feel like those communities would continue to support? Do we need to change or add? And I think that's some of the feedback maybe they're looking for on this particular point. Maybe Ms. Myers can offer, but just curiosity with those conversations. Do you feel like they would feel like these are things that they could continue to support?
I think that they would continue. I don't speak for every single person, but I think the majority would definitely start to support some of these things, especially if we're working with the President Trump's orders and eliminating DEI and all of the nonsense that has been going on for the last few years in this district. They start seeing that we're making those changes, then they will absolutely start to want to support the schools on the ballot. Clerk Toby, did you have any other further comments?
No, I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to bring up, the level D recapture. Maybe another question. If we brought level D students back into the district, does that increase our ADM count, or does that already count towards us even though they get sent somewhere else?
Mr. Toby, I want to double check that before I answer that. I believe they are part of our count, so that's part of the funding that is accounted for as they are placed in a district or in a program that is out of district, because they still are students that are in our district. But if you keep in mind the actual cost of that, it's a fraction of what it takes for that student to be placed in a program outside.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree. It's that outside the box thinking. I think it's going to advance this district when it comes to funding and funding sources. But what I hear you saying is you personally, as our CFO, you feel comfortable or more comfortable with, hey, let's ask for the continuation and maybe revisit that increase at a later time. Would that make you, as our CFO, more comfortable? Is what I'm asking.
Thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the governing board. Ultimately, it is your call. I'm simply providing factual information that securing what we've had, which is a continuation of an existing override and a continuation of an existing tax, is one option. There is no guarantee an increase would pass, but it is truly your direction. Once we call for an election, just to remind everyone, Arizona Revised Statutes 15.511 come into play, where at that point the district can only share factual information. We are constrained in some ways where it cannot appear in any way we're using a district resource to advocate for or against the outcome of any election, let alone a bond or, in this case, an override. You certainly could direct administration. Our bond counsel is Greenberg-Traurig. Paul Gales has worked with us in the past. You could certainly entertain a motion to direct administration to bring forward a resolution mirroring exactly what we have now for further consideration and possible action on the 27th to officially call for the election. You could certainly direct us to bring two versions of a resolution and have another agenda item where there could be discussion also with Mrs. Proutfit, and you could consider taking action on approving that particular resolution to call for the election. So at this point, administration is asking for direction. You could certainly direct us to do at a minimum, to bring back the 13% override resolution with the same categories of support, or be it special education or safety, adding to that, and have a higher increase for further consideration at the next meeting.
Thank you.
So so you said we could, if we want to, make a request to have both 13% and a 15% resolution, two separate ones, brought back to the March 27th meeting, if we make that type of a motion.
President Ricks, Clerk Toby, members of the board, you could certainly do that. You could also identify if you wanted to add a category for the 15%. You would make a motion, and that would be your direction to administration. There'd be an additional agenda item at that next meeting. Could even be a discussion item before action to allow for more thoughtful conversation, evaluation, and then you certainly could take action. We would ensure, working with Mrs. Siegel, that we had it agendized appropriately if you chose to approve either of those resolutions.
Thank you for that question and answer. Then I would like to motion to direct the administration to bring back a 13% maintenance and override and a 15% maintenance and override at the March 27th meeting, with also a discussion item first, followed by action item with those two resolutions.
And I'll second.
Thank you.
President Rooks, if I may ask, would you consider modifying that motion to read 13% maintenance and operations override resolution with the categories that are currently included in the current 13% M&O override? And then would you like to clarify with the 15% the categories you'd like to see?
Yes, sorry. So I would like to motion to have a 13%, the current 13% and operations override resolution, and then the 15% maintenance and operations override resolution with the added categories of safety and special education.
And I'll second.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment to update that motion and present it to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Myers, for helping with the wording. Appreciate it.
President Rooks, members of the board, I have the motion to read as motion to direct administration to bring back the current 13% maintenance and operations override and a 15% maintenance and operations override with the additional categories of safety and special education to the March 27th board meeting for discussion and possible action. Mrs. Myers.
Thank you. I believe we would need to add the word Direct resolution.
Resolution.
Yes, please, thank you.
I'm sorry, resolutions and,
Yeah,
Direct-
resolution after the 13% maintenance and operations override, say resolution, and then do the same thing after the 15%.
thank you, give me a moment. Okay, motion reads as, motion to direct administration to bring back the current 13% maintenance and operations override resolution and a 15% maintenance and operations override resolution with the additional categories of safety and special education to the March 27th board meeting for discussion and possible action.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. And it was motion was made by me and a second by Ms. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers. We are just going to take a 5-minute break so that everyone can use the restroom real quick. Sorry, Ms. Siegel. We'll be right back. Let us real quick. Okay. to 10.3, consideration and approval of the social worker, school counselor, mental health contract language for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Vesely.
Thank you, President Brooks, members of the board, and cabinet and community members. I'm excited to bring forward tonight recommended contract language for social workers and school counselor, mental health professionals. This language that we're bringing forth tonight reflects the recent governing board action regarding new policy, GCFCA, licensure requirement for school social workers and mental health counselors. You're going to see the credentialing, the licensure pieces in here as well. And not only did some of our members of cabinet review this, Dr. Summers has reviewed it, as well as Mrs. Siegel, and provided input for you tonight. So if we could pull up the red line of the contract language, please. You'll see at the very top, we have to have the contract state contract employment for social worker, school counselor, mental health professionals. That is requirement from the grant itself. And so we will have that change at the top. The only other additional language you'll see on page 2 is language that's been added based off of legal counsel, Mrs. Siegel, and review of current board policy. So you'll see that about 3 sentences down, employee agrees and certifies that at all times during the term of this contract, the employee shall hold and maintain in good standing the necessary legal certifications and clearances from the state of Arizona and the United States of America, and all licenses required by board policy, including but not limited to an active, valid, unrestricted certificate to perform employees' professional duties in the public schools of Arizona, an unrestricted license issued by the appropriate government agency as designated and required by the board to perform the duties of a school social worker, school counselor, or school mental health counselor. These representations are untrue, or these conditions set forth in this paragraph are not met, which kind of states again that should these not be met, the contract would be null and void and they would not be appropriately credentialed to continue in that position. So, and for any questions, and we look forward to your votes so that we can start to build our contracts right after spring break.
Thank you, Ms. Vesely. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been eating potato chips. So a question for you, because I think it was mentioned, you got rid of, in the blue on that first page, you got rid of the certificated non-teaching professionals. I know that we're trying to make it match the grant, but I just didn't know if they're, because they still are certificated
That is
non-teaching
correct.
professionals. So.
Yes, that is correct. With the grant itself and ADE, they have guided us that if the contracts do not state specifically the title that we have for them in our visions system, that contract is not actually valid, and they will not accept that contract. So we have to turn in every contract to Arizona Department of Ed for the grant, and that is their requirement.
Okay, so one of the things that we're doing, and just correct me if I'm wrong on this, whether it's Dr. Summers or Ms. Vesely, is with the, right now, when we're going back, when the district is going back and talking to the employees about the new requirement for the licensure, you had said that there's a certain process we have to go through with those employees because they are certificated individuals, so they can go towards those other positions. So I just wanted to make sure they wouldn't be treated any differently because it's removed from their job description. Do you know what I'm saying? Or do you know what
This is not the job description. This is simply contract language. I think what you're referring
yes.
to is the process, but for the purpose of this agenda item, we are strictly looking at contract language tonight so that we can build their contracts, this particular agenda item.
Okay, so removing that doesn't remove how we deal with the individuals through that when they're certificated non-teaching professionals.
That would be a question that I would like to defer to hopefully our next agenda item, but for the purpose of the contract.
I'll hold that question then.
From the Department of Education, we need to have the job title that is in our vision system for them.
Okay.
If I may, Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, the definition is statutory as to who gets certain protections. And so it doesn't matter what you call this contract, except on the grant purposes, but the protections that they're given is by statute. It doesn't change anything.
Perfect, great, thank you, that answers that, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I do. Knowing that we're requiring social workers to be licensed or school counselors to be licensed, and the mental health professional is certification, are we offering the same pay for both? Does that make sense? One's a certificate, the other one is a licensure.
Are you talking about their salaries?
Yeah.
At this time, that has not been determined. I think
Okay.
Mrs. Myers had discussed earlier in our budget compensation presentation that the budget team would like to review that. Our first objective and goal is that we have to get contract language. We
Okay.
have to get the updated job description to match the newest policy that you have voted and approved at our last governing board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions, Ms. Vesley, but thank you for bringing it to us.
Absolutely. My
So
pleasure.
with that, I will motion to approve the social worker, school counselor, mental health contract language for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
I will second.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 10.4, consideration of approval of social worker, school counselor, mental health job description. Ms. Vesley.
Good evening once again, President Brooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that are still with us tonight. Thank you for hanging in there with us. At the request of the governing board, administration is bringing forth a revised version of the current job description for social worker, school counselor, mental health professionals, with revisions to the minimum qualifications to include the unrestricted certification from the Arizona Department of Education, as well as unrestricted licensure by the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners. I want to first of all apologize to all of you. There were some revisions that were made. As we attempted to try to upload them, we had an outage here, an internet outage from probably 10:30 or 11 o'clock up until 3:15. So I want to try to go a little bit more through some of those changes. We did have some extra sets of eyes on them and found some areas where we wanted to hone in a little bit more based off of the policy that you all had approved at our last board meeting. So if you would allow me to kind of go through some of those changes. You'll see that we are taking out at the top the clinical supervision, the district student support team. They are supervised by the site principal at their site. We've also added in the current expiration date for this grant is June 30th of 2026. That's when it sunsets. We also wanted to relook at the job summary. That job summary, as we would like it to state now, is the school social worker, school counselor, mental health professional offers comprehensive support and resources to students to reduce educational barriers, increase the development of skills that support academic success, and foster a safe and welcoming environment. This also includes connecting students and families with the needed community support. Additionally, this role involves being a part of a district cadre of mental health professionals who engage in and provide professional development tailored to the needs of their school and community. As we continue to go down to the bottom of the page, you'll see in several bullets under essential duties and responsibilities that we have changed some of the terminology. Instead of having social emotional, we are looking at social skills development. You'll see that in multiple bullets going into the second page as well. If we can go to the second page, thank you very much. The bullet, second bullet from the top, we've added a piece there. So coordinates, develops, and facilitates professional development for teachers, staff, and administrators on research and evidence-based practices that foster safe and welcoming environments that are conducive for learning. If we continue to go on to the next page, We've added some additional language, thank you very much. Works collaboratively with staff to reduce the barriers to student academic success. So again, our goal is how do we help and keep students in the classroom? How do we allow that success to happen? You'll see, again, we are removing direct services. They provide services, a multitude of services. You'll see skills development. And then as we go down to the very bottom, the minimum requirements, this is, I think, one of the most important pieces. Mrs. Siegel did provide some additional input in this area as well. So you'll see that for the Master of Social Work, they will have unrestricted ADE certified social work certificate and unrestricted licensure by the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners as a licensed master social worker, either LMSW or licensed clinical social worker, LCSW. We've added in, again, just as a reminder, temporary licensure does not meet the qualifications of this position, and mental health internships do not satisfy the minimum requirements. Now remember, there's two groups that are in this grant. One of them has a social worker, the other one has the school counselor, our guidance counselor, high school certification. We felt that was important to say because the grant allows both. So we've added in, they could either have the school social piece, school social worker piece, or they could have the school counselor mental health. And they require a master's in counseling, mental health counseling, or marriage and family therapy, and ADE certified school counselor certificate pre-K-12, and unrestricted licensure by the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners as a licensed associate counselor, the LAC, or licensed professional counselor, LPC. And again, temporary licensure does not meet the qualifications of this position, and mental health internships do not satisfy this minimum requirements. We've removed the preferred area here, the licensed clinical social work, because we've already added it up to the minimum requirements. And with that, I stand for any questions or comments. We look forward to your approval tonight. Again, by approving the job description, approving the contract languages, we will begin our work tomorrow with our social worker groups on their next steps. And then we would look forward to bringing forward the contracts as well as an update to you at the next governing board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Vesely. So we do have one public comment tied to this line item. You will have 3 minutes. Ms. Laura Tepason.
Good evening. Just a reflection pertaining to this. On the 2021-22 grant cycle, there were significant challenges that arose due to misunderstandings surrounding the roles and responsibilities of social workers hired through that grant. The social worker grant created confusion primarily around job descriptions, qualifications, and the program's goals and objectives for the year. In hindsight, more detailed presentations and clear communication maybe would have been helpful to prevent the misunderstandings and misinterpretations, which unfortunately placed undue stress on the social workers. So the 21-22 grant required the hiring of school social workers who held valid school social worker certifications issued by the Department of Education. That was clarified. You are adding the licensing. Now, this was the qualification PUSD used when hiring because the grant stipulated that. So I just want to clarify it wasn't PUSD who was adding all this SEL and that it was the grant. The program requirements included social emotional learning, selections and approaches, as well as the implementation of multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. The grant also stipulated the provision of evidence-based education, behavior, and mental health services. Aside from grant, okay, so behavior interventionists were scarce, and then the social workers replaced some of that. Now, it is important to know that under the terms of the grant, social workers were not expected to diagnose students. Instead, their role was to provide services as outlined in the grant narrative. Additionally, professional development conferences were included in the grant to ensure the social workers were equipped with the necessary skills to meet these objectives. These conferences primarily focused on SEL practices and programs to fulfill contractual obligations. This is the grant. Again, I have it here every year, the renewal. Hopefully the grantor will change the narrative. Now, when the district accepts a grant, there is a commitment to fulfill the contractual requirements outlined in the grant agreement. This is not negotiable. It's surprising, though, how even grants can become politicized. Over the past 4 years, There's been a strong focus on social-emotional SL, CASEL, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. As we look ahead to the next 4 years, I hope the focus shifts back toward academic excellence. It would be refreshing to see future grants prioritize academic outcomes, balancing the needs of SEL and behavior support with a renewed emphasis on rigorous academic programs without any gimmicks and injecting topics that stir things up. Because that was, after all, the problem, was nothing wrong with diversity and inclusion if it were to be used in the proper, normal context. So I just wanted to clarify PUSD position, who has always followed the contractual obligations.
Thank you for your public comment, Ms. Vesley. All right, Ms. Ewing, questions?
I don't have any questions about the language. Mrs. Siegel, you did a great job on redoing the language in there. Again, and I've talked to Dr. Summers about this, is I still am under the thought that the July 1st is not going to be a realistic date for a lot of our employees. But I know that by going forward with this contract and the job description, then you can begin to have those conversations of what that will look like for all of those employees, and then you'll be able to bring that back to the board to let us know. But I'm hoping that, especially today, I feel like a big theme has been student safety, and our social workers and mental health counselors are a very big part of student safety, and they're a very big part of making sure all of those factors that cause decreased academic achievement, they really help to get rid of those barriers. So I hope that we continue to emphasize their importance and value all of the work that they do. So I really appreciate them. But I'm wanting to work with those individuals if that July 1st date becomes an issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I was not expecting that to be that quick. I don't have any questions. I guess, and maybe it's because I haven't looked at one of these job descriptions, position descriptions, in a while. I kind of wish we had more specifics in the job description, and I'll just say it like this. It says comprehensive support and resources to students to reduce educational barriers, increase development of skills, and support academic success, and foster safe and welcoming environment. Well, that sounds really nice. I don't really know what that means. I wish that I know that once you dive into the job as well, that you'll, have specifics in that. And then later in this job description, it says school climate and culture conductive. I don't really know what that means. Being a behavior specialist background, I know Mrs. Vesley has heard me say this, if you can't count it, you cannot measure it. And so I don't really know what they're doing. And I don't know if that even should be part of their job description or not. Not specifics to curriculum or anything like that, because I know there's a gamut of things that they can use. Maybe even those that are licensed, some kind of treatment plan, or to hand off to the community what you've done to facilitate that exchange. And you had mentioned, Ms. Vesley, about the guidance counselor, the minimum requirements. Isn't the guidance counselor a different job? Like their background? Maybe I'm not understanding that. My understanding is this, so that maybe this will clarify it. A guidance counselor being those that counsel for academics, and then maybe do a little bit of, the anti-bullying and, those kind of things on the elementary level. So help me understand the guidance counselor thing. The rest of it sounds great.
The terminology guidance counselor at the high school level is no longer used. They are now called school counselors. So it encompasses not only post-secondary success, their ECAPs, looking at their college, or getting ready for college readiness, also working towards what credits they need to be successful, to get to that post-secondary success for each individual student. Not only do they do that, but they also support on their campuses when needed, helping students be successful, helping students to get back to class. Part of the grant, the school safety grant, the first year that we went out, they only allowed social workers. Then the second year, they allowed not only to have social workers, but also the school counselor requirements through the Department of Ed also met those requirements. So they opened it up, which allowed both a school counselor, which has a standard certificate from the Department of Education, pre-K-12, and social workers. That's why we have them both, because we have hired both based off of certification that ADE allowed in that second year.
So my concern is this, and I know that the grant says different, but I have to say it, that a licensed social worker, the whole reason for the clinical side of this is so that we are not practicing on children psychotherapy. From my knowledge, a certificate from ADE does not allow you to do that type of therapy. Does the grant speak to that and clarifying that they can actually do that?
I don't know that the purpose tonight is to speak about the grant and what the grant allows. We are going off of your direction, the board, governing board giving us direction with new policy that came back and stated that we would like our social workers to be licensed, and we would like our school counselors who are serving in this role under the grant to be licensed. So we've added that language here. I am not at a point to be able to talk about psychotherapy. That's not the purpose of this agenda item. This agenda item is to look and approve the job description.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
And I think, to be fair, Mr. Nuttall has also brought forth multiple times in study sessions what we do, and that we don't do the psychotherapy. We are merely working on your direction in asking that they now be licensed. You mentioned something a few minutes ago about treatment plans and clinical treatment plans. That is still not anything that's in the job description. So if someone were coming and doing clinical therapies or psychotherapy, I don't see that anywhere in the job description. They're here to provide supports to get students back to class and to provide family resources when those families need it.
And what you just described there, I would like to see in here, legit, because that's very clear what you just said, that not being the clinical side of it. That would be great if we could add it, but if not, that I'm good with that as well.
So does that, Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, we believed that through the essential functions, the bullet points are the ones that get more specific. The job summary
Oh,
is
you're
an
right.
overall
Yes, I
summary.
see that. I
Okay,
do see
so
that. I apologize.
those essential bullet points are
Yeah.
everything that I've just mentioned.
Yeah, you're right. I do see that now. Thank you.
All good? Yes?
That's all
Okay.
I have. Thank you.
I just had two clarifying questions under the Tier 1 level of support. I don't know if this is, so that it says implements and supports multi-tiered programs and practices, monitors progress, and evaluates for service effectiveness. I guess for Ms. Vesley and Dr. Summers, my understanding was the multi-tiered system per se are we still utilizing that, or is that something different here in this job description?
President Rooks, members of the board, I believe within the context of this job description, we're simply referring to the methodology by which we identify services that are either Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. So if you think of it as a universal service, a targeted service, or an intensive service, with regards to are we still using or will we be using the MTSS workflow module, that is separate from the terminology. That is, as we've communicated previously, no longer going to be part of our mechanism. So I think some of this is just nomenclature that's pretty standard in terms of how we identify what those needs are, and I think we're in a position over time where we can continue to evolve the nomenclature that we are using in the district to be consistent with the direction we're moving forward with.
Okay. And then last question, the bullet point under Tier Level 1 of support says coordinates, develops, and supervises evidence-based education and prevention programs. My understanding, this actually happened at my kid's school, but there was a social worker came in the class to do some type of education program during classroom instruction time, they did ask for permission from parents. I did not get permission, so instead, my son had to be moved out of class into another area of the school to not sit through that. And so that's where I'm just trying to understand that first level when you talk about universal support. Just personally as a mom, I send my kid to school to get an education and get his academic instruction, and that was interrupting his academic instruction of the day. So that's where I'm just kind of concerned about that first one is when we're talking about coordinate, develop, supervises evidence-based education and prevention programs, are we saying universally we're going to have them all go into the classrooms and talk to the students?
President
or-
Rooks, no, I don't, I think what you're describing is an example that is understandably not with, and as you mentioned, the parent permission that was either granted or not. I think what you're describing there is more of what are we doing process-wise or procedure-wise in terms of how we identify how universal practices are being in place versus the evidence-based practices that are research-based and sound for students. So I hear your point on that. Unique to this job description item, I think what we're actually talking about are probably two different things. It's the implementation of how that lives in a school versus the scope of the work that's actually being performed by the individual in the position. So.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that's not so, I guess, the way that it's worded, that it then doesn't say that it's giving that idea of providing those education prevention programs during classroom instruction time, that it's more of just developing it with the staff to have on campus, like classroom rules or school expectations versus having them go in the classroom and talking to all the kids, and then you have to get parent permission, and if the parent doesn't want it, where does their kid go and how that affects their instruction time of the day? If that makes sense.
President Rooks, yes, I think it does. I think what we're describing is the implementation of the actual practice that is being described here. So that is not something that would live in a job description. It's something that would live in an actual how that program is rolled out at a particular school environment. So there'd be a different type of placement of that expectation or that restriction, if you will.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had. Thank you, Ms. Fesley.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
So I just need a motion on the floor for the consideration of approval of social worker, school counselor, mental health job description.
I will motion to approve the social worker, school counselor, mental health job description as presented.
And I second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 3 yeas and 1 abstain. Thank you, Ms. Fesley. Moving on to 11, discussion items. 11.1, first read of policy GCF, professional staff hiring. Clerk Toby, you brought this forward, and our attorney, Susan Siegel, from Gus Rosenfeld, had also worked on this draft.
Want me to proceed?
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, really, actually, this was Mr. Toby presented to Dr. Summers and me the requirements of the Arizona Department of Education Certification Division, which include the requirement that when you apply for a certificate, you attest, you or whoever's the applicant attest as to whether they've been arrested, cited and released, or received a criminal summons for any offense this language is right off of the certification application, and it made sense just to include it. It's not duplicative of the previous paragraph, it's additional. And it will be up to, operationally, up to the district, under the guidance of Dr. Summers and HR, as to how to follow up if there's a positive disclosure. That's all. I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item, so Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I think you covered it, or I think Mrs. Siegel covered it, but Mr. Tobey, did you have anything else to add other than what she said, since you did bring this forward, on anything else that you wanted the board to pay attention to?
No, I just think that this represents us as a district changing the direction and providing that we are at least communicating to the outside world that we are hiring the best, and we want to screen for everything possible, because these are our most precious assets, you know, our children. And we want the most qualified applicant to be around and to interact with our children. So I think, thank you for the update and these changes, and I like how it is directly in line with the ADE's nomenclature when it comes to this paragraph. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I don't. This looks very good, and I appreciate that, everything Mr. Tobey said. So I guess I have a question, because I'm the, new one on the block over here.
That's okay.
That, can I motion to
So this
adopt?
is, so I'll help you right now. Don't worry, I got
knew
you.
you would.
This is a discussion item, so as per policies,
We have
when
to
we
wait.
we do a first read, and then at the next meeting, we do a second read.
Thank
You're
you.
good. All right. I don't have any questions, Ms. Siegel, but thank you for working with Mr. Tobey on this. I'm very happy to see that this was brought forward by our clerk, Tobey. So moving on then to 11.2, first read of policy GDF, support staff hiring. Ms. Siegel.
There is, Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, there's nothing to add, except that this policy applies to support staff hiring.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on this one? Okay.
Is
great.
there any other section in section G that this paragraph that we're adding should also apply to, or is it just only to GCF and GDF?
Yes. Thank you, President Rooks, Clerk Tobey. We have in governing board policy professional staff, which would include all certified staff and administrators. And then our support staff includes classified exempt and classified hourly. So they would all be covered under both.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vesley. It was not, so thank you, Ms. Ewing. Nope, otherwise she wouldn't have answered it. Thank you, Ms. Vesley. Moving on to 11.3, first read of policy KB-EB, parental involvement in education. And this was brought forward by Clerk Jeff Tobey. So I don't know if Ms. Siegel and Clerk Tobey want to take it off.
Mrs. Rooks, Clerk Tobey, members of the board, you can go ahead, Mr. Tobey, if you want.
Thank you, Mrs. Siegel, for reviewing this. This is really just, as I described to Dr. Summers, more of a bumper policy, just ensuring that we are reaffirming our commitment to parents and parental notification when it comes to changes in students' medical situations. They're in our care, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and we have a lot of interface with that. And we just want to be good partners with our parents. And this is just solidifying that and serves as a bumper policy. Thank you.
So I apologize, but we do have a public comment tied to this line item. So let me just run through that and we'll go through each board member. You have 3 minutes. Laura Tepeson.
So policy KB-EB, ensure the parents' rights are protected and that they play an essential role in shaping the education experience for their children. Research consistently shows that successful parent involvement not only improves student behavior and attendance, but it also positively affects academic achievement. When parents actively engage by attending school events, volunteering, and maintaining communication with teachers, we see significant improvements in student success. Our district communication department has been recognized for its excellence, and this is commendable. However, I think more can be done to ensure clearer communication. Parents often don't have the time to read everything that's publicly posted on the website. It is transparent, it's public, posted, but sometimes materials themselves are not easily understood. This is why I've repeatedly suggested organizing forums or parent universities so we don't bring issues here in the boardroom where interested parents can come together to learn more about the district, the strategic plan, the goals and objectives, and the reasoning behind key decisions. The forum could help provide a clearer understanding of district policies, procedures, explain at a level that is accessible to all. And we've all witnessed instances where misunderstandings have led to frustration and tension. For example, presentations by district administrators on topics such as social workers, grant, anti-bullying programs are delivered at a professional level. They may not be easily understood by the general public. It makes it difficult for listeners to grasp the level of detail being shared. While these topics are complex, presenting them in a way that's accessible to all would foster greater clarity and reduce confusion. For parental involvement to be truly effective, it is essential that parents have a clear understanding of how public schools operate, as well as the various programs and initiatives available. By being well informed about school policies, strategic plans, parents can make meaningful contributions to their child's learning environment. For example, the school safety program guidance for this one, school awarded a school counselor, social worker, MTSS is part of the grant. So as parents hear presentations and it could be confusing because MTSS still remains, although you change the narrative and being required, being a contractual obligation. In all fairness, there's nothing wrong, in my opinion. From what I've researched, MTSS is nothing bad. It's a layer. They show how services are provided, but it is still part of this grant. Unless you remove it or it is removed by the grantor, it stands. That's why I had the presentation before, just for clarification for people to understand exactly how we stand. If it's part of the grant, needs to be.
Thank you for your public comment. Thank you. All right. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Ewing?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. Susan, Ms. Siegel, I sent you a message, CC Ms. Rooks. So I just wanted to look at the language where it says, I'm just going to read the sentence that's there in red. It says, to best assist parents and legal guardians in directing the medical care of their child, and any district employees or contractor becoming aware of a new or changed medical situation or condition of a minor will ensure prompt notification. So was that specific part of becoming aware of a new or changed medical situation or condition, because that's not well defined? I know that we wouldn't list out, as you mentioned, we wouldn't list out all of the possible changes of conditions, but does that include just going to the nurse's office and getting a Band-Aid? Does it include if they fall down and need an ice pack? And then just if we have oftentimes students come into our schools and they may have a bruise or a bump or a scratch, and we say, how did that happen? And they say, Susie did it, or Johnny did it, or my brother or my mom, or that type of thing. That this then, it reads to me that we have to then notify the parent. And it's from the legal perspective, how can we ensure that we're not infringing on any sort of mandatory reporting like the SROs would have to do? There was a lot in there, but I just wanted to see what your recommendation on that, if there is some sort of modification of the language, or if that's included somewhere else.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, Dr. Summers and I have talked about this. I think he can address operationally how this will work. In my view, this gives you enough room to address those situations. But Dr. Summers, I hate to put you on the spot, but maybe you want to address it.
So I think what we're looking at with this change is just an effort that we are doing our due diligence to reach out to a parent when there's a need to do so. I don't believe there's really a situation that we're not already notifying parents about. To Mr. Tobey's bigger point, I think the bumper policy to it is just making sure we are doing just that. I think the mandatory reporting piece of something is separate from this, in which case, if there is a concern about a student's health or welfare that is at the quote-unquote hands of a parent, that this policy does not necessarily obligate us at that time to notify the parent. Our due diligence is to notify the authorities, and then take our cue from there.
And if I may, just Ms. Ewing, so I can just kind of help, if there's a situation that happens at school, the school nurse emails parents. That's happened with me. I'm a parent. Anything that happens, the school nurses are really great at emailing the parents and making sure that they are aware of the situation, just so if there's any follow-up that needs to occur. So I think that's pretty much what Mr. Tobey was just asking for, is that we want to make sure that the parents know of any medical changes that might happen during the school day when they're not there, so then that way they can follow up for their child, just to help with that.
Yes, I remember. Well, I think it's more electronically done now than when my daughter and son were in school. But I think it was basically, I wanted to make sure that in those touchy situations that we're not obligated, especially when it comes to the welfare of the child. If there's in a situation, I just wanted to make sure that we were not placing the child at risk if this put us in a situation where we had to contact the.
I think that's a legal question for Ms.
Yeah,
Siegel.
and I just was letting you know that's, but she answered, actually, she answered it, and Dr. Summers answered it, so I don't have any other further questions.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, has troubled all the school lawyers around ever since the Parents' Bill of Rights came up. Not that we weren't for it, but we were worried about operationally how it would go. It says prompt, it doesn't say immediate, and there is some leeway if it's a situation where you might be concerned that the parent that you're notifying was the abuser, is what you're saying. So you notify, go through your immediate reporting to the appropriate entities in that regard.
All right, thank you.
Any other board members' questions? Ms. Bowles?
To just piggyback off what you guys are talking about, mandated reporting is mandated reporting, and that really has very little to do with, I guess, this. The other flip side of that is 36-2272 says this section does not apply when an emergency exists that requires a person to perform screening or, getting immediate help for the child. So with that said, I guess I want to ask a really broad question. Do we have things in place that parents are signing? Obviously, we do in the nurse's office if you get an inhaler or those kind of things. Do we have a medical form that parents sign in case there is an emergency? Or do we just encompass that?
So President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, if I'm understanding the question correctly, do we know what the parents are asking from us in the event of a medical emergency? Or
No.
can you restate the question, please, so I hear it one more time?
Onboarding, when we have a student come into our school district.
Yes.
Every year, I'm hoping, do parents have a form that they sign in case of emergency? You give the school district, I know that you have to, or because I know it's happening,
there's
but
like
do we actually have a form?
Trying to remember what I signed.
Can I ask Mr. Nuttall to provide that clarification for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Summers, President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles. All of our health office professionals have all of those forms on hand. Annually, they're updated with the parents. They work directly through the nurse's office to ensure that there's accurate and updated records and anything that is required by the parent and or student based off of the medical needs of the student are all documented and updated annually.
Okay, thank you.
And they have emergency phone numbers and contact numbers for the parents that fill out. I know that one. So, all right. Any other questions, comments? Are we good? All right. Moving on to 12, address consent agenda. 12.1, address consent agenda and consider approval or recommend changes. Ms. Ewing, do you have any changes you want to recommend to consent agenda?
No, thank you.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any changes you want to recommend?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have any changes you want to recommend?
Yes, I motion to pull the minutes from February 27th, 2025. I don't know if I need to just move them and tell you that, or we can discuss them
So
later.
13.1 is what you want
Correct.
to remove from consent agenda. Okay.
Correct.
I will second that for you. So we have a motion to move 13.1 from consent agenda. It was made by Ms. Bowles and a second made by myself.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment to update those changes.
Thank you.
President Rooks, members of the board, I have the motion reading as motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 13.1, with the motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second by President Rooks.
Yes, thank you. Motion, sorry, board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Right, you will need to refresh your screens with that removal from 13.1, board members. All right, so moving on to 14, items removed from consent. I don't believe that is correct, though. It's showing
President Rooks, members of the board, if you'll please refresh your screens.
one more time. Okay. Thank you so much for doing that. Number 14, items removed from consent. 14.1, minutes from the 27th, 2025 Governing Board meeting. Ms. Bowles, you wanted to pull this one. Would you like to go ahead and start? Oh, so the 14.1, the minutes that you just removed from consent agenda, what to address, what did you want to address from the minutes from February 27th, 2025? Nope, it moves right to 14, items removed from consent.
Okay, I did not realize that. So the minutes from the 27th, February 27th, under 15.6, it should have read motion to adopt or approve, and it reads motion to approve the second reading. It should read motion to adopt. It's at the very end, right before 15.7. So rather than it stating approve the second read, it should say motion to adopt or approve the policy.
So would you like it to be changed to motion to adopt the second read of the new policy? Is that the language that you're wanting?
Are we then adopting that policy? That's my question.
Dr.
President
Summers,
Ricks,
I believe it
Mrs.
is.
Bowles, we were in email communication about this. We did go back to the video. We verbatim wrote exactly what was said into the motion. That said, adopting a policy is a function of approving a second read.
Okay, that
so
was my next
it's
question.
essentially the same thing.
I did go back and said adopt or approve, because we did go back and forth, but I went back to the minutes that Ms. Azure showed me, and yeah, I did say adopt, but okay, thanks.
Okay, with that, I just need a motion to approve the minutes from February 27th, 2025 Governing Board meeting as presented. I will motion to approve the minutes from the February 27th, 2025 Governing Board meeting as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 15 action items. 15.1, second read of policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity. Ms. Siegel, if you want to present first, and then we do have public comment tied to this line item.
Mrs. Rooks, members of the board, you have before you two versions of AC. The first version is exactly the way that the first read had. Subsequently, Mrs. Ewing contacted me and asked a question about, well, no, it was even in the board meeting. You asked a question about executive orders, whether executive orders should be in there. So I wanted to present to you both versions so that you had your choice. There is no legal requirement that executive orders be in there. It was in a version that another entity had adopted, and I copied it. It's not required that by law that you have to put it in your non-discrimination, equal opportunity policy. And so you have the choice of version 1 or version 2 tonight when you vote on whether you're going to adopt one or the other.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. So we're going to go to public comment. You will have 3 minutes. First one is Laura Tepison.
I just wanted to clarify, keep the version with the executive order, but I want to clarify because I felt a bit peculiar, not peculiar, but it's not an attack, but the people who believed in DEI, and now there's, again, I just want to clarify something. Non-discrimination and equal opportunity are principles that ensure fairness and justice in various contexts: employment, education, public services. The principles promote fairness, inclusivity, and the removal of barriers that could prevent individuals from having the same opportunities as others. I feel sometimes that the DEI appear as triggers. We had debates about diversity and inclusion in this district. There was much discussion regarding the importance of diversity and how we should embrace and include everyone, regardless of race, sexual orientation. And I agree, our schools must be inclusive of all. And what happens if you don't include all? There's the discrimination lawsuit. So this country has laws, everything is clear. If you discriminate against anything, then it's a problem and there are consequences. Now, the issue, however, arose when certain concepts like critical race theory, discussions on pronouns, sexual content brought in the classroom, or introduced into the public school curricula created problems, not necessarily happening in Peoria again. Maybe it was one case. We should not generalize that it happened in Peoria. 1 case, 2 cases, people want to prevent that from happening. So These topics created division, and the reaction to remove certain elements of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives led to further tension. On one side, people felt that DEI initiatives were being compromised. On the other side, there was backlash against the removal, leading to misunderstandings. The situation became a political tug of war, resulting in confusion and the lack of clarity on the true purpose of inclusion. Additionally, as districts across the nation celebrate Black History Month, Pacific Islander Month, I ask, where is the celebration of European heritage in our schools? With all due respect, I ask people who believe in DEI, great, we include, but was I included as a parent? Were the Europeans, Eastern Europeans included? Shouldn't we ensure that all groups feel included and valued then? So I do urge people to remember that parental involvement is key to our students' success. Since the community is the top of our framework, it is vital that we work together, parents, teachers, administration, parents who are involved, want to be volunteers, welcome them, and together we can bridge any gaps in communication and understanding, and that leads to a more informed and engaged community. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Michael.
Good evening. It's ironic that this non-discrimination policy literally ends with a clause removing rights which were once protected. I don't like doublespeak, so I motion for this item to be retitled Discrimination Against LGBT Students Unequal Opportunity. Secondly, why has this been removed as a protected category? Was this a typo or an intentional removal? Sorry, why has she been removed as a protected category? Was this a typo or an intentional removal? I do not support any item which would allow for this discrimination of students, staff, or admin based on gender, identity, sexuality, or age. Thank you.
Thank you for public comment. Next is Jen Harmon. I believe she did leave. Okay. Last public comment comes from Phoenix Haynes.
Hi. I put a lot of thought into what I want to say to the board members who are in support of amending the non-discrimination policy to prevent trans students and staff from being able to use the correct bathroom. To provide context for the reason I feel the need to bring myself here and speak to y'all in person this evening, I am a teacher in a downtown Phoenix public school, and I myself am trans non-binary. This means that I present in every aspect of my life, professional and personal, as neither a man nor a woman. This has been the case for the last 4 years, starting when I came out during the second year of my bachelor's in music learning and teaching at Arizona State University. In college, when I worked at a local grocery store, and now at my current teaching job, I've received nothing but love and support from my peers and bosses and admin, and that is because I treat everyone who I come into contact with how I want to be treated, respectfully. I bring up my own experiences as an out trans non-binary person to emphasize that this is not only possible, but natural for trans children to grow into trans adults who are healthy, contributing members of society. When I looked up what Peoria Unified School's mission is, on your website it says your mission is to, quote, prepare every student for a successful future as a responsible citizen who actively contributes to society, the community, and the workplace. It says this mission is achieved by, in part, prioritizing relationships and focusing on the safety, social, and emotional well-being of students and staff, close quote, as well as, quote, fostering a culture of active community engagement and inclusiveness, close quote. Personally, I fail to see how targeting your trans students and staff achieves that mission unless you intend your mission to only be supporting a certain type of student, in which case, great job, keep it up. The impression I am getting from the board's proposed policy changes is that your end goal is for it to be illegal for trans people like me to teach. It is not a stretch to use the precedent of schools policing which bathrooms trans students are able to use specifically because the trans student is deemed to be a threat to other students. It is not a stretch to then allow schools to hire and fire trans teachers and staff who outwardly present as anything other than their sex assigned at birth, because that would be violating the district's bathroom policies. I'm already literally having to ask my district's lawyers to confirm exactly what would need to happen legally at the federal or state level in order for me to be prevented from being who I am, to my students, being non-binary. What they said it come down to is the policies of the board. So I'm grateful that I work in a district where the board respects its employees and students alike. If these policy amendments go into effect, if this policy amendment goes into effect, I will make sure to spread the word to other teachers in the Valley that Peoria Unified School District is not a safe working environment for trans teachers, and cisgender teachers who wish to support their trans colleagues should refrain from applying until the policy is changed to support all of PUSD's staff and students. I'm sure this is the intention, but even just the process of proposing anti-trans policies causes severe levels of fear and confusion in children, teens, and adults who already are disproportionately affected by daily suicidal ideation, depression, and anxiety. Trans people are here to stay. We're not going back into the closet. This is literally a fight for our rights or die in silence situation. So if these policy amendments pass, you can expect me to be back here with even more people who are here to show you that harmful bathroom bans hurt everybody, not just trans people.
And that concludes our public comment on this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for Ms. Siegel?
Yes, so even though the public comment was to actually a different line item, but Ms. Siegel, I've got a question for you. Because I've often wondered this. I know that the Title IX regulations were rolled back. In this policy, there's several different things as far as discrimination goes, but the Title IX regulations were rolled back to the 2020 regulations when it comes to sex. And I know that one of the things that when I was on a call, they talked about how you have to be really careful with the rollback, that if you do go to defining sex as male or female, what you were born with at birth, that there is that potential to create a hostile work environment for that individual if they no longer feel safe in their environment, if they feel like they are not going to be able to be themselves, or so I'm just, from your legal perspective, is there something that we need to make sure that we're including to make sure that that hostile work environment isn't kind of created for them by this policy?
Oh, boy, that's like, Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, that's almost like a bar exam question. For students, the key issue is whether they're being bullied. It doesn't matter what sex they are, and that's how you would address it. Yes, Title IX took away gender identity and sexual orientation, or at least OCR took away those as part of the Title IX policy in reverting to 2020. So in the case of students, it would be addressed under the bullying policy. No matter, and a kid could have thick glasses and they'd get bullied. So that can be dealt with. The problem with employees and adults goes to whether they're being mistreated or shown the proper respect. You have employee code of conduct as to how they treat each other. It's the same sort of situation. Whether it's a hostile work environment under Title IX or under Title VII, which is sex discrimination, has to be determined on a case-by-case basis. And I know that's the type of answer that people hate from lawyers, but it would have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so as a lawyer, if you're looking at this policy and that were to come up, is there something additional that you would recommend to have in the policy to better be able to support and defend a district or a board?
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, no. My partners and I, of course, differ, as all lawyers can't agree on everything, but we've advised school districts for a long time that policy AC is all you really need. We added the definition of sex just to make it clear what we're talking about here. But I don't think you need anything else in there.
But those definitions of sex are based upon President Trump's executive order and not, I mean, I know there's been like the question, I think that's more in relation to DEI, but it's been how he's defined it and not, and I guess OCR in some sense maybe. So by us adding that language, is that language being added in because of change in law?
Mrs. Brooks, Mrs. Ewing, members of the board, it's not being changed because of President Trump's executive order. It's being changed because of the clarification we got about Title IX, which is that gender identity and sexual orientation and gender identity are not within the discriminatory practices.
Clerk Toby, oh, you're good? Or, okay, all right. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions for her?
No questions for you, Mrs. Siegel, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions for Ms. Siegel?
I do. I might be missing something, but I've gone back and forth and back and forth. What is the difference between version 1 and version 2?
Sometimes at this late hour, I have to convince myself that they're different. Anyway, yeah. Version 1 has the word executive orders in the district shall abide by, in the second line.
You said version
1.
Version 1.
Version 2 takes out executive orders. There's no requirement that you
I see
have.
it now.
I'm sorry, do you understand
I do
the
see it
difference?
now. Yes,
Okay.
I do. Thank you.
President Rooks, if I may offer my explanation of why I wanted to take that out for the rest of the board for consideration, is that, and it's because there's been, whether you've had President Biden when he, and other presidents when they've issued executive orders, there's been times that those executive orders have been immediately challenged. You know, even the Title IX stuff he put out, or travel restrictions he put out. Not that we deal with travel restrictions in schools, but then you have several of President Trump's executive orders that have been put out that are still being challenged. And so my question was, our policies are supposed to be based in law, and that if there is ever confusion on executive orders being placed out there, if that is a lawful executive order, we wouldn't want to put the district in a situation where we have to say, well, our policy says we follow executive law order, but we also have that we follow law, but those are in conflict with each other. I was suggesting that we just take that out because the applicable state and federal laws, rules and regulations would cover pretty much everything. So that was my reasoning. So just for the board to be aware.
Thank you. Ms. Bowles, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. I do have a question, just straight up. Do we need it in there?
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, members of the board, no, you don't. But I will also say, by having applicable, you do modify it. The concern I have is somewhat similar to Mrs. Ewing in that, putting aside politics, things change. It's a fluid situation, and I would not want people thinking that you're binding yourself to executive orders, no matter who is president or governor. I put that, first I thought it was okay because I was thinking of the executive orders that were issued during the pandemic from the state level. But you're not bound by the federal government executive orders thus far, so.
Right. And I would agree with that. I don't think we need it in there. Can I motion to adopt?
Version 2.
Or you need
Version 2.
Yeah, version 2. But I didn't know if you had a chance to
Nope,
speak.
I'm good to go,
Okay.
man.
It's getting late.
So go ahead.
I motion to adopt
Version 2.
version 2 of the non-discrimination equal opportunity version.
I will second that. So we have a motion made by Ms. Bowles and a second made by myself for version 2 of AC non-discrimination, equal opportunity.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment to get that motion updated.
Thank you.
President Rooks, members of the board, I have the motion reading as motion to adopt version 2 of policy AC, non-discrimination, equal opportunity, with a motion by Mrs. Bowles and a second by President Rooks.
Yes, that is correct. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 15.2, second read of J policy, student privacy policy. Ms. Siegel, if you want to present real quick, and then we just have 4 public comments.
Okay, this is the same as was in the first read, with the exception of labeling it the student safety. And the numbering will be according to what the staff determines where it best goes if you adopt it. I'm being presumptuous. If you adopt it, and then you would put it in the J section, which deals with students, but the numbering will be according to how you resolve the numbering.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. You will have 3 minutes for your public comment. First public comment comes from Michael.
Good evening. I understand clear as day nobody on this board wants to be the reason why the district might lose federal funding. Several of my friends and family, including myself, are teachers, fighting day in and day out for their students and to make ends meet. I'm an educator working with community members of all ages and backgrounds. But how can we have this conversation about securing funding from the Department of Education without addressing our self-proclaimed dictator king's promise to eliminate the agency entirely? Look at Tuesday's layoffs if you aren't taking this seriously. Board members, I reject the preemptive compliance of these discriminatory orders as a viable solution. I'm not alone. The governor of Maine, Janet Mills, understood this clearly. Instead of selling trans students down the river, she rightfully challenged the legitimacy and morality of this regime's demands. She said, "I'll see you in the courts. If PUSD can cover legal fees for President Rook's Christianity's Cry Bully crusade, they could at least attempt to stand up for some of their most vulnerable students." This item is marketed as protecting privacy, but we all know what this bill really is, the segregation of public spaces solely on the basis of being transgender. Thank you, Board Member Ewing, for pointing this out at the last meeting. I demand the prioritization of safety for all students, including trans kids, no matter how few. Youth who have no restrictions to restrooms and locker rooms are more, not less, likely to be victims of sexual assault. A PubMed Central study shows in restricted spaces, trans boys are 1.2 times more likely to be assaulted. Non-binary kids are 1.49 times more likely to be assaulted. And trans girls are 2.49 times more likely to be sexually assaulted. This item would force a trans girl who has been transitioning into boys' restrooms where she faces the highest risk of violence. Board Member Bowles admits she understands this point last meeting. She made a comment about how when she was a student, we had a group that would probably have pulverized them. Ms. Bowles, your callousness and admitted disposition to violence regarding this issue is deeply disturbing. While you aligned yourself with the aggressors, the trans kids in your district, and I with the students who get pulverized. I remember Benedict, and taste blood in my mouth. For those who may not know, Next was 16-year-old trans kid jumped by his female classmates for following the rules and using their girls' restroom. A distasteful aside for you is a memorial for us. Lastly, I'd like to address the implications of Board Member Proudfit's suggestion to install cameras outside the bathrooms. I take issue with this as a privacy issue. How will footage be stored and distributed? Last meeting, you all spoke about the item's verbiage, but today I'm asking each board member to answer on the board. What punishment will transgender kids face if they use the multi-space bathroom that they feel safer in?
Next public comment comes from Phoenix Haynes.
As a trans adult, the message this proposed policy change sends to me is that you don't want trans students to think that they have a space in the world. You present yourselves like you are simply changing the policies to reflect quote-unquote reality to teach transgender students that what they're feeling isn't real and that the real world won't coddle them and support what you call delusions. I am living proof that this is nothing but a huge lie designed to trick trans people into not participating in society by people who don't like us and have never attempted to understand us and have no desire to. I'd be interested to hear what research the board has done to prove that trans students using public restrooms poses a threat to non-trans students. I can show you some research I've done that proves the opposite. A 2019 study from the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Health found that of 3,700 trans teens in the US who were surveyed, 26% reported being sexually assaulted in the last 12 months. Among students who attended schools that forced them into a bathroom that didn't match their gender identity, the percentage of students who had received sexual violence in schools increased to 36%. 50% of trans girls surveyed who were forced to use the boys' bathroom reported being sexually assaulted in schools in the last 12 months. While the study doesn't show that anti-trans bathroom policies cause increased sexual assault, the high levels of sexual assault in schools where students were forced to use the wrong bathroom are, according to the study, quote, a strong indicator that these policies are, quote, environments where kids are at risk. I'd also like to pose some questions that the board should really consider before implementing such an invasive policy. What would enforcement of this policy actually look like? Will trans students be forced to go to the nurse whenever they need to use the bathroom if they refuse to use the bathroom of their sex assigned at birth? Or is the implication trans students will need to essentially detransition in order to use the bathroom in a Peoria Unified School District? Do you even know how many out trans students you have in your district? Have you talked to their parents? Have you talked about how their parents want to be involved in this? I really don't understand how this is not a violation of parental rights. Trans students should be able to focus on their studies without having to worry about the ability to use the bathroom safely. If you don't believe trans students deserve to study in peace, you should amend your district's overall mission to clarify that your mission only applies to a certain type of students and does not include trans students. I'd also like to say that, I'm not from this district. I am simply an onlooker. Based on what you guys have presented and what you are proposing to present, I would never want to work here. As a trans person, I would never want to put myself in a position where I might be negatively affected by the policies that my district are making. So like I said before in my last comment, if this goes through, I will absolutely be letting people know that PUSD is not safe for trans people. They do not protect their trans students. They do not care about their trans employees. And it's really, like, if everybody in the room doesn't want to be wrapped up in this and give the impression that you don't support trans students, you should stand up for your students and do the right thing and not let this become policy.
Next public comment comes from Mia.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to say that I fully support this policy. I would like to just tell the board thank you for even putting it on the agenda in the first place. This is a common sense policy, and I really hope you all will vote to approve it. This policy doesn't strike me as a hateful policy, but a policy to keep all students safe.
Mia, if you could please, can we please pause the time? I'm sorry, unfortunately, we don't allow poster signs in the boardroom. So if you could please put down your sign so that you can continue to listen to the rest of the meeting. Otherwise, the officer will have to escort you out. So I just want you to make sure you have that opportunity to listen.
Free speech, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mia, you may continue. Your time was paused. So that you
Okay, thanks. This policy doesn't strike me as a hateful policy, but a policy to keep all students safe. Not just girls, not just children who are struggling with mental illness, and not just boys, but all students. Just like the last girl, I think her name was Michael, said, girls dressing and using a boys' bathroom are more likely to get beat up. That's exactly why the district needs this policy, to protect all the children. So I applaud the board even discussing the safety of children in this manner. And again, I hope you'll vote to approve it so that the, anyways, yeah, so I hope to approve it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Nikki Enchaff. I don't think she's here. All right. Last public comment comes from Ella.
Hi. I'm a high school student at Peoria Unified School District, which means I live the decision that this board makes. I'm a female, and I think that we should put this privacy policy in place. I know that not putting a policy in place will be more problematic considering that it is a literal safety hazard. Not only for the women attending our schools, but for the men too. There is such a small percentage of people who attend our schools who would be identifying as a different gender or wanting to use bathrooms of a different sex, which is exactly why we should not make compromises. I don't feel comfortable with dressing out with other girls in the locker room, let alone a male. And I understand that we should make both male and female into account. And I think it's just as bad for males as much as it is for females. We should not have to change the way our schools run for such a small group of people. If you identify as the opposite gender, then I strongly advise you use the nurse's restroom. I know I do not want a man in my bathroom, and I know males don't want girls in theirs. I do think that it's interesting that we're even discussing this topic that is such a blatant solution by putting a policy in place. So we have more important issues because we have more important issues like vaping and fighting in our school restrooms. So I would love to discuss more important topics and not waste our time by compromising for such a small group of people. Jesus loves you. I love you. This is all out of love, and God bless you. Thank you so much.
That concludes our public comments on this line item. I don't know if any board members have any other questions or comments on this item. Ms. Ewing?
I do.
Okay.
Oh, I actually need to have the microphone on. This is going to be to Ms. Siegel. So at the last board meeting 2 weeks ago, there was several suggestions brought forward on this policy to make changes. I know that I believe it was Ms. Proudfit that brought it forward, that at the end of when we were talking about exceptions, or maybe it was, I may not be remembering, maybe it was Ms. Bowles that brought it forward, but we talked about how at games, oftentimes, and I think the exceptions are listed down below. This would be something to add to the exceptions. When you go to football games, oftentimes, if it's two male teams playing, oftentimes the visiting team will be allowed to use the bathroom locker room of the girls for their team. Now, there's no other, home team girls that are in that bathroom, but just the way that it reads, it doesn't allow for that exception. And then we also had talked about how oftentimes, I know that when I was doing substitute teaching, when it was the 100+ days, heat advisory days, sometimes we would take classrooms into a locker room. It would be a co-ed classroom, like a first, second grader, and they would maybe have and they might take it into the girls area, and all the girls and boys, and they might have a PE class or something in there. With the teacher and all of that. So I just don't think that the policy, the way that it's written, allows for the use of the spaces that we currently use them for, and I don't want that to be taken away. So I think it was suggested if we could add that to the exceptions. So I want to make sure that we're capturing all of those things. So that was one point that was brought up last time.
Ms. Ewing, can I maybe add, just so, because I know you'll go to the next thing and I'll forget the thought. maybe with that idea that you have, maybe adding in something of directing the superintendent to work on that, because I know each school is different and the athletic director of each school might have a different plan with those circumstances. So I just wanted to look to Summers to see if that piece that you just asked.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, yes, we're prepared to ensure that administration has clarity in that practice. I will just add that the designation of a space can be modified for a given purpose, like a game, for a set period of time that says this, for this purpose, at this game, will function as, it's as simple as putting a sign up that says, this is the visiting locker room for this team. Obviously, there's a supervision component that has to go into that, so that restriction is adhered to. But when you look at the language, I believe the designation of that space allows for us to designate it appropriately in those given types of circumstances.
Does that help a little bit? I was trying to look.
Yeah,
Summers for that. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that the way that it's written doesn't take us away from being able to do that.
I appreciate that, and just to clarify that one more step, the implementation of how this policy reads is something that we are prepared to ensure there's appropriate training and clarity on processes and practices that are in adherence to it.
Mrs. Rooks,
Yes.
members of the board, the word, as Dr. Summers said, the word designated doesn't say permanently designated, so you can temporarily change the designation.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. So the language is right, and then that's process. So, and then the other thing that was mentioned that I asked you that question is I wanted to have included in there a sentence that said that students will not be mandated to a single-use facility solely on the basis of being transgender. Rather, this option is available upon request to support comfort and privacy, or something to that effect, because that is the way that I believe that's the way, when we last spoke, that's the way the law is. They can't be mandated to use the single-use facility, which, going back to before you were counseling with us, a couple of years ago, that was one of the main issues, is that we had community members that wanted to mandate that they only use the single-use facility, but I'm under the impression that law doesn't support mandating that.
Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I think there's two questions in there. Between, after 2020, when the rules were changed, the word came down from OCR that we could not mandate a child to go to the nurse's office. They've repealed those guidelines. They haven't clarified whether they're still in effect. I think it's a dangerous precedent to say you mandate it, and I think it's also an operational issue that Dr. Summers and his staff can address.
Okay, so you don't think that we need to change the language to reflect that they don't have to be mandated, because responses I got back from people when they read through this revision is that those students would be mandated. And I know a lot of times we're talking a little bit differently than of what a layperson would read into versus you as a legal expertise would read into it. But I just wanted to make sure that we're following that, and it's, we're not.
Can I interject? I think you saying in your policy, provide a reasonable accommodations to individuals who is unwilling or unable to use multiple occupancy restroom or changing area, gives them that opportunity. Doesn't mandate it.
I think you were, I think the question is a little different, and you're right, Mrs. Brooks, Mrs. Bowles, Mrs. Ewing, all of you, members of the board, you're right, it does say that. I think what Mrs. Ewing is saying is, are we mandating them to use a single-use bathroom? And I think you have flexibility it's all a matter of logistics as to what is available. And I think I can't, and maybe you can right now, but map out what facilities are available. And so I think you ought to leave it to the administration to designate how you're going to accommodate them.
But, okay, so let me just clarify the question. So the policy as it is written does not state, if you can let me know, yes or no, does not state that we are mandating individuals who are transgender to use a single-use facility. Is that correct?
I don't believe, Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, I don't believe it does.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, no.
Thank you. Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
No, I was going to read that portion anyway, that you have in here, reasonable accommodations, and cover both sides of that. So I think the policy is very well written.
Okay.
So can we motion to adopt this policy?
I would just like to say that very excited that this is on the agenda.
Finally.
And, thank you to President Donald Trump for helping put this through.
Shame on you.
Excuse me.
Shame on you.
Officer, can you? Thank you, and yes, Ms. Bowles, would you like to make any motions on the floor?
Yes, I motion to adopt. I have to find out where we're at. Sorry.
The student privacy policy.
The
J policy.
J policy, yes, student privacy policy.
I will second that motion. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself.
Sorry.
God bless you. If that was a sneeze or a cough, I wasn't sure.
It's an
Okay.
allergy.
Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 3 yeas and 1 nay. Thank you, Ms. Siegel. Moving on to 15.3, consideration of approval of rehire list for the issuance of contracts for administrators, psychologists, certified staff, related service providers, and certified non-teaching professionals. Ms. Vesely, thank you.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that are still with us tonight. You can see this is a very busy time of year for human resources based off of the number of times I've been up here today. Tonight I'm bringing forward our rehire list for our administrators, our certified staff, our certified non-teaching professionals, and our psychologists. Our team has been incredibly busy building out these contracts within our vision system. And I want to personally thank Mona Rodriguez from our payroll department, Christy Davis from our benefits department. They've been behind closed doors for the last 2 weeks in helping to get ready for tonight. I also want to thank Joshua Snow, our HR director, who has been supporting them, and our HR manager, Holly Schell. So our hope tonight is that you will approve these rehire list, and due to new state statute, we will be going live or publishing these contracts on Saturday, this coming Saturday, March 15th. While people are on spring break, we will be getting these out and ready to go. Our certified staff will have 15 business days by law to sign their contract. That date will be around April 11th. We do not include spring break as part of those 15 business days. And our administrators and psychologists, they do have 30 days by statute to sign their contract, and that date will be April 14th. After those dates are passed, we will expire contracts. Any people that have not signed their contracts by that time, that contract will be null and void, and we will start to look for resignation forms or also allow them to go through the rehire process or any interviews that they may choose to go through at that time. So with all of that information and all of our rehire lists that we have in front of you, we look forward to your vote tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Vesely. We don't have any public comment tied to this line item, so board members, any questions or comments?
I don't have any comments
Okay.
or questions either.
Okay. Clerk Toby? Okay, Ms. Bowles? All right. I don't have any either, so I will motion to approve the rehire list and authorize the issuance of contracts for administrators, psychologists, certified staff, related service providers, and non-teaching professionals for the 2025-2026 school year.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 15.4, summer school rates of pay for certified teachers and master mentor teachers. Ms.
Thank
Vesely.
you again, President Rooks, members of the board. This agenda item is being presented for your consideration tonight. In looking at eligible employees and the compensation for summer school, specifically for summer school and teachers, the current rate of pay for certified staff for summer school activities is $35 an hour. So again, that's for summer school teaching. Administration is recommending 2 separate hourly rates for certified staff who participate in summer school. Dr. Hernandez and her academic services team have been working on a new plan to bring forward the best summer school opportunities that we can provide to our students. And in doing so, their model has both teachers and then those mentor teachers. And those mentor teachers will be teachers that are experts in the field. There's specific guidelines as part of the application process that Dr. Hernandez can share with us if you would like a little more information about that. They'll be going and working side by side, doing team teaching, co-teaching, and professional development after the summer school hours. So that's why you see a difference in pay, $40 for teachers and $60 for those expert master teachers in our district. The funding source for summer school this year is going to be the M&O carry forward, a one-time carry forward to help us. And then starting next year, we'll have to figure out and start to look for other funding sources to support summer school. Our ESSER funds have ended, and in the past few years, our ESSER funds did support summer school. The master teacher, mentor teacher, the $60 an hour is also going to be coming out of, I believe, Title II, Dr. Hernandez, to support the program and the changes that we are looking forward to. This rate of pay is only for summer school teaching. There's other activities that happen in the district, and those activities will stay at that current summer rate of pay. For example, there might be curriculum writing, there could be teachers that might be doing extra duty work within their school, and those rates of pay would still be considered at the $35 an hour.
Great, thank you, Ms. Vesely. We have no public comment tied to this line item. So Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I'd love to have Dr. Hernandez tell us a little bit about this. I'm excited about this, and I think you shared a little bit about this the other day, but how it's just going to bring such value to our students this summer. So thank you.
Certainly. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Historically, Peoria Unified has utilized a traditional summer school model built on the premise of remediation for unlearned skills. With ESSER funding, the district was able to welcome more students to participate in the summer school classrooms. However, in the 22-23 school year, our department ran a program evaluation to get a temp check on the effectiveness of the existing model with the remediation component in place. What we found was we looked to see, was there a difference between students who participated in summer school versus those who did not, and the learning of the skills that they had in summer school, how long did those skills carry them forward to make up the ground they may have been missing? And what we were able to find is that there wasn't any solid evidence to the effectiveness of that remediation model. So in the summer of 2023, we moved forward with an acceleration model for Summer Academy. The difference is the learning focus. An acceleration model focuses on preparing students for their future learning versus reteaching. So for example, if I'm a second grader and I'm heading into third grade, the future learning is focused on what are those foundational third grade skills I have to be successful in the third grade. So what we're doing is we're supporting students to learn those most important foundational skills. And so we started this in the fall of 2023, and we looked from a program evaluation perspective to look and see, like students who participated in the Acceleration Summer Academy model, for those who did not, how did they perform? And what we found is that students from in the Summer Academy model with the acceleration focus, those students were able to carry that new learning further into the school year and longer into the school year. This particular model benefited the students who most had catching up to do. And so during the summer of 24, we utilized the same model. And now, as you recall, we switched from iReady to the Renaissance STAR assessment, so I'm not able to run the same analysis, but I am very confident that the same results we saw in 23 were replicated in 24, and probably with a stronger model. So we are wanting to move forward in the summer of 25 to utilize that acceleration model. This model does require more of our teachers, because as I mentioned, you need to know about the vertical alignment of skills from a second grade to a third grade, from a third grade to a fourth grade. So it's justifiable to ask for that $40 an hour. For Summer Academy of 2025, we're working with a limited capacity, coming from that one-time budget fund, as Ms. Vesley mentioned, but that doesn't take away from the task at hand and the work that we need to do to support our learners to be ready for that next grade level. Also, for the summer of 2025, we're introducing the next level of support for our learners, as we want to capitalize on the incredible expertise and talent of our very own Peoria Unified educators. We want to be able to use that expertise to bring forward their demonstrated ability to support co-teaching, co-planning, and the work at our schools that have the greatest of needs. Master teachers are those who have consistently demonstrated growth scores on AASA for 3rd through 8th grade and our STAR assessment. Now, I'm going to take you back to our January time together. Remember, we talked about the charts with the growth, and we had the beige, which was not so great, the green was in the blue. These are teachers who have consistently demonstrated on AASA and STAR to be able to perform in that blue range with getting students to grow more in a year than what's typically expected. So we'd like to invite those teachers who meet that criteria, plus have at least 3 years of teaching experience, to consider applying to be a master teacher in this work. These teachers would be able to, our request is that the Summer Academy rate of pay for these teachers be $60 an hour, funded by Title II. The purpose of Title II is to support school improvement and professional development. So the work of this group of educators that have skills that represent the expectation we have for providing high quality, standards-aligned instruction that's designed to meet the needs of each individual learner in mind. So we believe in the incredible value of honoring these teachers in our district to help us grow our educators, because we believe that every child and every educator deserves the opportunity to grow and learn in our current system.
Thank you, and thank you for going through that. I just really want our community to understand the investment and that this is really for academic achievement, and so I'm really excited about this, and I appreciate how the district always looks for ways to bring those valued educators and that knowledge and that human capital that we already have, and bringing that forward for the benefit of our kids. So I really appreciate that and looking forward to this, so thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No other questions. Thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I didn't realize my mic was on, I'm so sorry. I sort of, hearing Ms. Hernandez talk about Title II and where the monies are coming from, and knowing that we received an email, I assume the board, I don't know, yeah, I guess we did. Anyway, is there money to give the special education related service providers from another fund? Have we looked at that? I know that your response, I believe it was Ms. Vesely, that we increased we're working to address priorities from the board this year, and that being teacher salaries and transportation. How should we address that issue, or should we? The email that we got from related service providers in summer school.
Dr. Summers.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, we appreciate the question. As you just heard, the purpose of this item specifically is around the increase of summer school rates of pay for certified teachers. If you're directing us to address other positions, we would have to do some homework based on what is available, and I will just let you know that there's not much available right now. However, this harkens back to perhaps an earlier conversation tonight and some other creative ways that we can address it. I just want to make sure that that's a separate item from the item that's in front of us.
Yeah, I hear you.
If you want that, that can be future request items. Yeah. I have no questions. Thank you, Ms. Vesely, for the presentation, and Dr. Hernandez. Thank you for that detailed work that you're doing for the students, and I'm really excited to see what you do with this program, so thank you. With that, I'm just going to motion to approve the summer school rate of pay at $40 per hour for certified teachers and $60 per hour for master mentor teachers.
I will second.
I'm going to go that Clerk Toby was faster. So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 15.5, revision to the administrator initial salary schedule for the 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Vesely.
Actually, President Rooks, I think I'm going to go first, although Ms. Vesely will stay available to address any questions you may have as well. So, Governing Board, this is a follow-up to the proposed and now approved new organizational chart that was brought before you on February 27th. The primary focal point of this proposed now administrative salary placement schedule is the introduction of the deputy superintendent position. We've conducted a market analysis in which we have established a pretty broad range that's before you. And as a function of what we had previously addressed earlier tonight, also have reflected changes based on a 2% adjustment to other administrative roles as well. So we stand ready to answer any questions that you may have with that, and appreciate your careful consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We have no public comment time to this line item. So Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I do. Deputy Superintendent and Chief Officer, I thought were the same in the proposal of the org chart that we voted on.
So, Mrs. Bowles, President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, thank you for that question. The deputy superintendent roles would actually be, sorry, bless you. That's okay. Bless you. The roles would actually be, the two deputy roles would be in a position to provide support and oversight of chief roles and report directly to the superintendent. So it is actually a new level position.
Okay, so they're separate positions.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I don't have any questions for this line item. So I will motion to approve the revised administrator salary schedule to include the addition of deputy superintendent category as presented.
And I'll second.
Motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, you may cast your vote. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Fesley.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Summers, too. Moving on to 15.6, consideration and approval of cooperative purchasing agreement renewals for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Ms. Myers.
Yes, well, good evening again, President Brooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community. We'll start with consideration and approval of cooperative purchasing agreement renewals for fiscal year 2024. As I've shared previously, the governing board approves requests for proposal, invitation for bids, and bid awards that are made by the district for the procurement of goods and services that will cost $100,000 or more each year. Also pursuant to School District Procurement Rule AAC R7-2-1191 through R7-2-1195, the Governing Board approves cooperative contracts for each fiscal year. And so the difference with a cooperative contract is there's a lead agency. It's oftentimes another district or city that does the solicitation, and other entities can participate and be part of the awarded RFP or bid and resulting contract. This agenda item is procedural, related to the continuation of the existing cooperative contracts for fiscal year 24-25. We already this last summer brought forward a population of contracts for approval, and the board did approve the continuation of those cooperative contracts. This is another population that's being utilized and will be utilized through the end of the fiscal year. Participation in each cooperative contract has previously received separate governing board approval prior to tonight, and the cooperative contracts and associated vendors have been identified as potentially or having reached $100,000 amount for the year, which requires the governing board's approval. And so we've attached a number of reports, and if we could pull up the agenda item, please, so we can actually see the agenda item and the attachments. You'll see the categories that are being included this evening for consideration and review in the areas of educational services, facilities, food services, special education, supplies and furniture, transportation, travel and field trips, and technology and software. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We don't have any public comment time to this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I will make a statement just so folks know. I did see that one of the organizations on there is like a Ewing organization, and I just want to say that I don't have any affiliation with that, if there is any concern there.
It's an irrigation system,
Yes,
right?
right. It's
Yep,
the
I've
same
seen
last
it.
name, but I don't know them. They're not in my family. I just wanted to note that. And that's all I have. I don't have any questions on this item.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
So for the special education, where it talks the company Three Cores Inc., student support services, for the line item of $2 million, and then right below it, line item for $6 million. Is that a contracted company that we obtain personnel because we don't have those personnel within our district?
President Rooks, Clerk Toby, members of the governing board, that's correct. And the $6 million amount is for all of the vendors listed in that category, not just Three Cores Inc.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions on this item?
I do. This is the one I wanted to pull, and this is this the time to talk about it?
Yes, now you may discuss and ask questions.
What's it under? Education Services, the Learning A to Z LLC. I pulled up their website, and it says The development of new resources created by a diverse team through DEI lens to respect real-life topics, facilitate meaningful conversations, and provide social-emotional learning support. It also says English language development and dual language teaching, as well as experts and practitioners who have experience working with organizations or communities dedicated to DEI and cultural competence in educational materials. I did not have time to go through every single one of those. I'm hoping, it was frustrating. I'm just gonna straight up say that. I don't know if there's a person in the district that us, as board members, can refer, hey, have we looked at these things? Are we filtering through these? You know, I don't know who to go to for that. Or do we just as a board have to research each and every one of these? Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Yes, please speak.
President Rooks, members of the board, Mrs. Bowles. So in a prior administration, the process for adopting or acquiring supplemental resources was different than it is now. In July of 22, the governing board policy IJJ, which addresses core adoptions along with supplemental books, it is addressed, and it must be approved by the board. We have many schools that utilize the reading A to Z feature from this particular vendor as a supplement to our existing core resources. So as you know, we have been busy adopting core resources in the last 3 years, full K-12 math, full K-12 science, and right now K-12 social studies underway. So we've tapped our educators significantly in asking them to serve on these core adoption committees. Last spring, we attempted to pull together a supplemental review committee to look at the previously adopted and allowed supplemental resources, and this being one of them. However, we did not have the capacity among our staff to bring a committee together. So because schools utilize the reading piece of this as a supplement to the existing core reading materials, they have been allowed to continue until we're able to have the capacity to bring those forward. I am aware of the pieces that you are referring to, as well as I'm aware of which components our schools are using. There is only, and I believe it's the reading A to Z, that the learning A to Z company sells that is on our approved list. And Mrs. Rooks, you may recall you and I had reviewed a different product from this particular company last year at the request of a school, and it continues that reading is the only one that is allowed because the pieces of the reading do complement. So when we are finished with the social studies adoption, it is on our list of things to do soon to pull that supplemental group together to go through the same rigorous process that we utilize for adopting core resources. And quite honestly, our need for supplemental resources now that we have adopted core resources is minimal. And so that's the work that we're doing around. We're buying very comprehensive resources to support a vast variety of learners and their needs from a breadth and depth standpoint. So I am aware of this particular product. Our schools have purchased it for the reading component for this school year. And as those purchases come through my approval queue, I communicate with the principals, be aware this is on an outdated supplemental list, but until we can ensure, and then the other piece is that we're in year 5 of 6 on our, I believe it's our benchmark advanced K-5 curriculum, and we're on year 6 of 7. I got them in the right order, 5 of 7 for our 612 ELA. So with that adoption around the corner as well, it's balancing, you know, do we do the hold on this, go for the adoption, in addition to, at some point, we'll be talking about our strategies for improving early literacy in our district and referring to some areas on our adopted curriculum where these pieces come into play. Probably more than you wanted to know.
I appreciate that. So where does that leave us today? Wanting to use, I understand what you're saying, I really do, and I know that there's probably good things in the mix of, probably more good than not. And then some of them probably just need to get rid of that in their own curriculum, right? But I can't say, oh, well, we have outdated, you know what I mean? Like, I can't approve that. I can't as a board member, so, and that's the only one I really had time to research.
So I just want to clarify that our existing ELA resources, K-12, are not out of date. They are very relevant, they are very current, and our review is around our scope and sequence and the skills that we see in supporting early literacy and developmental literacy as we move into grades 3 and 4. So they are not out of date, I'm certainly not saying that. And this is considered a supplemental resource. We have great core resources for our English language arts programs in our district.
And I definitely appreciate all the work you guys have done with that, and I hear and have read a lot of good things. But because I heard this, we have a list that's outdated of supplemental resources. That's what I meant when I said outdated, not the curriculum itself. So thank you.
I have a question, Dr. Hernandez. With the reading to A to Z, from learning A to Z, the program itself, how is the teachers in the schools able to see what is in the program and what is following kind of what we're trying to do right now with that?
President Rooks, my understanding is that the teachers are able to preview the passages from the reading A to Z as a supplemental, so students have additional practice with their particular reading level.
And I just want to make sure that, addressing her concern, is there a way to, I guess, work with the company to limit anything that might have the DEI, I guess, language of what her concern is? Is there a way to kind of work with the company to do that?
What I would suggest is that we potentially pursue an attestation of sorts. So in our social studies adoption right now, as I referenced in our last board update, we are asking those vendors who are moving from the final gateway into the next section to send us that attestation that it's in alignment with the governing board's adopted resolution. I'm certainly happy to send this particular vendor that resolution. So if you'd like to table this particular attachment, and then I can come back with it when I have a signed attestation, we could pursue that as an avenue.
Thank you. I know it's a lot more work for you, and I'm sorry for that, but I appreciate it a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
In between now and then, I won't ask schools to stop using it, but what I will do is remind them of their responsibility to ensure they're previewing all information provided, put in front of any of our students.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. So what we'll need to do then is I'll make a motion to approve and ratify all of the presented cooperative purchasing agreement renewals from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, except for educational services.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Ms. Bowles, and that's just removing the educational services one. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 15.7, approval to add cooperative contract SAVE Strategic Alliance for volume expenditures 2202269-C plumbing supplies. Sorry.
Thank you. And I will ask that this agenda item be open, please. Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community. As I shared with the last agenda item, the governing board approves procurement items that are $100,000 or greater, RFPs, bids, et cetera, and pursuant to the Arizona Administrative Code, the governing board also approves cooperative contracts each fiscal year. This particular cooperative contract offers a qualified vendor to provide plumbing supplies for the Peoria Unified School District. 2 out of 4 awarded vendors are included on this agenda item for approval for use within the district. Those 2 vendors are Brown's Partmaster and W.W. Granger, Inc. The district's expected annual expenditure is estimated to be $200,000 this year, and the governing board has the opportunity to approve this cooperative contract. It is a SAVE cooperative contract, that's Strategic Alliance for Volume Expenditures, And I'll ask you to consider a motion to award for a period of 1 year, renewable for up to 2 additional years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Does any board members have any questions or comments? Ms. Ewing? No? Okay. Clerk Toby? Good. Ms. Bowles? All right. So I will motion to approve the addition of save contract number 220269-C for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 2 additional 1-year extensions.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Clerk Toby. You may cast your votes, board members. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Moving on to 16, closing public comment. 16.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We have no public comments turned in for this one. Moving on to 17, informational reports. 17.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, just a note, there's a long list in there for you this evening, but next week is, of course, spring break, and so we wish our families and all of our employees a safe spring break.
Thank you. Moving on to 17.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Mrs. Myers.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. I do not have a report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. 17.3, district enrollment report for the month of January 2025 is available on our website. 18, other business. 18.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Mrs. Ewing, do you have anything you'd like to readdress?
No, thank you.
Okay. Clerk Toby?
None for me, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
No, thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to also wish everybody a good spring break and happy St. Patrick's Day on Monday. Moving on to 18.2, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
I do. The first one's probably pretty easy. Since it was spoken about quite a bit with our safety officers and the ADE, if we can just make sure that we're tracking, I think it's HB 2074, that particular bill, just letting us know how that plays out. If that ends up getting signed, that would just be great. I know we track it anyway, and that would just need to be like in a Friday report, that once we get an update on that, and then what the changes will be to the safety grant.
I will second that for you.
Okay. Sorry, I probably could have said that in a shorter way. But, and then as far as our bullying agenda, I just would like to bring that back for us to take a look at. I believe it's JICK, but it's so that we can make sure that we have language included in there that like bullying related to bathroom use is not, is prohibited, basically. And then I would ask that we also take a look at our staff harassment. I didn't check the policy number on that, or the policy letters on it, just to make sure that that's covered in there, that there's no harassment based upon, you know, if that was to come up, bathroom use for it's probably not as applicable for the staff, actually, because they just use single bathroom use anyway. So it's probably just more the students. And it may also come up in policy JK as well for the students. So if I can get a second on looking at that bullying policy.
I will second that.
Thank you.
And that's all? Yes? Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any requests?
Yes, thank you. I know that Director Kurtenbach offered at the ADE to provide help and assistance in addressing the identified deficiencies in the Attorney General's report. I'm not sure if Director Richards has already been in communication in reference to that, but I would like to see that we accept that help from the ADE and just provide Director Richards' team as much support as we can.
I will second that for you.
And then also, kind of dovetailing off of my conversation with Mrs. Mrs. Airy, I think that advertising our district is, right now, we're in peak time, as well as the fall. But I would like to know a little more, and I'm sure the board would like to know a little more, how we're achieving those strategic targetings of customers, right? How are we attracting customers to our district? So a presentation would be great, and then that way the board could also weigh in on maybe some ideas on how to conduct further outreach and bring more people into the fold.
I will second that.
Thank you. And then also, last thing, if we can just throw it out to our site leaders, you know, the playground inspection, I think we were on one tour where they were talking about the ground being too hard, where the playground equipment was. I don't know if our site leaders know that that's available as part of our insurance policy, but I do recall that that was mentioned. So if they can just know that that's available to them, and then they can request it as needed.
I will second that.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do. This can just be on a Friday report. I'd like to know, or the board would like to know, I'll just speak for myself. If we had any teachers that were rallying at the Capitol in support of a solution to extend Prop 123, I'd like to know if that was happening during school hours. A future discussion item.
Wait a minute, let me,
Oh, so sorry.
you have to have a second. I'll second that for you, and you can continue. Okay.
Tired. Future motion for a future discussion item. Just as discuss the related service providers if there is extra funds to pay them for summer school. And
I will second that.
Thank you. I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have, I think, two here. I would like to look into, I guess, how much we are paying to the AASA, it's the National Superintendent Association. I'd like to see how much we are paying them towards membership, any membership fees, and what that looks like. So I would like to see that, and that can just be your Friday report.
I will second.
Thank you. And then the next one is, I would like to, I think it was brought up tonight, our district website, I guess, still has the previous mission statement. And so I know that we updated it. So I just wanted to see if Ms. Airy, if you could do that update through the district website.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then last is, I would like to see, if possible, to have some type of update through parents and staff on the new student privacy policy that was adopted tonight.
And I'll second.
Thank you. And that's all my requests. So moving on to 19, adjournment, 19.1 adjournment. I need a motion to adjourn at 11:13 p.m.
I motion to adjourn at 11, whatever
I will
you
second.
said.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself.
Sure is.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Board members, you may cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Good night, and thank you all for attending.